Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's opening day. Unseasonably warm on this 12th of December. Temperature in the low 60s. For now, that'll change. What hasn't changed is the excitement of a new season. A winter racing tradition dating back to the early 1900s. And in moments, the next chapter begins. And very fitting, we have 2-year-olds in today's feature. The future. Enter Spun DMC. Fast and talented, what'll he do in the Advent Stakes? Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Great to be back in Hot Springs. This is America's Day at the Races. It's day 1 of 65 at Oaklawn Park. Enthusiastic crowd on hand. It's a festive crowd as this first race of this holiday meet is just 30 minutes away. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. There really is something special about opening day of a signature meet. It's a fresh start, a clean slate for everyone involved, from all the horsemen and the owners, the trainers, the jockeys, the handicappers, and the fans. A fresh start here at Oaklawn Park. As for the racing, it's everything you've grown to expect and grown to love about the racing at Oaklawn. It's the big fields, it's the big purses, not to mention one of the most productive paths en route to the Kentucky Derby and the Triple Crown. As we take a look at some of the highlights, key dates you want to circle on your calendars, marquee events between now and the first Saturday in May, closing day here at Oaklawn Park. January 3rd, Smarty Jones, first of 4 Kentucky Derby prep races, offering points. The Rebel, March 1st on a Sunday this year. That's a change. That's new. And March 31st, Oaklawn signature race, the $1.5 million Arkansas Derby. So much to look forward to, so much great racing, and some new faces here at Oaklawn Park as we say hello to Megan Burgess, standing by in the Jocks room.
Standing by in what will be a very busy Jocks room here at Oaklawn on opening day, as we have some of the top riders in the world joining us here this meet, and the likes of Luis Saez, Joel Rosario, and Ricardo Santana Jr. joining us. And Luis will be quite the commodity. Lots of business, lots of connections here at this meet, as his agent Kieran McLaughlin had suggested. He will start us off here at the holiday meet, and they will go from there. But as far as Hall of Famer Joel Rosario is concerned, he's no stranger to Oaklawn. He is riding here full-time for the first time since 2021 with winning races with the likes of the Apple Blossom and the Arkansas Derby. Surely he'll be in lockstep with Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, and Ricardo Santana Jr., that 8-time leading rider here at Oaklawn, returns home. But look out for those youngsters and the likes of Tyler Bacon and Ronnie Huckabee, as they are represented by Brian Asman, looks to be able to seek opportunity here as well, and probably the most competitive jockey colony we have seen at Oaklawn here, Lafitte. We'll see who fights it out at the top.
Offer $900,000 a day in purse distribution, and yeah, the big names, they're going to show up. Competitive indeed, deep and talented. This riding colony at Oaklawn Park, Joel Rosario, Luis Saez are both riding key contenders in the open day feature, the Advent. We have our own star-studded cast standing by in New York as we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale, Jonathan Kinchin, Sarah L. Bodway on set at Aqueduct. Hey, guys.
Hey, Lafitte, and so glad to hear your voice. You and Megan holding down the fort there on opening day at Oaklawn, guys. Looks as though they have a belter of a weather afternoon to kick off the action.
Yeah, opening days are always exciting, right? Especially for a meet like Oaklawn that's gone for so long and you don't get to see all those familiar faces. It's like that first day of school kind of. So I'd imagine the people down in Hot Springs are pretty excited.
I will bring you that race card in its entirety, as today's races, as always, are brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We'll start off the action here at the Big A with today's second race. Race 4 does kick off the late pick 5, and then races 1 through 10, including the feature, as we heard in Lafitte's Open, the Advent for the 2-year-olds. They'll have the Ring the Bell Stakes tomorrow for some older sprinters, and that new $5 final daily double does cap off the card, races 9 and 10. If you want to play today's action, the only way to do so is with a NYRA Bets account. If you're not a member, join today and use that promo code bonus $200 when you sign up to get that $200 deposit match bonus. Check out all the details over at NYRABets.com. Field in the paddock for today's second race here, as it is a maiden special weight for the 3-year-olds and up, going the 6 furlongs New York breds being showcased here. And guys, I thought the theme of this race was a lot of horses actually stepping back up in class.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when you have a horse there that can run well for a tag and they run well, it's like, whoa, 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 just kidding. We want to keep this horse protected. It seems like what some of these are doing.
Definitely agree. I think that you see that better performance, and then maybe you thought that you were jumping the gun a little bit with trying to have this horse run for a tag. Maybe you want to keep them around in the barn, and if you have a couple that are taking that step up in class, then maybe it is more of an evenly matched field than it would seem on paper.
However, the current favorite is one that has consistently participated in maiden special weights. That's number 1, Spiteful Storm for the Jimmy Bond barn. And last time, I thought he kind of got steadied back, lost position, and then when he got outside, he did make a mild rally behind the heavily favored gate-to-wire winner, America's Back.
Yeah, my fear is that might happen to him again today from this inside draw, right? He was down on the inside a majority of the time last time. Not always the most comfortable spot for lightly raced types. And at this short price, I'm going to try to look elsewhere because it feels as if he could get a similar trip to last time.
And I think the main concern with this horse is just that he hasn't shown any propensity to have some early position in the majority of his races and breaking from the inside. If those gate breaks start becoming a habit, we could see this horse end up in a tough position early breaking from the rail.
Guys, what about the other Bond horse? Now, Kevin Bond, Jimmy's son, does take over training on number 2, El Zero. And while, his last race was 2 back for Spiteful Storm, it did feel like that race did possess some quality. Yeah,
I mean, I like him a little bit. I mean, if you think about it, he wasn't too far behind the horse Spiteful Storm, who's taking all the money in here. And he had a much worse trip that time. He was wide all the way around there. I actually think he could take another step forward. He's having a little change as well, taking the blinkers off.
Yeah, it looked as though he was kind of lugging in his last start down the lane first time without the blinkers, as we do see riders getting up in the paddock. Guys, I would have to think, though, Sarah, that number 6, Tom's Chicken Fingers, I still will stand firm in that he might be the worst named horse that we have racing here on the NYRA circuit, unless you love chicken fingers. That's a fun competition. Because I know my Tom does not like chicken fingers, at least.
Okay, well, so then not named after Tom Morley. Good to know.
That's so British of him.
So, right?
Fish and chips would be more.
Exactly.
More his
style.
Too American.
But he does look as though he's the horse to catch.
He does. He has plenty of early speed. He breaks well towards the outside as we get into the post parade, but he's a little tough to trust.
And that is your favorite, Spiteful Storm, as number 2, El Zero, as we said, taking the blinkers off today.
Limited opportunities over a dry track as well, has been on some sloppy sealed surfaces, so maybe could show up today.
Limited opportunities on the dirt for number 3, Sammy Sino.
Yeah, has been running on the turf a lot, running for maiden 50, lots of things I don't like.
Number 4, Liberty Rising, has been competitive in the maiden claiming ranks. He'll step back up today.
Yeah, this one's stepping up from the maiden $30,000 claiming tag. Has finished second in his last 2, but this is a class hike.
First time on a dry track for number 5, Pre-Trial Statement.
Yeah, trying to go, going a little bit shorter, cutting back, going from maiden 50 to maiden special weight. And like you mentioned, he's been running on the turf.
As Tom's Chicken Fingers getting that big warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche, as we will welcome in the, 4th member of the team here in New York, so that makes him the 6th person to be introduced on the show. But as always, we love to welcome in Richard Migulori, who is standing by trackside. Mig, your thoughts on this race?
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. I'm the 6th man. Spiteful Storm making a real nice impression for Jimmy Bond. You know, it's interesting. He's a horse that carries good weight. He's a big, solid individual, son of Golden Sense. And his last start on November 14th was nearly 60 days, right? So it would denote then like a layoff. But for a horse like this, I think the race should move him forward from a fitness standpoint because, again, he just has a lot of bulk to him, a big, good-looking horse. The 2, El Zero, now from the Kevin Bond barn, takes the blinkers off. He is running with a hood, mute some of the noise, but they take the hood off. Now, this horse has a they have a bit of a propensity to want to brake slow, and it's been costing in position. Sometimes you take the blinkers off, they have more peripheral vision, and they leave a little better. I'm hoping that this guy leaves a little bit better. And the 6 Tom's Chicken Fingers, boy, he is just a big, solid son of Laufric, gray horse, beautiful, should have speed, should be forward. But to be honest with you guys, Tom's Chicken Fingers, I didn't know chickens had fingers, but okay, if we take it literally. I'm going to go to the 2 Alzero. I think it's a battle, not of the bands, a battle of the bonds between Spiteful Storm and Alzero.
Excellent play on words, as always, Mr. Migliori.
Mig he missed that time of his life when chicken fingers were convenient, right? He went from just not being able to eat throughout his entire career to now he's just a gourmet chef. So he just skipped over the chicken fingers, so I don't blame him for not knowing.
That's fair. You can make gourmet chicken fingers, though. You can jazz them up pretty seriously.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
If it's not broke, don't fix it, you know? I don't know.
Is both you and Mig siding with number 2, Alzero? A lot of interest in him, but Sarah, you're going off the beaten path and going for a currently 18-1 shot at number 5, Pretrial Statement. I agree, there is that element of the unknown.
And that's really mostly what is going for this horse, where it is such a turfy pedigree, Fog of War, mostly a turf sire, not really having as much success on the dirt. But a couple of the half-siblings of this one have run okay on the surface, George Briggs being one of them who did win an off-the-turf race out of the chute in Saratoga. It was a sloppy sealed track going a mile, but there are a couple of others that at lower levels have been competitive on this surface. And I just thought that that one dirt race for this horse, never being on a fast track before, that race has produced a couple of horses moving forward to at least have improved and run okay on the dirt. This is a total wild card. We're not really sure what we're going to get from this one. Switching surfaces, cutting back in distance, but I just didn't really trust some of your shorter prices.
Pretrial Statement. I think the biggest question with him, obviously the surface, but where is he placed as he does turn back in distance after having speed going longer?
I don't imagine him to be too forward in here. I think that there are some faster proven dirt horses to his inside and outside. We'll see if he can come pick up some pieces.
7-5, late money coming in on the speedy Tom's Chicken Fingers. He will likely be the horse to catch. Will the, as Mick said, the Bond band be able to run him down late? Horses heading in line as we head upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call of race number 2 here at the Big A.
Rising. Pre-trial Statement. Last to load will be Tom's Chicken Fingers. Is it? All set. Movement from Sammy C-Note. And they're off. Tom's Chicken Fingers, like a shot from the far outside, right to the front, is up by a quick neck. Here comes Spiteful Storm, is now moving towards the inside, and Spiteful Storm will take the lead. Tom's Chicken Fingers is back to second. Liberty Rising is just off of them in third. At the rail is Alzero, and out wider Blue Silks is Pre-Trial Statement. The early trailer, Sammy C-Note, tightly bunched on the front end as they've got less than 4 furlongs to go. 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. They start to get some separation, the top duo. Spiteful Storm still up by a half length. Tom's Chicken Fingers right there. And now Kendra Carmouche asks the question too wide. Liberty Rising once away out Pink Cap, and Pre-Trial Statements to the outside of that rival in fourth. Alzero's trying to commence a rally, and far back the distant trailer, Sammy C-Note. They reach the top of the stretch, and Tom's Chicken Fingers is trying to run away. Tom's Chicken Fingers, but Spiteful Storm won't go away. And here comes Spiteful Storm battling right back inside the final furlong. Tom's Chicken Fingers now up by a half length once again. Liberty Rising on the scene. Alzero here late. It's going to be a blanket finish all of a sudden. Liberty Rising in between horses. Got up to win it. Liberty Rising at a number over Tom's Chicken Fingers. Alzero finishing fourth was Spiteful Storm in 1 minute 14.17 seconds.
Liberty Rising at 13-1 springs the upset for Omar Hernandez Moreno and Pat Quick, as he's been running well, guys, just at a lesser level.
Yeah, I mean, the least classy horse just won this race. I think it's an indication of the other horses in here more than it is of Liberty Rising. The one, Spiteful Storm, certainly didn't want to win from the inside. Tom's Chicken Fingers turned it away. Alzero looked like he was completely out of the race early, and then he somehow looks like he's finishing late. I don't think any of them were finishing late. It just so happens that Liberty Rising was finishing better than the rest of them.
Yeah, and I thought Manny Franco probably made the right call with number 1, Spiteful Storm, who was second choice at 2-1. You know, kind of taking that element of not braking well or getting steady behind traffic, putting him on the lead, which made it difficult for Tom's Chicken Fingers, your favorite, and he battled gamely, but he was just used up.
No, I thought so, and it was one of those situations where when you think 4 horses could win at the end of the race like that, to me, it's an indication that it wasn't a great race.
Correct.
It just, someone's there, they're not, they're coming. This one looks like they're done, then they run. I would prefer to not wager ever again in my life on any of these horses moving forward.
Congratulations, though, to the connections of Liberty Rising. As we get into winter time, bringing you in on the conversation, a lot of times the kickback can be somewhat detrimental to these horses.
Yeah, it comes back harder on days like this. The ground's just got a little bit of bite to it, if you will. I call it some pepper in there, and I thought it really affected Alzero. And I agree with Jonathan. No one was finishing. I mean, they came home 3/4 in 1:14. But once he got out of the kickback, to me, you could kind of see him running into it. It was really peppering him. His ears were pinned. He's on the wrong lead. When he got out in the clear, his stride changed and he leveled off. If he had gotten in the clear maybe a bit sooner, but once again, his trip was set up because he's just not handy away from the gate, and he had a steady about 30 yards into the race. Probably cost him, but at least it was still a good effort.
And you can see he's kind of the horse that is taking the most of that biting kickback. Maybe, too, if he was a little more willing to switch leads and not lug in, he may have been a little closer in the end, too.
Yeah, you know what they say. If he would have done, if he would do all those things, he wouldn't be running. He wouldn't be running all those times for. Well, he was entered. He ran for 50 a couple times though, but he's going to probably be in this arena of the maidens for a little bit.
Probably back down to the 50 in the foreseeable future. But Brad Cox, his horses have been running lights out, especially here at the Big A. We'll recap some of his big wins as he does send out a pair in the upcoming 3rd race at the Big A. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races with live coverage from Aqueduct as well as opening day from Oaklawn Park. And we are brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. 13-1 winner to kick off our live action here at Aqueduct as we saw Liberty Rising break through with the step back up in class and lucky start number 10, returning 29-46 over the even money favorite, Tom's Chicken Fingers. And yeah, not much else we can say about that race. Race 3, it is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. This one, though, for winners, an allowance race for the state-bred fillies going the 7 furlongs on the main track. A big scratch in number 4, Lady Rose, and making the chances of the duo for Brad Cox on the outside that much better, though. All the money going currently to the 5 at 1-5, Pinky Briar. As guys, we saw trainer Brad Cox have quite the big weekend in taking down the Grade 2 Cigar Mile with Bishop's Bay, as he had to run and get Micah. We're still not totally confirmed on how to pronounce that, who was loose in here, but Bishop's Bay, he improves his record to 9 wins and 13 starts, earning a 107 Buyer.
Yeah, so consistent, right? You see that 9 wins out of 13 starts. You got to give a lot of credit there. In fact, 3 seconds as well. The issue I've always had with Bishop's Bay is he's just always kind of been that, you know, really good allowance, Grade 3 type horse until last weekend. He then threw himself in the conversation of winning a Grade 2 like the Cigar Mile, which I would really consider like a Grade 2 plus because it used to be a Grade 1 and where it falls on the calendar. And now he can kind of start to target some bigger races next year, and he fits in those conversations. So I was proud to see him do that based on, you know, kind of matching up his record with, you know, improving into a better horse.
Yeah, exactly. That was the concern with him, whether or not he was going to be able to take that step forward and really show that he could be kind of that Grade 2, Grade 1 type of horse where he'd been ultra consistent, but we hadn't really seen him show up against some of the top older horses overall. But if he runs something like that Cigar Mile yet again moving forwards, he's certainly a major player in the older horse division.
And speaking of 3-year-olds, though, we saw a very impressive performance from Disco Time. This one in the Dwyer and just hands and heels from Laurent Giroux through the lane. This guy extends his record to 5 for 5 lifetime. And, you know, unfortunately for him, for his connections, what have you, he missed 3-year-old championship season, right? Do you think that he would have been a force to be reckoned with in the face of the likes of Sovereignty?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that I remember Travers, we thought that Magnitude offered a challenge to Sovereignty that he didn't see really throughout the entire Triple Crown season, which is a really talented horse with speed. This horse does have that speed. So, yeah, I think, you know, I mean, there's probably not a lot of equity in playing what could have happened if he would have been around. But I think we'll find out hopefully next year what happens if they end up in some of the same gates together. That could be a lot of fun.
You bring up a great point because he has a different running style, and so that could be the thing that potentially gives him that edge over some of the horses that he'll be having to face moving forwards if he's going to be a player against some of those 3-year-olds we saw really be successful this year.
It looks like his next start will not be in this country. He is likely heading to the Middle East for a start in Saudi Cup. As coming up next, though, beautiful day there in Hot Springs, Arkansas, as their first race is on the track. More to come here on America's Day at the Races.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September yearling sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
This holiday season, give the gift of racing with NYRA Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your own account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NYRABets.com. Now's the time to subscribe to the NYRA Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like NYRA Bets on YouTube.
Perfect. Thank you. Picture perfect afternoon here in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Opening day, Oaklawn Park. Opening day, the holiday meet. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. And what better way to start, Megan, than 2-year-old fillies coming up here. And talked about the purse distribution, the $900,000 a day. Now they're running for $100,000 in this first race, these freshman fillies.
It doesn't get much better than starting this kind of card, this kind of meet, Lafitte, with these 2-year-olds. Very good group assembled here. But I just have to say, the hospitality here, this is my very first week at Hot Springs, very first time at Oaklawn Park. It's been off the charts. Everybody has been so kind and welcoming since arriving. And of course, I get my best buddy here with Lafitte to guide me to this weekend.
And looking forward to all of it. Great racing, great people here at Oaklawn Park in that first race of the brand new meet just around the corner. These 2-year-old fillies, as they hit the track moments ago, they'll be routing mile and a 16th. We touched on the purse. Key scratch, Rockin' Robin is out, starting with Sissy Socks. And
how to ride one. It's always optimistic when you can retain Louis. First race. First of the meet.
Authentic Cat, the lone first-time starter.
Yeah, lone first-time starter was with Jimmy Jerkins earlier in New York, who's been in New York before coming to Oaklawn Park as the lone first-timer in this group.
Much more on the favorite in a moment. Jolly Jolene, Megan's top selection. Then a long shot here in Jackie Blue, the lone Mark Cassie training
Yeah, the
now.
other Cassie, now that Rockin' Robin had scratched, is certainly a contender with Jaime Torres aboard.
Quality Amy currently 11-1.
Big pedigree there, half to Grade 1 winning sprinter Copian for our colleague Tom Amos.
Bred to run all day, stretching out for the first time. Then my Glenda Fay, Joel Rosario. Might not take too long for Rosario to get settled in here to his new winter home.
Right there for Dallas Stewart, homebred by Gunrunner. Should want every step of this route of ground.
Cold case to the outside. Trainer Ron Moquette, 27 years he's been training horses, running horses here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, a bit cold up there on the tote board, but I liked what I saw from her in the paddock.
Freshman fillies in the first of 10, opening day, mile and a 16th. And with the absence of Rockin' Robin, who was the morning line favorite, now, Megan, your top selection, Jolly Jolene. Yeah, you're not going to.
Looking at the form before Rockin' Robin was scratched. She made a good impression in the paddock there for Lindsay Schultz with Francisco Arrieta aboard, now taking 3-2. Quite short on her, but she's a leggy filly by Gervin, who's a sire that I quite like. I find she'll be able to get the propensity for this route of ground distance, stretching out from that solid performance at 7 furlongs. And, you know, she's one I'm quite fond of as far as the pedigree was concerned. She's been running in strong maiden special weight races in Kentucky. She ran into Grade 2 Goldenrod winner Bella Ballerina on debut, and I liked what I saw from her physically. Well turned out there for the Lindsay Schultz barn, but have to touch base on the number 1. Sissy Socks there for the Mike Maker barn. Last Oaklawn meet, he was 10 for 79. He's been a strong presence here. And again, she's one that was well turned out. I liked her physically, but she's got a lovely pedigree. The propensity to route by Tis the Law out of an Into Mischief mare. Her second dam was a Grade 1 placed dirt router. So I find she'll be able to stretch, draws that inside position. So I want to be able to see her break with a little bit more speed. But she was sharp coming into the paddock. I find she'll be one, hopefully Lafitte, that will be able to break and go forward.
Just watching where the money goes, and I think specifically early in the meet when you have star riders that are either returning for a winter at Oaklawn Park, a Joel Rosario, or a Louis Saya spending a first full season here at Oaklawn Park, where it might be overbet, and you see where that money's going just because of that name recognition.
Absolutely. You know, you see we'll find that with Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. Those horses are going to get bet, but a little long shot price, the first-time starter. I wanted to touch on Lafitte, the number 2, Authentic Cat there. I think that this horse is going to want every bit of the route of ground distance. Hopefully she'll be able to make a good impression. I found her very interesting as a long shot underneath.
2-year-old fillies all set for the first race of this holiday meet. Live racing back at Oaklawn Park for the 3rd year. Matt Dinnerman on the mic with the call. The opener live on Fox Sports 2 from Oaklawn Park.
We're off and running at Oaklawn Park, and a terrible stumble for Jolly Jolene. Totally missed the break and stumbled very badly, is well out of it. Jolly Jolene would have to do something special to win it after that beginning. They go into the first turn run here, and Sissy Sox is on the lead, a length in front of Jackie Blues on a hold running in second. Quality Amy third with Cold Case placed well on the outside. Then the first-time starter, Authentic Cat, in the 5th position, 6 off the pace, 2 clear of My Glenda Fay, and a big gap to Jolly Jolene, well out of it after the bad break. Approaching the backstretch run, it's Sissy Sox on the lead, a length and a tail ahead. Jackie Blue in second, gap of 2. Quality Amy and Cold Case, they run as a pair. Another 3 to Authentic Cat. My Glenda Fay, patiently ridden by Joel Rosario, is second to last as one runner beats still, and that's Jolly Jolene as they hit the half-mile pole. Still on the lead, Sissy Sox, clear by 2 now, is opened up here. Jackie Blue second. Quality Amy attempting to get closer on the fence. Cold Case 3 wide trying to get closer as well. 2 back to Authentic Cat. My Glenda Fay has to pick it up. She's 9 lengths behind, still in the second last spot, and now gets a giddy up reminder. Still at the back, Jolly Jolene, Sissy Sox, Luis Saez getting away, and they've increased the lead to 4 with a quarter mile more to go. Authentic Cat picks up the running in second. Cold Case trying to get there too, but she's struggling just a little bit. Back in third is Authentic Cat, picks up the running in second, and comes after Sissy Sox with 1 furlong to go. Authentic Cat, the gray on the outside, has collared Sissy Sox in the final furlong and opens up. Authentic Cat going for the wire, 4 or 5 ahead and sailing away for Manny Esquivel to win the opener. Quality Amy was second, third home Sissy Sox, and Cold Case was 4th.
In her debut at 6-1, Authentic Cat for trainer Kenny McPeak in the first race of the brand new meet. Oaklawn Park. We go back to the start, Megan. What happened? The favorite, Jolly Jolene. What happened at the start? What went wrong?
Well, unfortunately, it looks like as we try to view that, she stumbled pretty severely at the start. She can bounce. With Jimmy Durkins at Belmont Park earlier this summer. She has been working well here at Oaklawn Park, as mentioned, for Kenny McPeak, who's just done really well with his 2-year-old so far, just in the year in its entirety, Lafitte.
Where we were first truly introduced to Torpedo Anna, at least her breakthrough performance and a sign of things to come, what she did here a couple of years back right before the Kentucky Oaks and Oaklawn signature race for 3-year-old fillies. McPeak, many big moments over the years here in Hot Springs, and to win a first race at a brand new meet with a first-time starter. Hey, you touched on the distance, and here she was debuting, tackling the mile and a 16th for the first time, and in her debut, we're at the top of the stretch. It looked like Sissy Sox and Louis Saez were loaded turning for home.
Yeah, I thought she would show more speed today, and that's exactly what she did with that inside rail draw, and she certainly was sharp. She got to the front end, set pretty moderate fractions, especially for a horse that's been on the lead for the first time, so I thought she put in an admirable performance there, but it was all the number 2. I mean, this horse really drew.
We do apologize, as always, working out the kinks when we're somewhere new. as Oaklawn working out their own kinks as well. So apologize for those mic issues with Lafitte and Megan, but really good-looking performance from that first-time starter for Kenny McPeak, and shout out, as they were saying too, to Jimmy Jerkins, who had her all summer and fall authentic cat, really putting that field to bed. Obviously, the race was over for the favorite, Jolly Jolene, who missed the break and stumbled badly.
Yeah, this is a reminder, your yearly reminder that Oaklawn can get very tricky, man. Just so many different horses coming from so many different places. The opportunity to find horses like this seems to come up quite often at Oaklawn.
6-1 over 12-1, so a nice payout there for the first race at Oaklawn. But back here at the Big A, we have horses in the paddock set and ready for race number 3, 1-2 on number 5, Pinky Briar. We do see her and her now stablemate, St. Bridget's Cross, getting a little bit closer in odds. But the last time they met, guys, they were separated, Sarah, by only a length. Before that, the roles were reversed.
And I think it's meaningful that we do see St. Bridget's Cross drawing towards the outside of, as you mentioned, her now stablemate and Pinky Briar. And this is a great example of if Flavien Prat is on a horse here lately, he's being overbet to the point that there is value being created with several other horses, because to me, Jonathan, you might feel differently. I did not see enough separating these two to take 1-2 on one of them and 4-1, now 7-2 on another.
Yeah, I mean, I actually prefer the 6 in here, and I completely agree. I mean, there doesn't feel like there's that much separating them according to what the prices will tell you. I also think it's funny, like, when was the last time, besides the last time, that you saw Brad Cox with 2 horses that he claimed in the same race? Like, it feels like
that's a good point.
It's not a game he plays anymore, unless it's for, you know, for Sandy and sometimes for Mike Dubb as well. So I just thought that was interesting to see 2 horses in here that were recently claimed, if not claimed last time, by Brad Cox.
It does seem like it's almost exclusive to New York, the amount of claiming that he does. And I will have to give a shout out to his assistant that we see on the screen there, Dustin Dugas on the left, is really astute at reading form and observing horses and making those claims for that guy right there, Sandy Goldfarb. As we've done away with entries, so they're not coupled in the wagering here, even though they do have that common ownership. I agree. St. Bridget's Cross for me has kind of been one of my pets in her brief career so far in the paddock. I always love what I'm seeing from her.
Well, and I think, too, imagine how short a price this entry would be if they were that coupled duo.
Joke, right?
Yeah, because you don't really have much going on in this race with the scratch of a horse who would have likely been one of your shorter prices in the number 4 Lady Rose for Linda Rice. So I just think that this price discrepancy isn't necessarily warranted with what we've seen so far on paper for the 2 outside runners.
They have similar styles as well, and I like the fact that St. Bridget's Cross is outside with those similar styles.
Hitting the track first, long shot, Dopamine.
Yeah, this horse hasn't really taken much money throughout the career, although did win first time out.
Dropping out of a graded stake and then a state-bred stake is Rena's Revenge as she cuts back in distance a bit.
I like a little bit less ground for this horse, who has been aggressively spotted over her last 2 starts and was showing that she could come from off the pace in a sprint on debut.
She can be a little tough to handle. It looks as though she's behaving herself. As another long shot here at 13-1 is Lovely Passion.
Yeah, another one with speed. There's been 6 wins out of this entire group. 5 of them have been wire to wire. The 3's win was wire to wire as well.
And here is your heavy favorite at 3-5, Pinky Briar, looking for 3 wins in a row.
Yeah, can certainly win. Just overbet in the situation at 3-5.
That's our girl, St. Bridget's Cross on the outside. First time though for Brad Cox.
This one carrying a lot of weight from the desk here, but certainly at the price that she is compared to your favorite, worth taking a shot at with the discrepancy that we do see.
Did you think there was an excuse for her last time?
I wouldn't even say that there was necessarily an excuse. I mean, she ran
well.
She ran fine. And I thought that maybe Pinky Briar just a little bit more tenacity, fighting her down to the wire in there. And maybe the concern is whether or not she's going to be as effective now getting the 7 furlongs versus the 6 or 6.5. But I think that going into this new barn, I really couldn't make a case for her to be so far off of a horse who just has been able to be right there with her and seems similar on paper.
Meg, what is this field showing you, especially your current 4-5 favorite?
Listen, the 4-5 favorite, Pinky Briar, looks good. Nice impression. She should have good speed. You get Flavien Prat. a lot to like, except the price, 4 to 5. And I actually prefer the other Brad Cox here, the 6, St. Bridget's Cross, making the first start for Brad Cox. Speaking with the owner, Sandy Goldfarb, owns both Pinky Briar and St. Bridget's Cross. And he said that she's doing really, really well. She did a couple of things they changed. They feel like she's going to have an improved effort. And looking at her leaving the paddock, she's got real old school kind of thing when a horse hits themselves behind with the masking tape and the pads around to protect. When a horse doesn't have the perfect conformation, sometimes they'll have a tendency to kind of tip themselves. And obviously, with those hard hooves, the shoes, they can cut themselves up. It looks like they might have figured something out, and maybe there's a step forward. Like her, very well posted, looks great, St. Bridget's Cross. The 3-horse Lovely Passion is going to have to run faster than she has at Finger Lakes. I just thought I'd point out she's a homebred, bred by Doc Belinsky, a veterinarian, as well as our friend Roddy Valenti. And then you have Dr. Alfred, Rick Alfred, who's put many jockey back together, particularly up in the Saratoga region. So a nice triumvirate there, breeding the 3 Lovely Passion. And the 2, Rena's Revenge. She looks fantastic. Boy, she's gone down to 6 to 5 now. Could not look any better. Kenny McPeak, who has put together a Hall of Fame resume. I think it's just a matter of time before he is enshrined in racing's Hall of Fame. But you also got Jimmy Jerkins as his assistant trainer here. She's dappled out, looks great. And having Jimmy Jerkins as your assistant, to me, it's like having a 3-star Michelin chef as your sous chef.
That is a perfect analogy for a gentleman in Jimmy Jerkins, who I believe should be in the Hall of Fame, as obviously comes from a good sire line of trainers. But Jimmy, he's just done such incredible work, as you would expect, with these horses that he's taken over, or that he has under his care for Kenny McPeak and Rena's Revenge. I was very interested in her, Jonathan, last time. She didn't run that well, but then again, there was a heavy favorite that got to dictate things on the front end in that Maid of the Mist.
I talked about this last week. I have a weakness, I think, in that I fall in love with the possibilities for a horse that broke their maiden at Saratoga. And Rena's Revenge is one of those horses that won first time out at Saratoga, and I just remember him on those days, and you get excited, and you think about the talent that you have to win first time out at Saratoga, and I'll chase those horses for a long time. Quiet Side, the list goes on of horses like that I continue to chase. She just has not run back to that race, and not even close to that race first time out.
That's some optimal self-awareness that you have of admitting that you're wooed by horses that win in Saratoga. I think a lot of us might do that subconsciously.
1000%. I mean, it's a weakness of mine. I'll always give him another shot.
They're in line as we head up to Chris Griffin for the call of the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day.
And they're off. Lovely Passion has speed, so does Dopamine towards the inside. They're 1-2. 3 wide, it's going to be Pinky Briar, and out wider is St. Bridget's Cross, who's now content to let the front 3 press on and tuck right in behind. The trailer is Rena's Revenge. They work up the back stretch and on the front end. In between horses, it's Lovely Passion and Kendrick Carmouche. Up by a neck still with tightly at the rail, that's Dopamine challenging. 3 wide journey for Pinky Briar. No excuses for the favorite. Having an easy time of it. Now a stalking second is losing some ground. Dopamine back in third. St. Bridget's Cross didn't get behind rival. Stays wide and has less than 4 furlongs to go and is now making a 3 wide run for the front. The trailer starts to warm to the task. That's Rena's Revenge. The leader is now Pinky Briar, and Pinky Briar has put a half length on Lovely Passion, trying to hang in there down towards the inside. An all-in St. Bridget's Cross. Dopamine is right in behind the tiring pace setter, and Rena's Revenge is at the back. They get set to reach the top of the stretch, and Flavien Prat and Pinky Briar, they start to build this margin at the top of the stretch as they approach that final furlong. Rena's Revenge is starting to make up some ground, is up on the outside. Pinky Briar has to find a bit more as Rena's Revenge is picking up the leader. Trying to get closer to the rival is going to be Pinky Briar, but it's not going to matter right now. Rena's Revenge, Pinky Briar trying to battle back. Rena's Revenge won it. Pinky Briar's second, then came Dopamine, re-rallying for third in 1 minute 28.63 seconds.
In a matter of 15 minutes, Kenny McPeak winning races here at the Big A as well as Oaklawn Park as Rena's Revenge picks them all up late.
I mean, I guess my weakness is a strength. You know, to remember when a horse is good enough to win first time out at Saratoga, there's obviously something there, and it was found today.
Clearly, they thought a lot of this horse to try to stretch her out, put her in the frisette next time out. That didn't work. She gets a little bit less ground to work with here, coming in after 2 tries at a mile. And this was sort of a Christopher Elliott makeup for the prior ride where he had a horse that was so sensitive to the kickback. Then he's able to have this horse get in the clear much sooner. Ends up being a different result for him with a different kind of horse going by your favorite, having just enough to hold on by about a head in the end.
Manny Franco tried to Flavien Prat, sorry Manny, Flavien Prat really tried to race ride Christopher Elliott there as he looked over his shoulder and came out about 5-6 paths to try to meet the challenge.
I think he did it ahead of time so much so that
I'm
with
not
that
saying it was a
preemptive
foul.
thinking,
That was just race riding.
I don't have a big opinion about it, but I think like the way he looked and did it may have been something where if the results were different, I could have seen more of an argument of, well, he goes up to the line, but he doesn't quite go over. And so like that way of looking at things and his ability to, just on the edge of potentially making Christopher Elliott have to make a different move, that's the smartness of Flavien Prat. And part of the reason why he's taking so much money here in New York.
It's like he sensed that his horse was emptying out and he tried to use every tool in his arsenal to try to get the win. Just second best today as 8-5 over 6-5, 2-5-1-6 here in race number 3 at Aqueduct. The second one for Christopher Elliott, off to a good start here on this Friday afternoon as Weigh the Risks. She'll be one of the favorites in Saturday's feature. It is the Go for One. More to come here on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. You can check out all the news stories, race insights, and more over at americasbestracing.net today. Getting in that Christmas season feeling here at the Big A. Paddock's adorned with the wreaths. There's trees up here on the other side of us, up in the studio. And Rena's Revenge, she's getting her picture taken with Christopher Elliott, who, you know, I think she just kind of wasn't fast enough to be up front early, and it actually worked out best for her. She was able to circle the field and pick them all up.
Well, I think she got a little bit of relief when she didn't have to see Grade 1 type fillies in the Frizette or even stakes type fillies in the Maid of the Mist. And now she was running down a horse that, you know, is running for 50 on occasion. So I think it was more about who she was chasing. I think she's probably showed up and run well enough in her other starts, just wasn't able to run down the horses that were in there.
She returns 5:58 for the win over the favorite Pinky Briar, and big long shot Dopamine picking up third. As our fourth race is coming up, that will kick off the late pick 5. Excuse me, a maiden special weight for the 3-year-olds and up, going a mile. A lot of horses moving from turf to dirt, as we do see a pretty evenly matched board. And I think based on connections, Ellesmere Island is your current early favorite. Okay, no thoughts on the turf horse, as we will check in with the feature. Do you want to talk about that? Is that more appealing than the fourth race, Jonathan?
I was letting you do your thing. I didn't know if
you
wanted to
I
go.
don't like awkward silences.
It wasn't even that bad. We had a second, but you jumped right in.
I thought you were moving on to the,
Fair enough,
Go for
as
wand.
we will.
Yeah.
Let's look at the go for wand. As we see Way the Risk installed at even money on the morning line, as she is coming off of a win in the Pumpkin Pie. And really, when you look at her, guys, as far as her dry dirt races, she is 4 for 5. And I think this 7 furlong to a mile distance is right up her alley, mile being the distance tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, her last 2 races really make her tough in here. Now, it's obviously a horse race, and they got to show up and do it. They're not run on paper. But her last 2, she's going to have to take a bit of a step back, and someone else is going to have to take a bit of a step forward.
I agree completely. She makes a lot of sense coming in, getting at that little stretch out from 2 starts at the 7 furlongs. And I think the thing with her is just, it's hard to evaluate what type of number is really representative of who she truly is, because she has some of those standout Beyer speed figures, like the 101, like the 96 in her second time on dirt. And then she has a couple of other numbers, like a 90, like an 88, that don't necessarily make her the price that she's likely to be coming up tomorrow. So she has it in her to run something in between those 2, and I think that something in between those 2 numbers is probably what ends up getting the victory tomorrow.
She has just really blossomed, though, as a 4-year-old, too, about to be 5. She'll take on some other horses, including Stonewall Star, the New York bred, who came back with a big second-place effort off of a 10-month layoff. She'll be one of the players as well for Horacio De Paz. That is the feature coming up tomorrow, the Go for Wand, as we will continue the live action here at the Big A. Sahin Savachi, he, as always, we got a little taste of his talents last year in the winter meet. He is booting home the winners yet again. Good to see him back off a little bit of an injury and back in the winner's circle.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia. Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish. First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Could not ask for a better setting. Opening day. Welcome back. Hot Springs, Arkansas, Oaklawn Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 as I am now joined by the voice of Saratoga, the voice at Santa Anita, and former track announcer here at Oaklawn Park, Frank Miramati, joining the show. Frank, great to be on set with you, my friend.
Taking it all in right here. I actually had never had this view other than one race before I started my duties here in 2012 during a race. I was, of course, following the late, great Terry Wallace, who served with distinction and excellence for 37 years, a good friend of mine, and a man who will always go down as the greatest voice in the history of Oaklawn.
He did it all.
He did
it all. Terry Wallace. And some of the fonder, more memorable moments you were here for, going back to the last year that you called races here, 2015, an American Pharaoh doing his thing leading up to the Derby and beyond.
I knew he was a special horse when the Zayat family showed up. I actually went across the roof. I didn't know how to get to the famous restaurant here in the club, but you could get there. It was a slippery day when American Pharaoh ran in the Rebel. And I knew if they were here, this might be something special. And so then he put on that show in the slot, came back with a performance that was one for the ages. And, you know, to me, one of my favorite calls I ever made and one of my favorite moments. I remember vividly everything that happened that day. And it was just something I always will take with me. And certainly he goes down as one of my favorite horses. What an unbelievable effort.
What a stride. Already been 10 years. Hard to believe. How productive will this year's road to the Kentucky Derby be through Hot Springs? We don't have any Derby-type runners in this upcoming second race, but the second race is upon us as we show you the post parade. These horses that hit the track just moments ago. $20,000 maiden claimers. Arkansas breds, fillies and mares, 6 furlong sprint. 5 is out wide open. And we are going to bypass the post parade because we're getting closer to post time. And Frank, so in the opener, here's what we saw. A first-time starter winning at 6-1, number 2. We have another first-time starter, number 2. You're getting half the price, and you like her today.
And she looked good in the post parade. I like to look at a horse. Certainly, before you make any bet, I would highly recommend you look at the horse. Obviously, you can't do so in multiple race wagers, but the first race winner certainly was strutting her stuff. And Ghost Money, this is a maiden 20, so you're not looking for the next winner of the Apple Blossom down the road, but you're looking for at least a horse that's calm, not getting jittery, and she certainly has been working extremely well for Jonas Gibson. I like that she's realistically placed for her debut. They bought her for $22,000. She debuts here for 20, no world beaters in here. But one thing I do want to mention about the Arkansas bred races, Lafitte, there are a couple things to look at. And most importantly, you look at horses that have been elsewhere facing others, open companies. So sometimes when they come here off of terrible form, they're now coming, not fighting the Kentucky breds and some of those other horses. So you see some horses taking drops and horses that have also faced their own kind, so to speak, like the one Devilish Gal, who's taking some play at 7-2, now trained by Rudy Brissett, comes out of a race where 2 horses did come back to win their next starts, and she does have speed from the inside, so she certainly, should make her presence felt. Any horse that has gone down at a maiden 16 at odds of 1-5, one you have to be a little leery of at any point in their careers. So I'm going to hope that the money that is correct on the first-time starter, Ghost Money.
5-2, Luis Saez aboard this Arkansas bred program at Oaklawn Park. Around $7 million throughout the course of the meet, distributed in races designated for Arkansas breds. They are deep, they are competitive, and this one no different with Ghost Money, the 5-2 favorite, and to the far outside, number 13, second choice, 7-2. Not for everyone. Make the rider Ramon Vasquez. Matt Dinnerman with the load and call post time, race 2, Oaklawn Park, live on FS2.
Air Castle has gone into the gate. Back 9, the one who's a little bit restless in the gate. The riders hopped off there. Israel Hernandez. Charmit coming up. Deliver Dawn goes it. 2 back. Like a Diamond. And after Like a Diamond, Not for Everyone. Coming up. Not for Everyone, Ramon Vasquez to round out the group. We're ready to go. And let off. Ghost Money was off a little bit slowly. Air Castle put into play early. Roots Tootin has some speed as well from the inside. Devilish Gal moving forward, 3 across the course down the backstretch run. Charmit is in the mix as well. So it's Roots Tootin. Narrow lead here early on Charmit, who runs in second. Devilish Gal third. Right behind them, placed well in that third position. Then the pair of Air Castle, Paris Accord. Another line of 3 right behind them. Not for Everyone. The first are Like a Diamond. And Ghost Money, who's inside going into the far turn. They're 3 clear of Kava. Y City is third last today, just ahead of back 9, and that leaves Deliver Dawn to trail as they round the far turn. Charmit picks up the running on the lead. Roots Tootin has given way, calls it an afternoon. Paris Accord taking second. Here's Not for Everyone catching the eye, moving up smartly 3 wide to come and challenge those leaders at the top of the stretch. Charmit has the lead. Not for Everyone on the outside continues that run, goes on by and grabs command with 3/16 to go. Not for Everyone on the wrong lead, getting towards the inside, but maintains the advantage. Like a Diamond coming on the scene late into second. Not for Everyone, 16th to go. A 4-length lead, and Not for Everyone's going to get it done. Not for Everyone, Ramon Vasquez to win it. Like a Diamond was second. Paris Accord third. Kava finished 4th.
Wrong lead, right result. Not for Everyone. Ramon Vasquez, the unconventional 13-12 exacta. We'll revisit the finish, Frank, but first to the start, and the first-time starter, not the cleanest of beginnings for Ghost Money.
She had many bullets in the holster, but you're not going to recover from coming out of the gate in that fashion. So she's very slow, very awkward. Tries to rush into contention right here. The door slams, and it's pretty much over for her at this point in time. In fact, she was basically eased out of the race. The winner at this stage, Lafitte, is in the yellow and red, the familiar colors of one Terry Brennan. Makes a sustained bid around the far turn and starts to come. I'm wearing a tie that honors the late, great Jack Van Berg. And he told me once in the Hollywood Park elevator, he wouldn't care less if a horse was on the wrong lead. I think it's something that is over-dramatized. If they're winning by open lengths, Jack was fine with it. He had a horse that went like 7 furlongs in 121 once. He said, you think I care? Meanwhile, this horse, much the best, made her presence felt in the debut last year, rallying from off the pace, came back ready, and much, much the best of this group.
Affirmed won a Triple Crown on his wrong or left lead. Sometimes it just doesn't make a difference. Didn't make a difference in this case with Not for Everyone. Terry Brennan, as you mentioned, 13-12-3-10, the unofficial order of finish. Ghost Money, as you mentioned, her race essentially over before it started. Not like she fell on her face. It wasn't a brutal stumble or anything, just sluggish getting out of the gates. It's her first start.
Yes, it is. And, it was a little deceptive seeing bullet after bullet down in Bossier City, and then one just getting ready for this start, albeit the last work, only a few working that day, but she had some speed in the past and certainly could improve off that extremely dismal effort.
Not for Everyone wins going away. 13-12-3-10 here. Magging, 2 races in the books, and you have the third on tap at the Big A.
Lafitte, I'll tell you who is for everyone. Frank Miramati, right, guys? Pleasure to see Frank out there with Lafitte in Hot Springs.
He's the best, and he's the pizza mayor as well.
That's
Frank
probably right
is.
there,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, he just faked it. He just wanted an excuse.
Story time with Frank is one of my favorite parts of Saratoga every year.
DeLuca's Pizza, cannot beat it. It does rival some of the best pizza places here in New York, as I'm sure Frank will be eating dinner there tonight. As horses in the paddock for today's 4th race, fillies going the mile, and this is for some older fillies, mostly 3-year-olds. They're all 3-year-olds, actually. 5-2 on number 6. Titania, whom does have a lovely pedigree, but you know what, Sarah, I thought was strange? She did not take that much money, relatively speaking, in that debut at Churchill.
She didn't, and it's a hard race to evaluate because we haven't seen many of those horses come back and run, so it's hard to say whether she's exiting a race that proves to be productive moving forwards. I will say that she did have some difficulty at the start of that race, certainly could improve second time out, has that upside, the pedigree that you mentioned being a half to Artorias, who took the Curlin, so I don't have any problems with this one getting a little bit more distance, even though the dam was a multiple Grade 1 winning sprinter. We'll just see if this one ends up being the goods in here, and certainly is getting bet this time around, though there's horses with a little bit more proven dirt form overall.
To play against for me, I mean, you pointed it out, Max, this horse took no money and could have been favored based on just the pedigree and the trainer alone, right? So obviously there's something there. Now, I will say this, there's the disclaimer that maybe the mile is like what this one wants being by Tappet, and maybe that's going to wake. But I don't like 5-2 on maybes, and I guess, or it could be. I would prefer to look elsewhere for horses that make a little bit more sense. I'll probably pick the 4. But I'll reserve judgment.
Why is that? She's a Gemma. Let's talk about her.
Let's talk about her.
She's looking good.
Yeah, I mean, I thought she ran well enough on debut at Tampa, and then she came back, showed speed, and faded last time going the mile for the first time. So, like, she's one of those horses that feels like, you know, she could continue to improve and continue to kind of travel the right direction. She's got enough early speed, which to me, speed indicates talent. The other stuff can get figured out. You can't teach a horse to run faster. You can teach them to run faster for longer, but you can't teach them to run faster. And so anytime I see a horse that can make the lead, show a little bit of talent, I can always lean on that. I think she could be interesting here third time out, second time going long.
And right, this is her first time, Sarah, that she's being able to pair races back to back. That has to be a benefit, right?
You would think so. And look, she had to come from the clouds in that debut. She earned that 81 Beyer speed figure sprinting, and she ends up finishing second in there. And then she took some money last time out and ultimately just got a little bit tired late. So perhaps the early speed that she showed was a function of her being fresh and ready off the layoff, or it's an indicator that that's the kind of tactic we're going to see from her moving forwards going a route of ground.
We'll see Sahin Savachi in the irons for his second time around on She's a Gemma. Kicking off the post breed, though, is Ellesmere Island, who'll go turf to dirt.
Yeah, you named it, turf to dirt. This time of year, I always am very reluctant.
Always feels like an experiment, right? But returning to the dirt, where she's run well in the past, is number 2, My Sharona.
Can be forwardly placed, has the reliable dirt form to go back to.
Here is one stepping up in class and doing so significantly, number 3, Snide.
Yeah, it was entered for 20 last month and scratched. This just feels like, oh, there's a race going. It's a maiden special weight. That's fine. We need to get a race in.
As number 4, She's a Gemma. She just went by. We discussed her merits. As number 5, Trango Tower. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this one ran okay last time, but not enough to get over. I want a better price on this, kind of a guess for me.
She's currently 5-1, but your 2-1 favor is number 6, Titania.
Hoping to take a step forward in here for Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt. The pedigree suggests she could do so, but too short a price for me, too.
Also returning to the dirt is number 7, Dimensionality. She hasn't run so well in the past, though, on it.
Yeah, I mean, her best races are on the turf. Like you mentioned earlier, at this time of year, it just feels like an experiment. Like, what are we going to do? You got a couple of choices. You can run on the dirt here, you can go south, or you can go to the farm. Those are your 3 choices, and you know, I'd never knock anyone for just, you know, double checking. Let's just make sure.
If you were a horse, would you go to the farm or to go south?
Is the farm like vacation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to the farm.
Yeah, ditto.
Yeah. I think we'd all choose the farm up here if we could.
Yeah, or I'd stay here.
The farm in the south, I think, was the best option. But Meg, as we check in with you, My Sharona.
Yeah, I like My Sharona here. I would also want to go south, but maybe Jamaica instead of the farm. I don't know. You tell me, Maggie. But My Sharona, listen, some of her dirt races are more than good enough to win here. She had one bad effort going 7 furlongs in Saratoga. They switched it to the turf. She ran on well there. But I just go back to her races at Aqueduct. She stakes place in the Busanda. She has natural speed. She should be forward. I thought there was a lot to like about the 2 My Sharona. The 4, She's a Gemma. I was going back and forth between these 2, which one I might pick. Showed more speed in her second start, stretching to the mile. Just looks great. Leanna Williford, Bill Mott's assistant here in New York, does a great job. And those are the 2 that I'm really going to lean on. The 6, Titania, with that really strong pedigree. looking at her, though, stretching to the mile, she's not very big, doesn't have a lot of size to her. Now, I'm not questioning Chad Brown or what he thinks of the horse, but I expected to see kind of a little more length, scope for a daughter of Tapit. I'm seeing a little more Paula's Silver Lining in there, but I'm all about My Sharona. And I also thought it was interesting what Jonathan was saying, you know, a trainer can fix things with horses, but you can't make them faster. When I would tutor the apprentice jockeys here in New York, I could show you things, technical things to work on, fix, but the one thing I would tell them that I couldn't fix was lazy. You got to work at it.
That is very true, Meg. Great advice, as always. And I think My Sharona does make a lot of sense because at least you have that go-back form to lean on here. Is Titania, and I agree with Meg, looking at her on the screen, she looks so much like Paula's Silver Lining. So definitely not like Artorias, who... Artorias was a Curlin, right? I think.
Arrogate, actually.
Arrogate, thank you.
Yeah.
He looked a lot like Arrogate, tall, long-legged, and she looks so much like her dam.
So 2 thoughts. Let's go My Sharona, and then we'll go to Titania. My Sharona, I think that when you see a horse, a lot of times what happens in these races, you see a horse who has some dirt form, and then people get carried away. This horse hit the board in a stake. That's legitimate dirt form. So I'm with you on the My Sharona thing. As far as the 6 is concerned, you know, and you know, I've heard Richie say it before. It makes it. He says it much more eloquently than I do about the baseball comparison. Just because they have good pedigree doesn't mean they're going to be good. Because if it was that easy, then this would be a much easier game for breeders than it is. Sometimes you take good and really good, and you mix them together, and you get a horse that's just not that fast. And based on the way she ran first time out, it was very disappointing considering. You know, Chad's horses run well first time out. The horse didn't take any money and didn't do much running. Now, like I said, she could stuff me in a locker in this situation here and run off the screen going the mile because she is a Tapit, but it doesn't feel like that's the case. And hearing Mig talk about the kind of the physicality as well, that's also a concern.
Yes, and what does he say? Mrs. Mays had 7 children, but only 1 Willie?
Well, I don't think it was Willie, but that's a good one. I think it was... I want to say DiMaggio. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Bobby?
It's DiMaggio.
Producer Bobby in my ear is Mig yelling at you which one it is.
Liaison. Bobby's usually our liaison between the paddock and the set. Mike's as they head into line. Sarah, what overall, you know, what were your thoughts on this race?
Yeah, I thought that My Sharona made a lot of sense in here. I will say Trainer Ray Handel, turf to dirt, made in special weight level, only won for 19 past 5 years, but I put less credence in that because she's shown already that she can handle the surface, and her last dirt race has been extremely productive behind Delightful Claire.
She's a Gemma, the one to catch here? Or just
I think they go with My Sharona. I don't know.
All right. Yeah. Okay. It'll be interesting who actually asserts themselves on the front end, as several of them look to have, you know, kind of this similar type of speed. Looking at time form US pace figures, it does look as though they have She's a Gemma as the fastest, but sometimes there's other intentions as they head into line. Dimensionality will complete the load as we head up to Chris Griffin for the call of race 4 from Aqueduct.
And in, all set. And they're off. Snide with early speed, sprints right to the front. It's Kendrick Harmouche, and Snide up by a neck. My Sharona wants to be forwardly placed, is in the orange cap towards the inside. They're 1-2. Just off of them, She's a Gemma is now traveling in tandem with Titania on the center of the racetrack. That's the leading quartet as they come out of the chute and hook up at the back stretch. Right there in 5th is Ellesmere Island. Up at the far outside comes Dimensionality, who's second to last, and the trailer, Trango Tower. They work up the backstretch, 23.46 for the opening quarter mile, and My Sharona is going to take it right to Snide, and these two head and head as they're approaching that 4 furlong mark left to go. Back there in 3rd is Ellesmere Island, and towards the outside is still Titania, patiently ridden from 4th. 3 wide in that second grouping is She's a Gemma. Dimensionality's got a wide run, and the trailer continues to be Trango Tower. 47.39 for the half-mile time. My Sharona with that head in front. Snide not going away easily, and Ellesmere Island has moved towards the outside, ready to challenge. She's a Gemma is now shoved along here from 4th. Sahin Savachi is trying to catch up to the leaders. Dimensionality is making a tough time of it. Trango Tower with a lot of ground to make up, and Titania has tailed off. They reach the top of the stretch, and My Sharona battles on with Snide. Snide at a big number, and Ellesmere Island is trying to join these two leaders. My Sharona trying to keep up, but Snide has a furlong left to go, and Snide is extending the margin. Can Ellesmere Island catch the 3 Snide? It's Snide, Kendra Carmouche, and trainer Linda Rice with a new single-season record right here at NYRA at 165. Snide will win it over Ellesmere Island, then give a late run.
Nice. At 28-1 is not something is said often, but Snide with this massive jump up in class. I mean, the 2 fields that she faced were not good. Maybe it's a reflection of this field as well, but she earned this one doing battle the entire way, guys.
I've been on the game long enough, not as long as some, and seen enough races, watched enough races, bet enough, handicapped enough to be able to look back at a horse and say, I kind of see where I got beat at. Based on the way that figure was okay, but against maiden 20s, getting loose last time, I did not see this happen.
Now, I will say, Maggie make a great point. She did it the hard way. She was forwardly placed. She ended up having the battle to her inside of My Sharona, who was getting back over to the dirt. You had a couple of no-shows in this spot, but overall, the way that she drew away from this field against some horses who had been facing some tougher company even on this surface, this was impressive, and congratulations to Linda Rice breaking the single-season record here in dramatic fashion.
Yeah, setting a new record that she, unfortunately, she had set it, then she got disqualified in hindsight, so she was only tied with David Jacobson, but now she can say that she sets the record for most wins in a calendar year on the NYRA circuit, and just her run through the past 4 years has been sensational. Day to day here in New York, one of the toughest circuits to win races on.
And you know, I think maybe it should have been hindsight, paid more attention to that she stepped this horse up in class as much as she did, because she's so clever with where she spots horses to be able to perform what she thinks is to the best of their ability. And she took an aggressive step up in class with this one, a horse who did improve dramatically in that second start and showing more forward position. I never could have had, but congrats if you did.
At 28-1, on top of all that, over 5-1 and 19-1. And speaking of no-shows, a dismal performance by Titania, who never looked interested or involved.
Yeah, but it's one of those races where she ran so bad that it's like it's not even an indication of how good she is. Like seriously, like something didn't, she didn't like what was happening, didn't go right, whatever. It wasn't like she ran like a bad fifth. She was basically eased.
165 wins. We see Linda Rice there with Aaron Yagoda in the winner's circle. She gets a sign to hold up again. She did
We've
2
holding
years
on to it.
ago. Hopefully she gets to keep it. As congratulations to Linda and her team as Snide gets the win in dramatic fashion here on America's Day at the Races.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and there we see Schneid in the winner's circle, trained by Linda Rice, and I'm so pleased to be here with you, Linda. This is a record-setting win with Schneid, 165 wins on the New York Racing Association circuit. All of the great trainers that have plied their trade over the years, you stand alone as number one. How does that feel?
That's a pretty remarkable record, and I'm proud to be amongst the trainers here in New York, the leading trainers.
You think about some of the names over the years that were perennial leading trainers here. Frank Martin's the one that comes to mind, a Hall of Famer. Linda, you've really put together a Hall of Fame resume, and a milestone like this really, I think, should get some voters' attention. How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I'm proud to be one of the perennial leading trainers in New York. It's been a long step ladder to get to that position, and I am humbled by it. So.
Linda, we talk about it often. Obviously, you're a terrific horse person, but you're a great manager as well, really placing your horse as well. But here you get this milestone with a filly that was moving from maiden 20 to maiden allowance.
You know, if I was going to win this race, I really thought it would be with Trango Tower. I was quite surprised, and I guess the public was too, at 28-1. But she is a Ralph Evans bred filly, was well meant at one time. She took a long time to come to the races, and you know, I did not want to run her back for maiden 20, so I just was looking for an option. But it was quite a surprise.
Well, you got it done with a horse that you own yourself, and guys, what a great milestone. Linda Rice, I'll throw it out there, belongs in the Hall of Fame.
Nobody put Mig on the Hall of Fame voting committee. I think he put a lot of people in the Hall of Fame, which I don't blame him. I think you have credence. Jonathan is not mic'd up.
Running commentary, though.
Sarah. Hey. Anyway, Schneid, as she said, a little bit of a surprise at 58-18. And I remember Ralph Evans homebred that had gone through a sale, and Linda actually kept her in the barn. So always, you know, again, showing that she had some promise and that Linda had some confidence in her.
And playing the long game, too. Really able to be aware of what horses may have in terms of future talent, keeping an eye on them for quite some time over the years, and having it eventually pay off, and not wanting to lose this horse for the claiming tag, taking that risk, stepping her up in class, and ultimately ended up being a winning one.
What I was saying was that Mig was saying that Linda Rice should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Mig should be too.
I agree. I agree with that, as he will go down as the winningest rider here at Aqueduct, much like Linda is the winningest trainer here. Is she? Well, I don't know. She's the winningest rider here in 2025 at NYRA, as Oaklawn is coming up next. Race at number 3, starter allowance, going the mile distance. And we do see fairly wide open board. Gunrunner Charlie and first player taking money for, of course, Joel Rosario and Luis Saez. They're applying their trade there at Oaklawn, as I am going to say goodbye, and I'm going to do so. No, I'm not. I'm kidding. I have one more race.
I'd love for you.
I think you're here until the 4th,
I have one more race. I'm trying
right?
to get out of here. I'm trying to get. I'm in my unnatural zone here, as I am sure these guys are very comfortable out there trackside. As Lafitte Pinkai and Frank Miramati, they have their thoughts on this race here.
Not going anywhere, Maggie. Not going anywhere. On set all day at Aqueduct. Much more with the crew in New York in just a moment. Back here, opening day continuing from Oaklawn Park. It's a mile race, first mile race in the afternoon, Frank. It's a different wire. It's the short wire. The jockeys don't want to get caught napping. Did you ever get caught napping, calling a mile race here?
It's a nauseating feeling when you're calling a race as though you still have a 16th to go, and you start watching jockeys stand up. I would make marks in the program. I would say it during the race. The great Terry Wallace would always say, and here they come into the short stretch of the mile run. I probably should have done the same. But I definitely got caught. I don't know an announcer that's been here that didn't bite the dust at that first finish line. It's a lot worse for the jockeys, but it's certainly not a highlight reel for those in my profession.
Yeah, all the faith in the world in Matt Dinnerman getting ready to call this third race. Going a mile, as mentioned, very deep and competitive in the presence of an all-world trainer and Steve Asmussen closing in on a... Steve Asmussen, the 30 years, February of 96, and that was only the beginning. Since then, 992 more. So the countdown is on. His 1,000th within reach. Stakes wins at Oaklawn, still piling him up. 123 and counting here with a run. Arkansas Derby, 4-time winner Asmussen, none more special than Superstock, owned by his father. Career earnings at Oaklawn Park at staggering $63 million plus. Training titles, another record. Asmussen, 14-time Oaklawn training champion. Asmussen, the authority, Oaklawn Park, and when he wins that 1,000th race here, Frank, it'll be the 5th different racetrack he has trained at least 1,000 winners at.
No surprise. I had the privilege, I think it was his 7,000th winner right here at Oaklawn. It was one of those. He has so many. It was one of those in that range. It was right here. And I remember our winners win, and Steve wins like no one else. And if you look in today's program, you think about him as a trainer, the first owner profile we see at Oaklawn is that of Steve Asmussen, and his horse looks great on the track too, first player. I did pick the 7, Determinedly. Determinedly was second in a race. I thought he was going right by Light the Way. Light the Way, undoubtedly one of Linda Rice's best claims this year. Went on to win 5 races afterward, and this horse looked like he was going by, so I think it's between those two.
All set. They finish up with a short wire. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Race 3, opening day, Oaklawn Park, live on FS2.
And Winners Lion. Shifty Gold goes in. Winners Lion to the outside. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this race will start and end at the 16th pole. Going a mile here. Working with Winners Lion. We're ready to go. And Leroff stumble at the break for Gettysburg Address. Good start from Determinedly. He's not going to go to the lead, though. Gunrunner Charlie, quarter horse down to there to show forward position. Riddle Solver, though, is quicker. And Riddle Solver in the first furlong has the lead. Gunrunner Charlie drifts a little wide into that first turn. A joint second with First Player in the early stages. Stoke the Fire is inside of that pair. Gap of 1.5 lengths to Fireball Burley. The gray Determinedly is down on the inside, 5 off the lead. Another length further back to Winners Lion. Shifty Gold third last with We Need a Favor, who draws up alongside. And Gettysburg Address after the stumble at the break is last. First, Riddle Solver, Ricardo Santana Jr. Neck in front, Gunrunner Charlie, stalking the pace but pressing on the outside with Luis Saez. Then a line of 3. Stoke the Fire down on the inside. Fireball Birdie is shaken up 3 wide. First Player between that pair going pretty well. Is between horses, 1.5 lengths off the lead. 2 back to Determinedly. Winners Lion shaken up outside of him. We Need a Favor into the third last position. Shifty Gold calls it a day, is plummeting back. And Gettysburg Address trying to get wound up from the back, has some work to do. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Riddle Solver under a hard ride now. Gunrunner Charlie right up alongside, coming to the top of the lane. They are even. Fireball Birdie 2 behind under a ride. Joel Rosario asking more from First Player. Tipping outside, splitting horses now as they come down the lane. Riddle Solver, Gunrunner Charlie, Riddle Solver finding more on the inside. First Player is going to try to lunge at him. Gunrunner Charlie's beaten. 100 yards to go. It's Riddle Solver, gate to wire. First Player's second. Gunrunner Charlie third. Fireball Birdie was fourth.
Cassie.
For this, and Ricardo Santana Jr., he has made his presence felt at Oaklawn for a long, long time. During the years I was here, he was dominating. And that was just vintage Ricardo, right to the front, fending off the bid. I mean, the Peter Miller horse was pressing him hard, and you would think that at that stage he was traveling well. But in the end, this horse draws off And first player certainly ran well in defeat. 1, 2, 8, 9, but a nice win. Took some action too from a 10-1 morning line for trainer Norm Cassie.
What a summer at Saratoga, Ricardo Santana. So many terrific seasons here. Oaklawn, Asmussen's go-to guy for so many years, an 8-time Oaklawn riding champion. Ricardo Santana, first of many victories upcoming this season. Riddle Solver, 1, 2, 8, 9. Much more from Oaklawn Park, Aqueduct, and Steve Asmussen. That countdown continues, closing in on his 1,000th win at Oaklawn.
Look at these two juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2. I'm Maggie Wolfendale and pleased to be joined here on set at Aqueduct with Jonathan Kinchin and Sarah El-Badwi as we have horses in the paddock for race number 5. It is a maiden 50. This one for the 3-year-olds and up 6.5 furlongs. 5-2 currently on number 4, Alias, for Linda Rice, looking to go back-to-back here, but this horse very disappointing in his last effort.
Yeah, he didn't run well last time, but did show some speed, just got a little tired late. It feels like this could be a situation where Linda gets back-to-back wins and just keeps extending her record.
Sarah, is that number, I know the 72 would make him a big player here, but I feel like that's a little high for that race, considering we saw Coffee Talk, who was for David Jacobson at that time, come back for Linda Rice and not run well as the favorite.
Yeah, I think it's hard to evaluate completely with all the changing connections as well. But I will say this horse did take a big jump forward off of the race prior to that, from a 51 to a 72, even though this horse did have a couple buyers in the high 60s. What I don't like is that this one keeps getting bet so heavily and then ends up being in the money but not getting the job done, and so well beaten last time out. Now, going first off the claim for Linda opts to keep this one at the maiden 50 level. We'll see if this horse can sustain that early speed that this one has shown, but I don't know. I think that there are some other horses in here that could offer a little bit more value, with Fiddling Felix being one of them.
He is a horse that has had his chances, as we'll go back to this summer at Saratoga and check out what was one of his better efforts, going the 6.5 furlongs. And I've always maintained that this horse is more of a closing sprinter. I know he was entered in a similar spot, sprinting again. I think we canceled. I believe it was at November 16th car possibly. But I thought, too, even though he was well beaten and 4th last time out, it was a pretty live field.
It was, and we saw a couple horses come out of that race and go on to do good things. I love the cutback for this horse, who, if he runs this race that we're looking at, a 75 buyer, he's right in the mix, and he has a couple of faster races to go back to as well. I think he was a little bit against the racetrack, going longer in that October 3rd start, a day where you want to be right on the inside. And the horse who won that day, Dettori, took full advantage of having that forward position and riding the rail. Then I agree with you. He's coming out of a live race. So there are some built-in excuses for a horse where at first 0 for 10 doesn't necessarily attract me to a horse who might be the second choice. But compared to your favorite, as well as a couple others in here, his level of consistency as well as the built-in excuses he has make him a very logical player.
I could not agree more. I think I did Talking Horses, the handicapping show with Andy that day, and I picked Fiddling Felix. And it was a very similar spot that we see him in here. JK, to be with Alias or not?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't have any issue if anyone wants to play. I'm not necessarily trying to talk off. I think the 5 is interesting. I just thought a couple of those dirt races, although beaten by a lot of different lengths, a couple of them were facing better. Some excuses built in there. I just feel like if you look at that race 3 back, right, the back in July, the 4th, the horse ran pretty well that day. It's been a winner out of that race. I just think that at the price, with a bunch of other guessing with the other ones, I thought the 12-1 was at least a little bit interesting.
It is a good price on this horse. The problem I have with him is that, yeah, on the surface of things, that was a good field 3 back. He did no running in that one, and I thought he ran even worse in that common race that he comes out of with Fiddling Felix. I do think, I've always thought that he's a little bit more of a turf horse, but I just didn't understand why they sprinted him on the turf. It's a strange managing of Private Flight. We'll see if this condition agrees with him, and as you said, he's a generous 14-1 right now.
Yeah, I think there are prices for sure in here, and so I have no problem with you trying to go with a horse who is going to be going this distance and in for the tag, going the distance for the first time on the dirt. There are others where we don't necessarily know that they can't do this yet, as much as we've seen from a horse like Alias, who, new barn, new surroundings, you never know what we're going to get from this one, but there's value elsewhere for sure.
Speaking of not knowing, we kick things off with a first-time starter from the Dave Duggan barn who does bookend this field.
Yeah, taking a little bit of money for a trainer who's only 6% throughout his career with first-time starters.
Up goes the Wiz as number 2, Magnanimous Max. It's a little bit of a makeover here, first-time Lasix and blinkers.
Took a little money last time and was wide, those blinkers going on, and now going over to Brad Cox, and we'll see.
Gualilo is another one adding blinkers.
Yeah, for some reason ran horribly last time, but the 2 times before that took a little bit of money and ran okay.
That was a joke. That was a tough field he was in last time, to be fair. Gets Flavian Pratt. As we just saw Alias go by. Here's number 5, Private Flight.
Yeah, I talked about, I think this one is at least interesting at the price.
And Fiddling Felix, not fiddling with the pony today.
Guess not. He's had his chances, but certainly seems to show up, especially sprinting.
And to round out the field off of a layoff is number 8, Gypsy Dreaming, the other Dave Duggan horse.
I thought this one not impossible either. Some tough maiden special weight spots on the dirt, and then really did not start all that well in the race on April 25th. Has a little bit of early speed, but can be tactical.
That is your field for today's 5th race, kicking off that late pick 4. As we check in with Richie downstairs, Magnanimous Max, number 2 in here. What did you think about his chances turning back in distance today?
Yeah, I actually kind of like it. I also like the makeover that you alluded to, Maggie. But he's a lot of horse, a big, stout individual. Thought that, he could take a step forward here, going back to the 6.5, especially with the addition of blinkers. Another horse with the addition of blinkers that really made a good impression is the 3, Gualilo. This is who I like, and this will be my top selection. Last time he's caught in a position of chasing a horse, Life and Times, who came back and was super impressive in his second start. He's 2 for 2 now for trainer Todd Pletcher. And when you're cast in that position, trying to outrun a faster individual, a more talented individual, believe it or not, as bow-legged as I am, I ran track as a kid a little bit and ran into a kid that held the record for the mile in our age division for a number of years. Well, I ran as hard as I could, and he just kept getting further and further away from me, and it's pretty debilitating. So I'll forgive the fact that he just basically caved in last time because he was overmatched by life and times. And I just think he's landing in a good spot. You keep Flavien Prat, and I also like him with the addition of blinkers. The 4 Alias, listen, he looks fast. You look at him and you just say, man, this guy has speed. He does have speed. Hasn't been able to see it through yet. And the 8-horse Gypsy Dreamin' made a really nice physical impression in the paddock. Loved what I saw from him. I'm a big Dave Duggan fan. Everybody knows that. He does great work. His horses look good. And I think this horse is well posted on the outside with Lane Luzzy. And Maggie, I just want to apologize in advance that you're going to have to come out here. That sun's starting to go behind the grandstand, and it is getting colder.
It seems as though winter has come in like a lion this year, Meg. Thank you. As it feels like it's been colder earlier than what it has been in the last several years.
Yeah, I mean, you would know. I would if I wanted to. You spend a lot more time outside than I do, so I'll take your word for it. It's always, 60 and sunny in here.
And Jonathan puts on the air conditioning, even though
Gets stuffy in here.
I feel like that sun bakes you no matter what time of year it is up here on the set. What about this first-time starter, Pop Goes the Whiz? They've had to be patient as this horse is almost a 4-year-old now. Did sell for $85,000 at the phase of Tipton Timonium sale after working 10-1, which is pretty fast for that sale. Is by Instagram, who was actually okay with his older first-time starters. And as far as the pedigree, the Dam did win first time out as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, I actually like this horse a little bit and taking some money for, as Jonathan mentioned, Dave Duggan, not necessarily known for firing up with the first-time starters, but if you look at the maiden claiming level, dirt sprinting, he's only 1 for 7, but 43% in the money, so not a huge sample size, but at least able to get these horses ready to go. And the Dam actually beat Elate in an allowance race with an 89 Beyer speed figure before Elate became the great Elate that she was, but still, I think that that's a feather in her cap. Finished 3rd in a race behind Blue Prize, who eventually would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff. So there is some of that pedigree there. And you mentioned the fast work. This horse did a couple of works ago, bullet drill out of the gate, 47 flat, best of 122. So maybe the inside draw won't be too much of a disadvantage.
I think it's an interesting option to go to the rail with the first-time starter when you've got 5 horses that are between 3-1 and 6-1. And 4 of those horses that have run before were beaten 50 lengths total in their last start. So it's like, give a first-time starter a shot. We don't know who they are. We kind of know who the other ones are, and there's nothing to make you feel warm and fuzzy.
Exactly. The chances are adding up for the rest of this field as they are working with number 6 in here, Fiddling Felix. Doesn't want to load. A little obstinate to get into the gate, trying to coax him forward. Scott Jordan and his team. Looks as though he's in now. That means there's 1 out, and we head upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call of race 5 from Aqueduct.
All set. And they're off. Free running on the outside. It's Gypsy Dreaming right out towards the front, held high, and back there in second is going to be Alias, who's now a shared second with Magnanimous Max. That's the leading trio, but Gypsy Dreaming is the leader. Gypsy Dreaming, now comfortable on the front end, gets over to the rail, is now in front by a full length. Towards the outside, it's Alias, who's taken a clear second with Magnanimous Max back to 3rd. Fiddling Felix is trying to rally on 3 wide. Just behind them is Gualillo. Second to last is going to be Pop Goes the Whiz, and the trailer, Private Flight. They're well into the far turn right now, and Gypsy Dreaming just moving right along. Gypsy Dreaming 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Alias is in full pursuit right there from second. Manny Franco, Fiddling Felix, 3 wide, coming after the leader now. Dropping back was Magnanimous Max. They get set to reach the top of the stretch. Gypsy Dreaming trying to run away. Gypsy Dreaming still up by a neck. Here comes Alias, and Alias is ready to challenge and now puts a neck in front. Fiddling Felix is trying to run on from the back. Pop Goes the Wiz is trying to rally. Also on the far outside, Gualillo. Fiddling Felix to the outside of Alias, who's still there. Inside the final 16, 3 of them down to the line. Gualillo grandstand side. It's going to be a photo finish. Fiddling Felix is right there with the inside Alias. Finishing third was Gualillo in 1 minute 20.45 seconds.
Fiddling Felix and Manny Franco, they needed every inch of the stretch to get up. And Sarah, he was on that kind of tough 3-wide pursuit the whole way. A horse where I think the jury was totally out on how he ultimately wants to be ridden. And Manny said, you know what? I'm just going to keep after him the entire way. And it worked.
Yeah, this one had most experience coming in, but you could say that he would appreciate the cutback in distance. He's one that had some of the faster races to go back to. He'd faced some of the better company overall. And when you have a horse that's continually not getting their picture taken at a short price like Alias, it makes you want to go in a slightly different direction. And while the 3 ended up going off as your favorite with Bobby and Pratt aboard and ended up having that clear run down the outside, Fiddling Felix just had the level of consistency that he was bringing to this race where there was so much unknown.
3 similar prices, hitting the wire together, 5-2 and 3-1, though, on your eventual winner, as it is 6-4-3-1. I thought a good effort from the first-time starter, better than it might appear on paper from the first-time starter, Pop Goes the Wiz.
Yeah, he was down there. He took a lot of dirt. You look, if you watch the replay, you can see him covered in dirt. He's taking chances, trying to get in there. He's fighting on. He showed some courage. I think there's definitely something there, promising, especially for a trainer who doesn't have his horses typically, cranked up, ready to rock and roll first time out.
Yeah, he was down on the rail, not the quickest into stride, but, kept finding, and as Mig touched on earlier, that kind of kickback that gets a little bit more severe when you're dealing with the cold weather. Everything, I think, hurts more in the cold weather. He never relented. He kept finding, even though he was running up into a wall of horses.
Yeah, I think this is a race to learn something out of for sure. A horse who didn't get out of the gate all that well, but still trying to find that clear lane of running room. It never really appeared for him fully in this spot. Now, I don't think he was ever winning, but maybe one to watch next time.
And definitely room for improvement, as this time it's for real. I'm leaving. As I am going to run downstairs, do some reporting. We'll have Greg Wolf, who just appeared on the scene like magic. He is going to take the reins, and of course, we still have live action from opening day at Oaklawn Park. Lafitte, Megan, and Frank. They'll still bring you the live action from Hot Springs here on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Stay tuned.
First and foremost, it's a family operation. It's fun to be a fourth-generation president of Oaklawn and to see how we've grown. We've been in the same location. We haven't had to move across the street. That's kind of neat. It is about racing at Oaklawn. We tell everyone, especially our new employees, it's racing first. My great-grandfather, Louis Sella, built it in 1904. Charles Sella took over after him. John Sella took over after him, and then we had another Charles Sella. My father take it over, and now we have Louis Sella. We like keeping the same names in the family. It helps with monogramming. I would sit in on meetings even at a young age. My father would take me and say, you know, be quiet and sit in the corner, and I'd do and just listen. And throughout my life, I've been involved with racing, and it's always been really a part of me until finally when it was time to move in and commit. You can look at our media guide, which is published online as well, and look at that history. It's remarkable. We've beaten Prohibition, and we've gone through a couple of world wars and Vietnam and depressions, recessions. Truly the reason we're successful is for the reasons I just said, that we've been able to evolve, we've been able to change with the times. Beyond that, it's racing first, and really the oldest family in racetrack management in the United States, and we're very proud of that, and we're proud of that legacy, and we think that racing is successful and exciting and has a great future if you believe in it, and if you put your heart and soul in it, and you go forward with that mentality. We see that with our employees, we see that with our trainers, our horsemen, we see that with the horse owners that fly in from coast to coast because of the excitement that we have here at Oaklawn.
Good to be with you. Greg Wolf stepping in for Maggie Wolfendale as we continue with live opening day coverage from Hot Springs. Louis Sella set to be enshrined to the Arkansas Hall of Fame in early 2026, along with former Cy Young Award winner, part of that class, Dallas Keuchel. Good to be with you two as we get set for more coming on this card. That late pick 5. Of course, we have the stakes race for 2-year-olds in there. Tom Amos going to be featured prominently in a couple of these races too.
Yeah, I think a little bit later in the show, I think I got a cross-country pick 5. I think I got a $3 late pick 3, the new $3 late pick 3 wager that they have at Oaklawn Park, and the $5 double, the kind of get out late double. I like that $5 late double. That's a lot of fun.
Lot of late action. Plenty of wagers to look forward to coming up. Let's get back to New York right now and wrap up race 5 before we get into about 17 minutes to post here in race 6. Fiddling Felix, Sarah with the victory.
Yeah, the consistency that this one had ended up paying off in here, where you had a couple of unknowns or horses that were a little bit less exposed. Look, 0 for 10 on its face is not necessarily appealing at what was a shorter price for this horse, but he had some built-in excuses. He was able to cut back in distance well, and Manny Franco really making sure that he got his workout in for this ride to get up just over Alias, who hits the board at a short price yet again.
Yeah, Manny just kept grinding away. The horse was cutting back a little bit in distance, and you get that a lot of times, the horse is cutting back. You just get that extra ump from them late when you need it. It was only a couple of inches, but it made the difference.
So $8.60 for the win. Pick 4 that ends there over $2,700. Nice return. Pick 5 even better, $12,968.92 for the early pick 5. Final 3 on the card starts with race 6 here, 1-turn mile. Condition claiming race, $17,000 $500 tag. Queen in the deck. A lot of money right now at 65.
Yeah, taking a lot of money, not necessarily one that gives you that warm and fuzzy feeling at such a short price. Feels like there's some more interesting options in this group.
All right, we'll get back to this one in a moment. We return to Hot Springs as they approach the 5-minute mark to post race number 4 ahead. Starts at pick 4, 6 furlong sprint. Condition $10,000 claiming group coming up in this race, where it's the 8 right now. Favored Jackman, who a couple of years ago, from end of December 23 to early 24, won 4 in a row at the meet before that streak finally came to an end. So has had a lot of success in Hot Springs. Let's go to Frank and Megan for more.
Thank you so much, Greg. I'm here with Megan Burgess. Welcome back. A little break here on your first day at Oaklawn. How are things going for you?
You know, I will say this. This is my first day here, Frank, and everybody's just been so nice. How are you? How's your day? They're excited. They're asking for pics. It's just the best atmosphere. The races are fantastic, large fields, lots of opportunity for folks, and I just love it here. It's been 48 to 72 hours, but I think that I'll do just fine here.
The good news is that's all genuine what's coming your way, and you're going to get a lot more of that as you're here. You won't find nicer people than those in Hot Springs. I said it then, I'll say it now. It's just a real good feeling that you get from the community here, and they love their racing. Let's take a look at the field here for race number 4, 6 furlongs claiming event, and the price here is $10,000, Megan. We've got some interesting droppers in this race. We looked at the one Lake of Fire for owner-trainer Robert Klein. Here's Ben Franklin taking a huge drop. What do you do with him?
Well, he comes off the layoff here for Chris Hartman. You're going to have to kind of figure out where he stands in this melting pot of class.
Palace Kitten comes in from Arapahoe, where the 6th and 8th place finishers ended up winning. Here's the 4, Easy Fast, a horse I thought was interesting at a price for Jimmy DeVito. Stumbled, unseated the rider at 8-5, and is realistically spotted.
Liked what I saw from him in the paddock.
Here's the 5, Mighty Message for Ike Green, a horse that certainly has abundance of early speed. 6 and 7 are out, and here's a horse that you wanted to talk about a bit, Jackman for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, he seems to be one of your deserving favorites. He could be vulnerable as far as a pace perspective. We'll add on later.
Captain Jack made a run through the post parade there at a huge price. Here's the 10 face value for Sippy Contreras.
Yeah, face value could have some value there up on the board at 7-1.
11 Outlier for Scott Young, in for 10, dropping from 20, where he was no factor last time out.
Has to improve here.
And Ravenstown on the outside, 9-1 from an 8-1 morning line. So right where you would expect him to be, another with speed.
Yeah, could be sneaky there as far as just overall class and figures. He stacks up against this group.
Let's take a look at Jackman and get your thoughts, Megan, on this horse. As Greg mentioned, this horse has certainly shown an affinity for the winner's circle in the past. Will he return to his winning ways today? He loves Oaklawn.
He does love Oaklawn. Kind of gives me the vibes of Skelly, as some of Steve's horses just really take to Hot Springs, and Jackman among one of them. He's seeking his 9th win here. He does provide some of his form as far as this overall group, but I will say this, he's been churning along at Remington. Could be vulnerable here for Asmussen, as he doesn't have much early speed. As of late, he's given himself much to do, but 15 wins, 55 starts, over $500,000 in earnings. You just have to appreciate the sound durability of the 7-year-old.
Bred by the legendary Shortleaf stable. Great career for Jackman. There are others in here that have to be considered, including the 2, Ben Franklin. Ben Franklin takes that huge drop in class. To me, when I see a horse like this, Megan, I'm thinking, I don't want to place bet on this horse. This horse is either going to be best or there will be a search party.
Exactly, up there at 5-2. Another that could be vulnerable here. Coming off the layoff, he was claimed from McPeak last time out and then immediately sent to the bench. So hasn't yet ran for Chris Hartman, and Chris Hartman first off the claim. Off that extended layoff, he's 1 for 2. Obviously doesn't do so often. Blakely wasn't anticipating it happened then, but as far as from a fitness level, I think that he should be well prepared for this particular group. And as far as his form prior to the layoff, I thought he fit. He's another one, though, Frank. He is a closing sort, and as far as the dynamics of this race, he could also be vulnerable there, trying to make up ground late.
All right, so we've covered the first 2 favorites. Next on the post period, you'll see that the numbers 4 and 10 are the 3rd and 4th choices. I was looking at Easy Fast, and Easy Fast, coming off the 3rd start off that July race, ended up winning 2 starts ago. He was protected in both of those starts. The first time he wasn't protected, seemed like he was the legitimate favorite, but how many times do you see horses like that when they're, having a very unfortunate situation as a big favorite, come back now at a much more realistic spot for Jimmy DeVito and the barn that he trained so many for, the Double Down Stables. I think this horse is an interesting long shot.
He is an interesting long shot there. I mean, he's kind of not necessarily a long shot. Folks are gravitating towards him as he has taken a bit of money off of that 8-1 morning line. But as far as him physically, he's certainly carrying his weight well. I thought he looked fantastic in the paddock as far as that was concerned. Bit of time off of that October the 23rd effort there at Hawthorne, where, again, he stumbled, did not have the best of experience. Now he's utilized both of those waivers, which now he has to be offered for that tag there for Jimmy DeVito with Johan Rosado, who climbs aboard. He's a new face here to Oaklawn, but he's kind of the one I liked as well. He's a big, stout, big boned sort. I really liked what I saw from him physically. Up there now, he's taking even more money, coming down at 5-1. But again, Frank, he showed some speed in his earlier races way back when in 2023, and I'm trying to figure out, as far as a pace perspective, the speed in this group.
All right, let's look at Face Value, another one. This is for Sippy Contreras. I just found out he goes by Sippy a couple of hours ago. You got to always give people their little nicknames and make sure you call them who they are. Face Value, taking some play in here, went to the turf again in his last start, where he's had 2 of his 3 wins. Now he's back here at Oaklawn, taking the drop back. He was, pretty even, not much at all from him 2 starts ago over at Indiana. And I'm wondering what you think of this one here, Face Value.
Yeah, Face Value there. For the Cipriano Contreras barn, he fits on facts and figures, but again, one that I find tactically could be sitting in that mid-range stalking sort of position and fits in this group. But I want to speak quickly to a horse that I think could be a candidate at a big price to wire this field, particularly in these sprint affairs. Has been utilizing his speed. Obviously, he has to improve in this group, but I find he's going to be at the advantage of being forwardly placed here.
There was less than $10 between the 2 favorites, the 2 and the 8. Then it went to about $100. And right now, as we get close to post time, they're loading in the gate. Just $300 separate. So you talk about 2 favorites that are both getting their backers. It's Jackman, number 8, who is such a tremendous record here, trying to regain his fine form, and one that, of course, is the question mark, taking the plunge in class for Chris Hartman, who will be winning many races this meet. Those 2 vying for favoritism. Slight nod now to Ben Franklin. Maybe a few more Bens just landed on him seconds ago. We are loading into the gate. We're at Oaklawn Park. It's opening day, a glamorous afternoon. Huge crowd on hand. That is no surprise. It's a big tradition here. Let's go up to Matt Dinnerman for the call of race 4 live on FS2.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for all. Mighty Message in the middle of the field going to the lead. Jackman pressing from the outside second. Ravenstown taken back to third. Lake of Fire passing him. A few runners are passing Ravenstown. In fact, Lake of Fire all the way into second. Jackman's back in third already. 3 off the pace here. Palace Kitten moving between horses. Ben Franklin is down at the rail. He's fresh, and he's only 3 lengths off the lead, off the layoff. Sprinting today as they approach the 4-turn run. A gap of 2 lengths back to Easy Fast. He's trying to weave through horses here. He's got 5 or 6 to make up. 2 back to Face Value, who's lost position with Outlier, and Captain Jack is the distant trailer. First, clear on the lead, it's Mighty Message. Mighty Message coming to the top of the stretch. A 2-length lead on Jackman. Lake of Fire calls it a day. Ravenstown is making a wide rally on the outside, advancing as they come off the turn. Ravenstown on the outside comes looking for the lead with Jackman. They ran by Mighty Message with 3/16 to go. Then Ben Franklin, Easy Fast right behind. Furlong to go. Jackman, narrow lead now on Ravenstown. Ben Franklin into third, 16th to go. It's Jackman going for the wire. He's got it. 2 wins for Ramon Vasquez on opening day. It's Jackman. Jackman by 2.5 over Ben Franklin, Ravenstown, and Mighty Message.
Welcome back to Oaklawn Park. Jackman, his 9th win from 22 career starts. You mentioned, Megan, he looked great on the track. He ran accordingly, took a big bid from the 12 at the quarter pole, and turned everyone away, drawing off to win convincingly for Steve Asmussen, another for Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, another for Ramon there. And this horse, as we obviously mentioned, loves Oaklawn Park. But I like that he was able to be a bit more tactical. Obviously, the speed was a bit of a question mark in here in this big group. And he really was able to assume that right kind of position in this field. And he's one that he was tacked in the winner's circle. He was away from horses, settled nicely in this race. So, as you mentioned, Frank, looks like he's returning to some of that better form here.
Something about coming back to your favorite spots, and that is exactly what Jackman did today. And the favorites, the fans were spot on. Favorite wins. Late money came in on the 8. Second choice, 3-1. Ben Franklin was game to get second. 8-2, 12-5. Let's go back to Greg Wolf.
Frank, thank you. Steve Asmussen on the board early, now 6 wins away from 1,000 career victories. at Oaklawn. He was joking with his slow starts there recently. He was going to take him till February or March to get that number, but gets a win here on opening day.
He's just got so many horses for so many different conditions, whether he ships a horse in from Louisiana or Texas or down from New York or from Kentucky. He's just got so many options to fill those condition books. And like they'd said, the money that's involved at Oaklawn, that you could win at Oaklawn for those purses, it's an attractive place to bring horses to run.
Back to New York, 1-turn mile in this condition claiming race coming up. The 3 and the 8 vying for favoritism in here. We just saw Linda Rice set the all-time mark for wins in a single season here on the NYRA circuit. Looking to add another with She's Complicated here on the outside, who has become, again, the favorite, Sarah.
And I'm a little surprised that Queen in the Deck, the number 3, is sort of competing with her for favoritism so far, when She's Complicated has that built-in excuse for the last start where she really got away from everyone before the race last time, sort of ran her race before she was put in the gate, and kind of just against better horses as well. So now dropping into a class level where she's absolutely demolished in the past. I think that with that built-in excuse that she has last time, she's one that makes a lot of sense, drawing well in here towards the outside. It's just a matter of whether or not you think that she's going to be able to sustain her early speed, who is a horse that kind of has that one-on, one-off sort of pattern going, but makes sense from a class standpoint.
She just didn't show up. This one here, who's the 2-to-1 favorite ticket, just a no-show last start, and now the big drop.
Yeah, but I think if you look at her previous race, and you want to try to get creative here, you could forgive her for that performance. The one thing I do like about She's Complicated, the 8 in here, that'll lead me to picking her, is that she's got a tactical edge on this group as well. She's got some speed in some of her previous races. She's drawn outside, so she'll be able to pop away from there. If someone wants to go to the inside, she can sit right off of them. If what I predict will happen is no one goes, then Kendrick can have a little bit more of an aggressive option to be a little bit more forward and to put her into the race to try to take control. And when Kendrick finds himself on the front end, usually good things can happen.
So those prices from Jackman and Hot Springs' 9th career win at Oaklawn. Tomorrow on the card, we're going to see Skelly, his bid for a record-tying 7th stakes win at Oaklawn, trying to join a couple of horses, including Whitmore, who've done that.
Certainly appreciates the atmosphere at Oaklawn more than most places, though he's certainly shown up and run well at a couple of different venues. But he just seems like he's in his absolute best form when he is down in Hot Springs.
Post parade coming up momentarily here. We're 3 minutes away from race 6 as we get another look at Queen in the Deck. Second off the claim, comes in from Parks, and there's a look at the favorite. Looks like that one is on her toes, no question. 8-5.
I'll say this about the 3 Queen in the Deck. I like to look at Timeform US, and they have pace figures, and sometimes those pace figures can show kind of an even type of run going a little bit shorter. Those horses typically stretch out well because they're just running kind of the same speed-ish for that entire 6.5 furlongs, and those horses I think stretch out better than horses that go really fast early and get tired, or save a lot and run just for half the race. I think horses that kind of run that more consistent line can sometimes handle stretching out better than others.
Here we go with the post parade. We'll start with Long Shot on the rail. Brooklyn Dance, 2 for 28 lifetime.
Yeah, 2 for 28, and her last 3 races don't look like she could get the job done here.
Best impression, Jose Gomez for Michelle Gianggiulio.
Showed some forward position after not breaking all that well last time out and ended up tiring, but maybe could be out of the blocks a little bit cleaner today.
There's Queen in the Deck, second off the claim.
Just hard to trust, but she does have a lot of consistent-looking numbers, and she has run longer prior.
Ruben Silvera on Moonlit Weekend.
Yeah, this one sticking to a route of ground, having tried the mile after several starts sprinting last time and finishing 3rd.
Big drop for the 5, but not taking money.
She's been really bad in her last 2 starts and not great in her last 3. But her races prior to that absolutely put her in the mix here.
Sight to See has been popular in the claim box.
Has been switching barns often. Wide Journey in her last 2 starts. No match whatsoever for She's Cool and Best Impression, 2 back.
Toxic Girl comes off a win last start.
Yeah, I mean, she ran well enough last time, but it kind of came out of nowhere. I don't necessarily trust her to repeat that number.
And She's Complicated has the best races of anyone in the field.
And returns to a class level where she's run her best race on Buyers, a 76 2 back, winning by open lengths and just facing tougher last time.
So 7-5 favoritism with this 3-year-old filly. If she can repeat what she did 2 starts ago, she's going to be awfully tough in this spot. Already from the desk straight to downstairs, Maggie Wolfendale.
Speedy Gonzalez. No, I'm kidding. It was quite a leisurely walk down here to the paddock. Greg, enough time to get all the winter kit on as we'll take a look at your favorite. She's complicated, and I really think they named her correctly because she is quite complicated. You heard Sarah say and talk about that mishap prior to her last start, which was against much tougher company. We saw the second and third finishers come out of there and win 81 and 82 in their respective races. And most times when I see she's complicated, she's incredibly edgy. So it's no surprise that she was misbehaving in her last start. Now, she's a little bit more subdued today in the paddock, but definitely not out of character. She was still on the muscle. Granted, it's a lot colder, so I'm not expecting her to get particularly washy as she has on other occasions when the weather's been warmer. But I will say this, her weight is one of the best times I've seen it because she is such a nervous type. She does not carry her weight particularly well, and she looks incredibly strong behind the saddle. So when we saw her going the mile 2 starts back at this level, granted a non-2 life, she was able to control. I think she's going to be forward again here, especially from that outside post position, and Kendrick Carmouche back in the iron. So I do think she is a formidable type here at 3-2. But as JK pointed out, Greg, you pointed out, not taking much money is the major drop down in here in number 5, Mitoli's Girl, who is now kind of second off of a layoff. Yes, her form has been on a decline. It kind of ascended, plateaued, and has gone back down. But maybe this is just a more realistic spot. And, you kind of notice it when you're looking at these horses physically. Whereas if she was in a field against, second level state bred allowance types, she might not look great. But against this field, she does. I do like what I'm seeing from her based upon what she looks like against the rest of her competition. Bright disposition, she's sharp, she's eager out there, and one that when she has done her better running, she's involved. And I would hope that Jose Lascano does put her somewhere closer to the pace and what we've seen from her in her last 2 efforts. Maybe she's completely lost it, Greg, but I would not dismiss her at all with this major drop down.
Yeah, little surprised. She's just taking absolutely no money in here, the 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a concern. You'd like to see them take a little bit more money when they're live, especially when it's not the idea that she ran really well previously is not that hidden. It's not like, if you found that, you're some handicapping genius. It's right there if you just look a little deeper in her past performances. And that's the concern, is that it is pretty obvious that she has run well in the past, and now, off of 2 bad performances, she's not taking any money.
Do you take that as a bad sign?
Yeah, I mean, the public's wrong 70% of the time, but
this horse should not be 6-1 in this
I
field
agree.
if anyone thought that she was live on this massive dropping class.
The good news is we'll find out in about 90 seconds.
6-5 favorite. One who did not look good at all last time out. She's complicated, but 2 starts ago. That race wins here, you would think, pretty easily. We'll see which version of She's Complicated we get for the record-setting Linda Rice, trying to get win number 166 on the circuit this year. Here in New York, we send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
She's Complicated. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Brooklyn Dance has early speed, is down towards the inside. She's Complicated in the early mix-up on the far outside. In between horses, here comes Best Impression. And Best Impression will now put a nose in front. Mitoli's Girl is going to sit right there in second, going to stalk the pace setter, and out wider, She's Complicated. That's the leading 3. They come out of the chute and hook up with the back stretch. Running on is Queen in the Deck is a well-slotted 4th. Way out in the center of the racetrack is Toxic Girl, who's in 5th. Back there in 6th comes Brooklyn Dance, is followed to the outside by Sight to See. And the trailer, Moonlit Weekend. 23.87 for the opening quarter mile, Jose Gomez. Best Impression. In hand, doing it easily so far, is approaching 4 furlongs left to go, is up by 2.5. Queen in the Deck has now emerged down towards the inside, is rallying on, stalling a bit there. Matoli's Girl to the inside as she's complicated. They're about to be challenged 3 wide by Toxic Girl, who wants to get in that mix too. Sight to See, Brooklyn Dance, and the Triller, Moonlit Weekend. 48 seconds flat for a half-mile time, and Best Impression is approaching a quarter-mile left to go. Still in front, is up by that half length. Queen in the Deck is moved to the outside, trying to run this leader down, but Best Impression had that easy lead and now has a 3.5 length cushion. Best Impression approaches the final furlong. Still rallying on is Queen in the Deck. Also trying to challenge this Brooklyn Dance towards the inside. The rest got to pick it up, but a 16th left to go. Best Impression almost there. Best Impression, the real deal this afternoon, and Best Impression wins it. Brooklyn Dance did get up for second, Queen in the Deck, and then Matoli's Girl in a photo with Toxic Girl in 1 minute 42 and 4.
Best Impression, aggressive, pays off. Jose Gomez, Michelle Giangiulio took money at this level last start. Did not run well, and everyone forgot about this one.
Yeah, 10 Strike Racing getting the win here in New York. Kind of funny on opening day that 10 Strike would get a win here in New York. And obviously a huge perennial power down at Oaklawn Park, but a nationwide operation is 10 Strike. And this horse got loose on the front end and did it the right way and was never really in doubt.
And it seems as though there was a little bit of hesitation from some of who would establish that early supremacy, but Jose Gomez with Best Impression able to go ahead and be the one of the ones that were maybe flirting with the idea of having forward position. I will say Queen in the Deck, not the smoothest of starts, but no impression late as Brooklyn Dance ends up rallying to be a big price, to be a part of things. This horse was much the best here.
Well, she's complicated, by the way. The 8 went off at even money in the end. 7-1, Best Impression. Went off sub 2-1 at this level last start. Was early speed, complete no-show late, and then now goes off at 7-1 on the return. 30-1 shot underneath. 2, 1, 3, 5, as JK said. 10 strike. 10 strike. In the 6th at Aqueduct, that's 4 shots. We'll be back with prices right after this.
Anybody else want $650,000 in the day? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield digs down deep to win it. And Maxfield fought off all challengers easily to win the Foster.
Here's Maxfield. He's now 5 for 5. Maxfield, magnificent in the mine shaft. He won by 4.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back on America's Day of the Races. And race 6 at Aqueduct, Best Impression, 7-1. Michelle Giangiulio barn, Jose Gomez for 10 Strike Racing. And forward position early, keeps on going, Sarah.
The aggression paid off, where you had a couple that we expected to be forwardly placed who maybe didn't have the cleanest of breaks or really want to establish that forward position and be clearly on the lead. Well, Jose Gomez with best impression, able to seize the opportunity when it was available to him, and it seemed as though the other horses who were forwardly placed in here, Jonathan, just really backed out of things, cleaning the deck, making a big move after not the smoothest of starts. But you got Brooklyn Dance at 30-1, finishing second.
Yeah, I mean, often when you have a horse like this wire the field, you know, it's kind of a merry-go-round where there's other horses that are just kind of go around in the circle in the order in which they were. So, yeah, I thought this horse ran really well.
Braving the cold. These riders, walking to work for me today, I was having a tough time. Can't imagine riding in this. It's warmed up a little bit though since the morning. But.
It's tough. No, it's tough. They're tough for lots of different reasons. Consider, you know, it could be the summertime. It's still, there's still a level of toughness, but yeah, it's chilly out there.
So again, 2-1-3-5 waiting for this to go official, and we'll bring you prices from this 6th race coming up momentarily here. That is it for one Sarah Al-Badwi.
I'm out of here. The end.
Any parting thoughts?
I think that the last 2 races are probably just as complex as what we've seen so far with the prices on the card.
All right, so we'll take you the rest of the way. A lot more still coming up, obviously, from Oaklawn, including their feature on opening day with his 2-year-olds. We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. We'll take you back out to Hot Springs when we come back. Stick with us. Waiting on prices for the 6 from New York. We'll set up race 7 as well next. Back with you on our Friday coverage. Opening day, Hot Springs, Arkansas, and Oaklawn. We're 5 minutes to post in race 5. It's a $50,000 maiden claiming group. 2-year-olds sprinting 6 furlongs, and it's the 5 warm money. Second time starter, actually jumping up a bit in class. Debuted for maiden 30 at Churchill, who's the 5-2 favorite right now. Let's send it out to Oaklawn with Frank and Megan.
The classics is back, and that is the name of the pick six here. It's a $1 wager. It's not a jackpot pool, and I think it's going to be very popular this year. It starts with this, the fifth race, and here is the post parade. We start with the one, Silent Horizon, coming off a third-place finish in the mud.
Yeah, not taking any money up there at 18-1 from the 6-1 morning line, but I liked what I saw in the paddock.
Scratch the two. Here's Rudy Won't Fail, off very slowly last time out. Finished with some good energy for Mac Robertson.
Yeah, another that I thought made a good impression in the paddock. Smaller framed, though, than others in here.
Returned to sprinting for the 4, Crypto Corey for Donnie K, and the 5 is War Money, who finished okay in the debut.
Yeah, finished okay. Sports some of the better speed figures of this group here, taking favoritism.
There's number 6, the familiar colors of David Jacobson, a first-time starter for him out of a mare who won 3 of 14.
Yeah, also owns this horse, purchased earlier in a digital sale this year.
The 7 is a big long shot here for Lynn Kleberad, longest shot on the board currently.
Yeah, one that will take some convincing first-time gelding play.
Here's number 8, Will Burton for Jean Jecko.
Yeah, one that comes off a bit of time away. Will certainly have to improve here.
Number 9, Mr. J went by for Ron Moquette. He'll be winning many this season.
Yeah, certainly come down from that 20-1 morning line with the Moquette barn here at Hot Springs.
September Silver for Dallas Stewart, in for a tag for the second time. Showed lick but no stick in his most recent.
Yeah, finally gets to a fast track off those sloppy tries.
11, Awesome Magic. Daughter of Carl DeVille is the trainer here. Chasey Pommier.
Yeah, Free Like a Girl fame. We'll have to take some convincing off of her priors.
Mark Cassidy has the horse who showed speed when stretching out last time, is the number 12.
Yeah, cheap speed could certainly be to the benefit here at Oaklawn Park in these sprint affairs.
And another firster out of a mare who was basically all turf. Amazing music, so interesting to see this one. And a decent, little bit of action from McLean Music first-time starter, Bob Young.
Yeah, as far as we taking a look at the number 5, War Money, who is coming into that favoritism up there at 3-1. Look, I liked what I saw from this horse. Wears that shadow roll, carrying good condition. He's kind of a burlier sort. Lots of muscle, a power in his hind end. I thought he made a very good impression of himself physically in this spot. But as far as his work and as far as the barn that he is sent out from, the Tommy Vance barn with those maiden second timers, just 0 for 13 in the past 5 years. Now, yes, he sports that Cofield Best 51 Buyer speed figure, but I find that in these types of races, lots of these different improving types and different variables in class, he'll certainly have some work to do here, particularly not showing all that much speed on debut. But as you mentioned, Frank, the number 6 paired, David Jacobson procured this horse earlier in a digital sale this year. And as far as him physically, I thought he was quite plain. Wish he had more muscle in that hind end. He just didn't really scream power to me, which is something that you particularly need when you're sprinting here on the dirt. And he's one that's extremely well bred, a Godolphin female family. The second dam was a grade 1 winner on grass. There's quite a bit of grass in this pedigree, but he purchased him for $48,000, now here on the $50,000 tag. So looking to not even quite break even there for David Jacobson as a first-time starter who's certainly up against it with others with experience.
It wasn't just my imagination. I don't really remember seeing a lot of David Jacobson firsters. And
yeah,
in America's Turf Authority, the daily racing forum, this will be his second first-time starter of the year. So no surprise there, but a little bit of action for a barn that has just been lighting it up in recent years here at Oaklawn. So one you have to pay attention to for sure. Mac Robertson has the 3, Rudy Won't Fail, a second-time starter by Protonico. And this horse, in his debut, was just left. I mean, just languished at the back of the pack. Did come rallying and finished up with a ton of interest. And Mac puts a bullet into the holster here, best of 33, I should say, for this guy in his lead up to this race. And Mac, when they're training well, they usually run accordingly. Yeah,
and he's one that's finally being able to get to a fast track, right? A 2-year-old first-time starter getting to a sloppy sealed surface. Some of them just don't particularly like that surface over at Dell Park on debut. But as you mentioned it, Frank, he's been working well in the mornings. He's one that I find could certainly take a step forward, get some time away, that freshening off of that debut run in September. And I think that others are taking a look at that workout as well, as he is taking money here.
No question. 5-2, the favorite here, number 5, War Money. I am in agreement with you upon that viewing of the appearance of this horse. Maiden debut for $30,000. So steps up a little confidently here after that good effort, finishing third. The winner was pretty convincing. The second place finisher did come back to win in his next start. And as I said earlier, horse did finish with a tiny bit of interest. Remember, the Classics is the pick 6 here. That's what they call it at Oaklawn. And after taking some time away from that wager, We are going to have it once again. It's the same way that it goes at Saratoga is a good way to put it. It's the last 6 races of the day. It's a $1 wager, and it is no longer a jackpot type of pool. So you don't have to be the only winner to get paid. And, you know, early on, I always find this. You know, people wait for carryovers. I find sometimes in these pools, hit and strike early because you might be able to scoop that pool as people are waiting around to maybe try to get a bigger payoff later on.
Yeah, certainly, Frank. And it's one that I find the results have been pretty logical today. Sometimes here at Oaklawn, you can find those crazy prices, but if you're willing to do the work, find those horses that make sense, you could be rewarded here today.
No question. And generally speaking, I don't care what the meet is. When you come to a new track for a new season, you're going to see some crazy payoffs. And the reason for that, in my opinion, is it's just an entirely different environment, and everyone's pointing for that early win. This is opening weekend, big tradition here in Hot Springs, and you know one thing, there's nothing quite like having that opportunity to be asked the question, will you ring the bell in the winner's circle? Let's go to Matt Ditterman for the call. Live coverage on FS2. It's the 5th from Oaklawn Park.
Yeah. Two back, paired in amazing music. Here's paired coming up first. Looks like there's actually one more behind there after paired. Then we'll be two back. Paired, the first-time starter for David Jacobson going in. Bounding's Mischief, post 7. Amazing music to the outside post. Waiting for amazing music. And Tyler Bacon rounding out the group. We're ready to go. And they're off. From towards the outside, Miskel is prominent. Here's Awesome Magic. September Silver not far off as well. Silent Horizon making up some ground down on the inside. There's a mad dash here for the lead as they head down the backstretch. Crypto Corey's going to take a hold. So is September Silver, who eases off the speed head to check a little bit there. Awesome Magic, he's on top with a half mile to go. Awesome Magic, the leader length from Silent Horizon, and Miskel, who's there on the outside, now into second. Silent Horizon back in third. Rudy Won't Fail is sent along 3 behind with Crypto Corey to the outside. Another 2 lengths back to Wilburton in the blue jacket. September Silver finds himself on the rail. He's 7 from the top. Then Mr. J with War Money. 2 back to Bounding's Mischief. Paired is second to last now as they come to the top of the lane, and Amazing Music is well out of it. Top of the stretch. And the leader here drifting a little wide off that turn is Awesome Magic. He's still in front here. Second, Miskel chasing hard right behind him. Awesome Magic getting to the middle of the course. He's drifting out badly here. Awesome Magic. Miskel's trying to tag him. War Money up the inside. War Money, Joe Belmer right to the lead with 100 yards to go, and War Money breaks his maiden. Miskel second. Rudy Won't Fail third. Awesome Magic continued to drift. Was in the photo for fourth with Wilburton, and then Mr. J.
If Megan says it's Easter, start dyeing the eggs. War Money from well off the pace, hugging the rail, and a very big effort in career start number 2.
Yeah, and also just looking at these horses physically, he just looked like he was doing so well for trainer Tommy Vance, and I know that stat. He's now busted that stat. He's 1 for 14 now, as we mentioned with those maiden claimers, second-time starters, but he's one that got the right kind of trip under Joe Belmer, who's been riding well, has the relationship with Vance in the past, got aboard him on debut, and certainly put all of the pieces together here, Frank.
And the justification for the price on Miskel certainly came to fruition as he ran a very good second. The leader there, Awesome Magic, started getting tired and started drifting. That's usually the sign that they're getting weary. 5, 12, 3, 11, 4-1 on your winner, War Money, son of Munnings, taking care of business, jumping up off a maiden 30 debut and defeating maiden 50 company. Let's go to Greg Wolf and join him once again.
Nice toss, Frank. Getting set for the 7th here in New York, approaching the 6-minute mark to post, and one of the main contenders on our screen. It's the start of a cross-country Pick 5 Senegal. Rudy Rodriguez, Ruben Silvera team up when we come back.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
This holiday season, give the gift of racing with NYRA Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your own account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NYRABets.com.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races. Thanks for being with us here with opening day coverage from Oaklawn. Continuing, the late pick 5 coming up next. Back here in New York, race 7. 4 minutes to post, and it kicks off this cross-country pick 5. And my partner here has put together a play.
Put together a little ticket here. I love a little cross-country pick 5, especially when you can watch it all on the same channel, right? That's always a lot of fun. I'm going to spread in this first leg. I'm going to go 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, the 3 Cocktails and Kringle. It's not a hunch play because it's Christmas time, but I do like the 3 Cocktails and Kringle.
Santa does like to throw them down.
You know what I'm saying? Race 2, the second leg, not race 2, excuse me. The second leg, Oaklawn Park race 6. I like the 2 and the 4. The 2 Keen Cat, the 4 My Noble Knight. The third leg, I'm going to single the 5 Party in the Army. That fourth leg, 1, 7, 9. The 1 Eagle Dance, the 7 Winning Matters, the 9 Splendid Song, and then I will wrap it up in the last with the 4 Boca Beach Club. I've been there before.
Have you?
Yeah, it's nice. It's fun. And the 6 Spun DMC. I've never heard
Spun
DMC.
Yeah, love Run DMC. Yeah. You didn't want to have to disarm in race 7, Cognizant for Steve Asmussen.
I didn't. Disarm a little bit better, longer.
Okay.
I wouldn't talk anyone off.
Yeah.
But these tickets.
7 of the 9, both in that race at Oaklawn the 7th, by the way, with experience race under their belt, look like the 2 maybe, but Brad Cox, you have the first-time starter as well. That looks
the one good thing, Wolfie, about these QR codes, you take a picture of that, it'll populate that wager on your NYRA Bets account. Then, if you like the half to disarm Cognizant, you can add that horse very easily, just clicking that one horse, and then you got that mixed in with the rest of the ticket. Or if you disagree with my single in the middle, you could add another horse in there. It's pretty. You can get manual with it if you need to.
Yeah, new face, Johan Rosado, getting some opportunities from the Asmussen barn, and he will ride that one. As we get set for our post parade here to kick off this cross-country pick 5, here's Easy Roll.
Easy Roll, yes. Had to switch back from the cross-country past performances. For Ray Handel, a horse that's been running on the turf previously. I have a hard time with those types of horses this time of year.
Senegal, big effort, 2 starts back at a mile.
Yeah, one of the horses I'm trying to beat in my cross-country pick 5.
Cocktails and Kringle, Ilke Kentramashi barn.
Yeah, just felt like one that could take advantage of the inside post and some tactical speed.
Majni, Charlie Baker off the claim.
You never know what to expect off of a trainer change, but going to Charlie Baker's barn can never be a bad thing.
Big effort at Ellis Spec this summer. Good Bali. Linda Rice first off the claim.
Linda Rice breaking the record a little bit earlier for the most wins on the NYRA circuit in 1 year. Let's see if she can add to that.
165 and counting. Here is Metatron, Tom Morley.
Yeah, I mean, another one that has a little bit of tactical speed, drawn well right in the middle of the field as well. Probably a little bit too short of a price for me.
Jorge Abreu barn, Toga Dan.
The reason I don't like the 7 as much is because there's a little bit of speed to the outside with this horse, Toga Dan.
Dave Duggan barn as Luis Rivera Jr., Mo for the King.
Possibly even more speed to the outside with the 9, Mo for the King.
Yeah, that one definitely wants to be forward. Then 27-1 long shot on the outside for the James Bond barn.
Yeah, has a little bit of tactical ability, but being that far outside with much more talented horses to the inside with speed, can't really design the race without this one getting too much pressure.
Minute to post, not just in the 7th, but in the wager that kicks off the cross-country pick 5 as well, the race that kicks that off. Hit a win bet on Aqueduct, the 10% bonus. Got to opt in to take advantage on your NYRA Bets account. Good luck to everyone playing this afternoon right there at NYRABets.com. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And Greg, we'll take a look here at a new phase. First off, the claim for Linda Rice is number 6, Good Bali, as he is one that has one good dirt race and one not so good fast dirt race, I should say, and specify. If you go back to that Ellis effort, it was good and against some decent horses in that non-2 for 50. And then taking a look at his October 8th effort at Keeneland, he wasn't so good. And the biggest detriment, I think, to him is his lack of speed, generally speaking. But as JK pointed out, it does feel like there's several horses in here that want to go. So possibly it could set things up nicely for him. And while I'm not a person who is often inclined for taking horses that don't have much early speed, he just looked best. I mean, and best by a long shot. And maybe I was wooed by the fact he's a bit of a new face. And sometimes this time of year, you kind of get tired of seeing the same horses again and again from my perspective. And so often I will be attracted to ones that I haven't seen before, but he really fits the billing here. I like him back to a 1-turn mile as well. So often guaranteeing a little bit more pace, as last time at Keeneland, they literally ran 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack. He is full of himself out on the track in the warm-up. So he really makes an excellent impression. As number 3, Cocktails and Kringle, he's coming in off of a eased effort in which he got to the lead quite quickly and easily. And then when he switched leads to his inside left lead, he just looked awkward. And that's when you saw him kind of dropping back and Jamie Rodriguez just virtually wrapping up on him. Obviously, when a horse is eased in an effort, they are automatically put on the vets list and they have to come back and work out. Well, he has that one workout in 52 going a half mile. That is the slowest you can work to get off of the vets list. And, you know, he just doesn't look like a horse that has been training that heavily. He looked a lot fitter during the summer when he was running his better races up in Saratoga for previous connections. I'm not sure if I trust him, though. The 5-1, an okay price, I suppose. As another horse that I think actually has a decent shot here, is a little bit more tactical than my pick, Good Bali, is number 8, Toga Dan. He got close and just run down late by Adventurous in that last effort, going 1 1/8, and I know he has run well at the 9 furlong distance. It's just physically, he doesn't look that way. I prefer him at this mile, and I do think this is a field where he could be effective here. And if you don't like Metatron at 3-1, I think he's a very good, viable alternative. Greg?
All right, thank you, Maggie. Here we go. Cross country, pick 5. You can play it through NYRA Bets. Kicks off in the 7th from Aqueduct. It is Metatron. Morley Barn with Flavian Pratt, the one to beat, the 7. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call.
Hey, Mo for the King. Mo for the King. Luis Rivera Jr. and Incantation. Incantation. Jamie Rodriguez. All set. And they're off. Very slow beginning for Senegal, the clear trailer. Magni right out to the front, and Cocktails and Kringle in the early mix too. At the rail, here comes Easy Roll to join the leaders. That's the top 3. Mo for the King is going to sit right there in 4th, and Incantation out wider in 5th. It's a shared 5th as Toga Dan, splitting rivals, wants to be up close to the pace. Then comes Metatron up at the far outside. The 2 at the back. Good Bali was slow starting. Senegal tightly bunched as they work up the backstretch through at 23 and 4. Opening quarter mile, Easy Roll is trying to keep up with Magni, who's ahead in front. Magny's got the lead. In hand, Mo for the King. Just moving right along, is content to stalk the top two pace setters now, is comfortable third. Outwider, Incantation, 4 wide. At the rail, that's Sahin Savachi on Cocktails and Kringle. Toga Dan is trying to make up some ground, and Metatron. Here comes Metatron on the move. Senegal still the trailer with Good Bali. 48 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Magny, still the leader, is up by a nose. Still holding that rail position. Easy roll. Cocktails and Kringle and Savachi just nice through rivals here. Tips to the outside. Mo for the King has taken the lead as they reach the top of the stretch. Cocktails and Kringle down the center of the racetrack. Mo for the King is in for the fight. Trying to join them, Metatron, and also running on Toga Dan dives down towards the inside. Shoulder to shoulder here as Mo for the King keeps finding more. Cocktails and Kringle trying to push on by. Metatron is wandering, has a lot of momentum, but lugging in. It's still Mo for the King. Cocktails and Kringle. 2 noses down to the line. It's a photo. Photo finish. Cocktails and Kringle to the outside. Mo for the King. Then came Metatron and Toga Dan in 1 minute 41.53 seconds.
Little early Christmas present for Santa here, just holding off the 9 in a battle to the wire. Cantermachi Barn and Sahin Savachi working hard to the finish.
Yeah, it works out great if you were able to hit that QR code, play along with that cross-country pick 5. A great start, getting a 6-1 shot. I mean, I guess the 9 would have been a little bit better, but we did pick the 3 on top, so we'll just take the 3 here. Look, the 7 was just kind of in no man's land and was trying to get to these 2 leaders, the 3 and the 9, but was just never able to kind of level off and run them down. And the 3 and the 9 just kind of got into a battle that kept them both going. I wonder if one of them would have just been on their own, if there would have been enough for the 7 to run them down. But it's almost like the 2 of them looking each other in the eye propelled them forward and kept the 7 at bay.
3, 9, 7, 8. 6-1 start to the cross-country pick 5. Sahin Savachi, former Sovereign Award winner, is outstanding jockey in Canada. Finally getting to build a little momentum here after the last couple of tough goes here. Injuries each of the last couple of years as he tried to kind of kick things off here in New York. But now back in making an impact for the Cantermachi Barn. First start, really essentially off the claim since this horse has been able to finish a race. And they get him into the winner's circle, and they get to keep them.
Nothing helps a comeback like winning. Our own Richie Migliore can speak to that, I'm sure. It's to remind everyone, hey, I'm back, I'm healthy, and I'm right back where I was before I left, maybe even better. And that's what's happening here.
Prices from the 7th in New York when we come back from a timeout. We'll get into the late pick 5 on opening day at Oaklawn when we return. There's my noble night for our colleague Tom Amos. Right now, the 9-5 favorite, Luis Saez, out in Oaklawn for the first time. We'll be aboard. We'll be back. Back on our Friday coverage here on America's Day of the Races. Race 7 in the books. Kicks off the cross-country pick 5. Cocktails in Kringle. Cantermachi Barn. Saheen Savachi. And this 3-year-old son of Preservationist wins for just the second time in 14 starts.
Yeah, got into a heated stretch duel with the 9 and was able to put that one away and hold off the favorite, the 7, in the black and green silks on the outside that came running as well. Cocktails and Kringle must know it's December. You know, you just felt like, look, there's probably a lot of people hunch playing, holiday parties everywhere going on. Let me just go ahead and take care of this business real quick.
Eggnog with a little touch of rum. 6-1. And again, yeah, this barn who just claimed this one a start ago, get to keep him around a little bit longer here. The 2, 8, and 9 claimed out of this race. The winner was not. And in the end, that's how close it was. Wins by about a head here in this 7th race. $14.96 for the victory. Look at that, pick 3, $519. Wow. All right, late pick 5. Coming up next in Hot Springs, mile and an eighth, $12,000 starter allowance. Our colleague Tom Amos with the 9-5 favorite on the board right now, My Noble Knight. Let's send it out to our crew with Frank and Megan.
Tom made a cameo appearance over here earlier in the day, maybe as a little foreshadowing to this horse, My Noble Knight, and he also gave Megan some tidbits for a little bit later this afternoon. They're coming onto the track for race number 6, called the Trails Head here at Oaklawn. This is the start of the 50-cent late pick 5. Frank Miramati, Megan Burgess. Megan, we scratched the 11 and 13 out of here, and right now favoritism has gone to number 4, My Noble Knight, for the aforementioned Tom Amos.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get this 9 furlong route of ground, which seems to be kind of an equalizer in this race for sure.
All right, we're going a mile and an eighth in this race. Same distance as the incredible Arkansas Derby, of course. Keen Cat, a horse I think is extremely live for Randy Morris, is 5-2. Second choice, this horse was 3-1 on the morning line. So right now the morning line, basically bullseye special, 4-2 in that order for the wagering public, with 25,000 in the win pool at this stage. Horses making their turn for the post parade here. It's going to start with number 1, the Thunderer. Abel Cedillo up.
Yeah, it needs to improve as far as this group is concerned, but not too far off of things. First off, the claim there for Greg Compton.
Look at the past performances for the 2, Keen Cat. You see a horse that, like, this should be perfect for him, stretching out off the 7 furlong return.
Can he handle it, though, is the question.
Number 3, D-Day Reunion is a long shot here. And let's get to the 4, My Noble Knight, a horse that you think is going to make his presence felt.
Yeah, I have some notes on him from Saratoga. Certainly going to have to get this 9 furlong distance, a distance that is a question mark to me for him.
Another big price, the 5, Bourbon Life.
Another big price there for the Armando Hernandez barn, and we'll certainly have to improve after racing at Hawthorne.
The 6, Hoodlum, is coming out of a race, Megan, where the 8th and 9th place finishers did come back to win their next start.
Yeah, live race, matches on facts and figures, but for the David Jacobson barn, and does attract Ricardo Santana Jr.
When you look at the stats for Aaron Shorter, they're deceptive. This guy wins a lot of races at Oaklawn for many years, so don't ignore him. You're going to get burned if you do during the meet.
Yeah, one that will come off of things now, getting back to a fast track, and one that is experience here at the 9 furlongs.
Moving right along, as they're right in front of us right now in the post parade. Here is Tom Van Berg's Icarus.
Yeah, one that Tom had described as a bit of a quirky customer, but tough group. We'll see how he fares in this.
I'll tell you, his owner, Lewis Matthews Jr., known as the Sheik of Bismarck, is a man who has had many, many long shot winners over the decades here at Oaklawn. Here's the 9, Swiss Guard.
Yeah, speed for sure. To me, looks a bit more as he'll appreciate going a bit shorter.
Another horse with a couple of winners out of his last is the 10, Lemon Drop Shot.
Yeah, he gives himself quite a bit to do as he did last time out. Hope to see him a bit more involved.
Scratch the 11. Here's the 12, Money Run.
Yeah, there for the Peter Middlebarn, who certainly knows how to win races here. Teams up with Ramon Vasquez.
Scratch the 13, the 14, Dynamis.
There for the John Horan, who, again, as facts and figures are concerned, he comes off of the layoff back in August at Indiana, going the mile route of ground. He has never been tried at the 9 furlongs before.
All right, we have 4 minutes to post here, and we are coming up on race number 6. This is the start of the late pick 5. Let's take a look at a horse you want to talk about, Megan. That's the 4, My Noble Knight.
Yeah, he's one I actually have some notes on from back in Saratoga. And while we're here at Oaklawn Park, some of those are few and far between. But as we take a look at this race, back when he faced Hoodlum, it's one that I find Obviously, he did get the better that day. He went off as the favorite, but he's one to me. It was a sloppy track, may not have been to his liking, but he's also been able to win on it before. Listen, he's a type that I like him a bit better, shorter, makes sense in this kind of group. But at this, I want to kind of, I would prefer him maybe at that mile and a 16th distance, as I find he can kind of flatten out a bit late. We'll see if he can seal the deal in this spot.
All right, there is a look at the 4 in the post parade. Good energy, 8-5 on the board. You mentioned that when you talked about My Noble Knight, we also mentioned Hoodlum for David Jacobson. This is more the David Jacobson horse I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, and I think there is a bit of a price discrepancy overall. He's right there, as we saw, going against the likes of My Noble Knight, and as you had mentioned there for David Jacobson, Ricardo Santana Jr. to me, a bit of a rider upgrade. No shade to Christian Torres, but I hope to see this horse be a little bit more tactical, a little bit more involved, as he was way back, getting that win over at Hawthorne. But he's one that's going to have to class up, right? He's getting into a deep starter allowance group, and to me, Frank, I mentioned this earlier in the program, this can be a melting pot of class, trying to figure out which jurisdictions have the class to compete in these types of races.
No question. The horse who's won a lot of races is the 2 Keen Cat. He's 11 for 40 overall. You mentioned the distance being a quick concern, especially against this type of company. To me, this is a horse that actually, if you really look closely, he could have easily rattled off 4 straight wins. He lost 3. Now, you oftentimes don't want the Hawksley Hill bridesmaid complex on a horse that loses photos, and he did so in 3 of those starts. But the 2 surrounding them makes it 2 wins and 3 seconds, 3 very close seconds. And obviously, as we've talked about horse for course, being back here at Oaklawn, a horse who's tippy-toeing nicely out there on the racetrack, is one with Arietta aboard that you have to consider, and obviously the fans are doing just that. He is a close second choice to the favorite right now at 2-1.
Yeah, Randy Morris is a horse that, a horseman, that I respect in its entirety. You think about horses like Taxed, and this is one that I had mentioned that I do have concerns over the distance. I do like that he was able to get that sharpener of sorts last time out at Churchill Downs, going the 7 furlongs, as you mentioned, Frank, and he's one that's been working well. I mean, you go back to that November the 9th, 46 and change. So I'm hoping to see him be a little bit more involved, be more engaged there, as that's where he's been able to be more effective.
Horses are approaching the starting gate. This is the start of the 50-cent late pick 5. You will see some enormous payouts throughout the season here at Oaklawn in the late pick 5 and the second leg of the Dollar Classics. Remember, later on today, we've got those new wagers, that late pick 3 and late double with the 15% takeout. I know that they're very excited about offering the fans extra value at all times here at Oaklawn, and with that lower takeout and the larger minimum wager, $3 and $5 respectively for the late pick 3 and the late double, you'll have those opportunities later. On an action-packed opening day here at Oaklawn, capacity crowd, fans are excited. Tomorrow will be enormous, the first Saturday of the meet. People will be coming out here. They'll need their jackets. It's going to be a little bit cooler tomorrow out here, and even colder on Sunday. I hope you brought some jackets.
Oh, I got my fur coat, you guys. It's going to be a reappearance from last weekend. Cigar Mile was chilly, but we are ready for the cold here at Oaklawn. Cold, sunny, rain or shine is a great place to be.
All right, field of 12, 14 originally entered, as you will find a very common theme here at Oaklawn. The starting gate near the top of the stretch, 1 mile and an eighth over this long stretch here at Oaklawn. And right now, the odds have not changed. We still have 8-5 and 2-1. For the top 2 choices, Tom Amos, our colleague and friend, My Noble Knight, Luis Saez, and Francisco Arietta on Keen Cat for Randy Morse as they get close to post time here. The horses are at the gate. Megan, final thoughts? Any wild horses that you gave any kind of consideration to, or do you think this is a race where the top 3 or 4 choices should do it?
I think it's pretty logical at this level, but this is Oaklawn. Things can certainly change. Dynamics of races can certainly change, as we mentioned. Some of the speed in the 3D day reunion there, potentially being a little bit more forward, has been in his prior 11-length romp. That was at Belterra Park, going this 9 furlong rod of ground up there at 45-1. So who knows? Maybe that horse returns to some of that better form against what looks to be a tougher group.
All right, it is post time. We are here live at Oaklawn on FS2. First 5 or so have gone into the gate. Without further ado, we'll send it to the voice of Oaklawn Park in his 3rd season. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Here's Money Run coming up. Hoodlum, post 6. Huge Bigley walking up, and Dynamis to the outside post. A full field here to go 1 1/8 in this starter allowance. The trail's head. We're ready to go. And we're off. Swiss Guard gets the first call. Money Run aggressively ridden to show speed, and these two hook up in the first furlong, ensuring a good clip here. And they open up 4 on Dynamis. From the far outside post is clear, crossing over towards the rail. Keen Cat relaxed in fourth with the Thunderer going into the turn. Huge Bigley 3 deep with that party. My Noble Knight farther out, 4 deep. Gap of 3 to D-Day Reunion. Another 2 to Hoodlum. Bourbon Life aggressively ridden already in the third last position. And the gray Icarus is towards the back of the field with Lemon Drop Shot. Approaching the backstretch run. Money Run clear on the lead now. Swiss Guard is backed away and is a length and a half behind. Money Run tries to get a breather on the front end. Leads by 2 now. Swiss Guard running in second. Dynamis in a good gallop third. Gap of 2 to My Noble Knight. Keen Cat, the 2 favorites, are 6 lengths behind. They're racing with Huge Bigley, all 3 of them, right together now as they hit the half-mile pole. The Thunderers next in the field. D-Day Reunion shaken up with a half-mile left. Hoodlum being asked for a little more, shown more rain now. Bourbon Life outside of him. He's still aggressively ridden going into the far turn. Icarus and Lemon Drop Shot continue to trail as they round the far turn. Money Run, 3 furlongs left to go. A 2-length lead. Keen Cat coming on the scene, taking second, and My Noble Knight moving up alongside of them. These two, the 2 favorites, coming after Money Run at the quarter pole. Dynamis is giving way. He's done. Keen Cat looms large top of the lane and grabs the lead at the 3/16 pole. Money Run still there, battling on, and My Noble Knight is tiring in third. 16th to go now. Money Run is very game. Keen Cat came up alongside and had no response. Money Run just keeps going. Ramon Vasquez with a hat trick. Money Run by 2.5. Keen Cat second. D-Day Reunion third. My Noble Knight fourth.
It was the Money Run indeed, making every pole a winning one. Get to the front and improve your position. Ramon Vasquez with his third.
When you look back, hindsight is always 20/20. He employed more speed, and as soon as his horse got to the front end, I thought he is dangerous as he sports those 2 wins in wire-to-wire fashion. And Frank, you look back, how did this horse go off at 7-1? Looking back at some of those races at Del Mar, that was at the mile, but he really was able to get that forward position, get the jump on this field, as it found that the speed was key here with a hat trick from Ramon Vasquez.
He got brave on the front end there, and the second place finisher made a bold move, Keen Cat, but was not able to finish the job once he got there. So that's going to wrap up my duties for the day. You're going to be joined. Oh, it's a great time. We have plenty of more time.
We have DeLucas coming up, guys. Don't worry.
That's it. Don't worry about a thing. We'll be well fed tonight, but we'll be back afterward with Lafitte and Megan to close out the late pick 4. And don't forget that late pick 3 as well as the late double. Let's go back to New York now for resuming racing on America's Day at the Races at Aqueduct.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kings Barnes was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kings Barnes, where the line of kings continues.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro,
Proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The action continues here on America's Day at the races on FS2 as we are proudly brought to you by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NYRA Bets, as we have horses here in the paddock at Aqueduct for the finale. It is a maiden special weight for the 2-year-old New York breds going the 6.5 furlongs, and we do see a prohibitive favorite as of now at 3 to 5 is number 5, Party in the Army. Now the chances are starting to add up, and Jeremiah Engelhardt is one of those trainers who is having a great year, but you also kind of become accustomed to him winning at first asking, especially with these 2-year-olds. So he's had his chances. I do like the fact that I think he improved last time with the addition of blinkers, and he did have starts in 2 stakes races prior to that. So there are some excuses for him, and he does continue that progression forward. Here in the paddock, he is looking much the same as he did last time. He's a horse that presents himself as looking as though he possesses speed. That's just his physical frame. So we'll see how he responds to getting an extra half a furlong to work with. He did come up short going the 6th last time out, but back to a fast track today. Bit of a wild card that is taking money is number 6, Music in Motion. They paid a lot for this horse. Son of McLean's Music, $250,000 at the OBS April sale. He tried turf first time out. He ran fine, and he does have more of a turf pedigree. If you go back a generation, the dam is half to multiple graded stakes winner on the turf up with the birds. So looking at him here in the paddock, I see why Linda's trying. You know, you have a New York bred, you got to see if they can handle the dirt through the winter. It's just a box you have to tick off. He does look slightly more turf inclined, but not overwhelmingly so. He's a bigger horse where I also think that a little more ground isn't going to harm him too much. I think he is interesting and more on the positive end of the spectrum with him, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Life's Too Short just went by the first-time starter. Here's Deacon Blues David Donk, blinkers on.
Yeah, making the change of adding the blinkers can help. This horse did not take much money first time out, though.
First-time starter here. The dam produced a good one named Valtellina.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously when you're looking at pedigree, you want to see what some of the siblings have done. The only issue I would say is the connections, only 9% with first-time starters.
Calvary Hill, start number 2, debuted on a wet track, took no money first start.
It's 83 to 1. It's hard to be 83 to 1. Took no money. 43 to 1 here. Doesn't seem like anything's going to change.
Party in the Army just missed against Whammo last start.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this was a 2-horse race between the 5 and the 6, and I think with the 6, there's still a lot of guessing. At least I've seen the 5 do it on a number of occasions.
Yeah, Music in Motion here is the 6, debuted on turf, dirt debut coming up, blinkers on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be shocked if this horse wins, but I just think that, you know, when you're looking at the most likely thing to happen, it's the 5, based on the 4 or 5 times this horse has run well on the dirt. You're hoping the 6 will handle it.
John Terranova barn, first-time starter with a 7.
Yeah, not really taking any money. You'd like to see it take a little bit more money for first-time starter.
Pure Mischief. A load right now under Jose Gomez.
At least a little bit of tactical speed you saw last time, but probably needs to show a little bit more finish to hold off the top 2.
Yeah, 28 to 1. Outside, blinkers on, Baby Meanie.
No money, no turf, changing with the blinkers, no speed. Doesn't break well from the gate. A lot of things not to like.
Yeah, first 2 tries turf, so dirt debut coming up. Minute to post to close out this card here in New York with a 1-2 favorite. Looks pretty imposing here, Party in the Army. That's where you can play all the action, get that $200 deposit match. Sign up bonus with that code for new members, bonus 200, right there at NYRABets.com. And it's not like you want to try and beat this favorite because really the last 3 starts, horse hasn't really moved forward, even though a couple of those races were in stakes company. And they were good for the level, but hasn't really taken a forward move. But in this field, just really does seem to stand out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that horses like this kind of get bad raps, right? Horses that, they kind of get that, what do they like to say, the bridesmaid vibe, right? Oh, second and third, second and third, second and third. But to me, it's more about how those seconds and thirds were earned. Were you odds on and you're finding a way to get beat? I mean, the horse was 5-1. He ran second. To me, that's overperforming first time out. He's 3-1. He runs third. Okay, probably a little bit of an underperformance there, but he was wide all the way around there, broke slow. Comes back, he runs second. He's 12-1. That's completely overachieving. If you're 12-1 and you run second, and then in his last start, he was 3-1, he won second, loses by a head. I think he ran just fine. I think that he looks like the type of horse that doesn't want to win on paper, but if you dig a little bit deeper, I think there's something a lot more there with this horse.
Put blinkers on for that last start, and he was more forward on that wet track. We'll see if that's the case again as we head down to Maggie.
That's the thing. I just think this horse is meeting arguably the weakest field that he's faced so far in his career, Party in the Army. So I am reluctantly landing on him as we'll check in with some long shots. And there are 3 first-time starters here in this field. And as you guys pointed out, the one with the most pedigree is number 3, Violin, a son of Violence, who the dam has produced Valtellina. And while she was okay going shorter earlier in her career, I think she broke her maiden first time out going 7. I think ultimately more ground has proven best for her, and I get that impression from him too. He's huge. But as that stat would bear out with regards to the connections, he just looks like he's going to need to race into fitness as, I'm sorry, I went backwards, guys. Number 2, Deacon Blues, is one that steps up in company and does add blinkers, who was very green. Distance early on, but sneakily ran on well in a race that was forwardly dominated in that debut. Will add a pair of shortcut cheater blinkers and does look stronger for his second effort. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here we go. Nightcap from New York. 1-2 favorite. Party in the Army, Jeremiah Engelhart barn. Manny Franco. 3rd and 2nd in 2 New York bred stakes races and trying to get that maiden breaking victory here in start number 5. Chris Griffin, the call.
To the outside. Baby Meanie. Goes in. All set. 8th and final. And they're off. Slow beginning for Life's Too Short. Up on the far outside, here comes Pure Mischief is in the early mix, and also joining them is Party in the Army. In between those two is going to be Central Spirit. Now taken off the pace there will be Pure Mischief. So the front 2 go at it. Party in the Army and Central Spirit, they're a clear 1-2 now, and they are up by 2.5. Quick move here from Music. In Motion as a challenging 3rd to the outside of Pure Mischief in 4th. Then comes Deacon Blues, trying to keep up from 5th. Into the shadows and less than a half mile to go. Far back is going to be Calvary Hill. Then the trailer's Life's Too Short is trying to run on, is back there with Baby Meanie and Violin. The leader is Party in the Army, and Party in the Army is up by a length and a half. Central Spirit continues to be scrubbed along, is trying to keep up here from 2nd. Music in Motion is on the move outside, but Party in the Army tries to win it right now. Hugs the rail, is up by 3. 3.5 lengths there for Party in the Army. Central Spirit keeps chasing that leader. Deacon Blues down towards the inside. Not much running on from the back. 16th left to go. Manny Franco got to the front, and the finale goes to Party in the Army. Central Spirit 2nd, then came Deacon Blues, and a late run from Life's Too Short to finish 4th. In 1 minute 20 and 4.
New York bred stakes placed. Short price, odds on. Finally breaks through here. Start number 5. Party in the Army at odds on.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that, when you're looking at horses like this that start to give you that feel, they start to kind of make you feel like they're the hanging type, the like to stay with their buddies in a pack type. You want to check to see the circumstances in which they've earned those seemingly consecutive 2nds and 3rds. And I think for him, Party in the Army, it just felt that way. You look at the prices and the performances. So a lot of those performances was outperforming, especially that 1-2 back. He's 12-1 and he runs 2nd. He found the group that fit today and was able to win, and win pretty easily.
At 3-5, 18-1, 11-1, 57-1.
Yikes.
Underneath. Wow. All right, so formful ending to close out this Friday here at Aqueduct, and a lot more still to come at Oaklawn, but you are going to have to watch on Fox Sports 2 to see it because you're out of here.
Yeah, on the subway. I'll just in between stops.
I know you're going to have it on. We'll see you tomorrow early, right?
Yeah, I'm on early tomorrow, so you'll have to survive without me.
We'll do our best. Mig stepping in for JK after a short timeout. A lot more coming up from opening day at Oaklawn. When we return, we'll get into the late pick 4. 2-year-old fillies trying to get that first win of their career, sprinting 6 furlongs when we come back.
Opening day, Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Welcome back, everyone. Live coverage continuing on Fox Sports 2. As always, coverage brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Bet anytime, any place, anywhere. Visit NYRABets.com. Now rejoining Megan Burgess, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. 2-year-old fillies coming up in the next 7th race. We have 2-year-olds in the Advent a little bit later on. And remember how unconventional this is. Just a few days ago, before the schedule was changed here at Oaklawn Park, we had this December racing. In fact, it was like the first time that we saw 2-year-olds race here in decades. And now Oaklawn, I know, very proud of the fact that we get a chance to see some 2-year-olds before the calendar turns.
I surely am. I am a sucker for these 2-year-old races. Lots of unknowns, some experience here with these fillies going to 6 furlongs here, but also some first-time starters for some power barns that we'll be sure to pay attention to.
Well-bred, some expensive first-time starters will meet the field. Start of the late pick 4, 2-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs. Scratch number 4 and 13. How's the handicapping been treating you, Megan? How are we doing today?
Not too bad. I mean, there's not been any real bombs just yet. Lots of logical results, nothing too crazy. But I find in this race, it's interesting because people are going to gravitate towards power barns like Steve Asmussen and Brad Cox. I'm not particularly fond of those two in here, but the tote board reflects that the bettors are certainly leaning towards some experience in this group as the number 7 taking that favoritism right now.
We do the same thing at Saratoga, right, with the new prospects, with the freshmen, and how much difference one start can make over the debuting runners. We'll see if that's the case in this upcoming 7th race. Oaklawn Park will make the turn. We'll meet the field post-parade race, 7 of 10 on opening day. We start with Eagle Dance, the Don Alberto debuting homebred, currently 6-1.
Not a good sign when Brad Cox is not taking money on the board up there at 6-1, 3-1 morning line there.
Luis Saez to ride. There he is in the Don Alberto colors, teaming up with Brad Cox as he did with Essential Quality when the Southwest here together a few years back. Number 2, Cognizant for Steve Asmussen.
Big pedigree considering this is the half to grade 3 winner Desarin, but route of ground should be more sufficient for her potentially.
Yasmin, Ed and Susie Orrs debuting filly. The 4 is out. Number 5, Pepina Longshot, second at 2 for Don Alberto debuting homebreds.
Yeah, there for trainer Dan Ward. Nothing popping off the page as far as her workouts are concerned. Certainly looks like one that could need to start.
Sangarette, currently 27-1.
Expensive $500,000 daughter of Charlottetown that could go underrated here.
Winning matters, the favorite.
Winning does matter to Dallas Stewart, I'm sure here. This filly was on her toes and very much looks to be breaking with speed.
Another fresh face, American Missy, number 8, cold on the board, 24-1. Splendid Song, a promising first start, or first try, at Keeneland.
Yeah, one that is certainly taking attention up there at 5-1. It could go under the radar. As I mentioned, a sharp 47-3 work here at Oaklawn Park.
Mischievous Bev, Matt Dinneman announcing right now, is out on the track without blinkers, but blinkers will be applied. Blinkers will be applied. Mischievous Bev, trained by Adam Kitchingman, in from the west. Then Agrippina, number 11 at 17-1. Rift, it's a great name by Blame.
Certainly John Ortiz is excited to turn this one back in distance off of that route try.
Stir it up. Draws in Ricardo Santana, Norm Cassie, teamed up to win the 3rd race with Riddle Solver.
Down off of that 15-1 morning line for the connections, including my racehorse there for Norm Cassie. It seems to me a filly that could need a start.
2-year-old fillies in the 7th start of the late pick 4, Oaklawn Park opening day. You'll see it live, but first, back to Greg in New York.
All right, Lafitte, Megan, thank you both. Closed out the card with an odds-on favorite, taking this finale, Party in the Army. Mig here with me to take us the rest of the way here in our studio in New York.
Yeah, great opening day there at Oaklawn. Looks like the guys are having fun. We'll be here for a bit longer. And I feel a little displaced, right? Like I'm home here at Aqueduct, but it almost feels like I'm supposed to be there at Oaklawn.
Yeah, you'll be there soon enough. Don't worry. Yeah, you spent a lot of time there last meet.
Last year, 3.5 months. This year, 2 months. So it gives me more time for hang out with you guys.
We love having you here, but they're excited, I know, to get you very soon. Party in the Army finally breaks through. Been facing some pretty tough company. Multiple stakes placed against New York breds, and now finally gets the victory convincingly here in this 8th.
Yeah, real nice, dominant effort. And, you know, sometimes you just got to get in the right group, and when things come easier to a horse, they're able to finish the deal. And, boy, he finished the deal under strong handling from Manny Franco.
2-win day for Manny. Teaming up with Jeremiah Engelhard here, son of Army Mule. 5th time the charm after 3 runner-ups in 4 starts. And just much the best against this group that was overmatched to close out this Friday card. 3-5 in the end. And wrapped up late for the victory. So $3.30 for the win. Central Spirit, big prices all the way. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th here. Super for $1 with an odds-on favorite. Over $1,300.
Not a bad lick.
Yeah. Pick 5 comes back over $10,500. And the pick 6, well done if you put that together, better than $27,000. Cross country. 2 legs remain. Races 7 and 8 at Oaklawn. For many, a free square with Party in the Army, but a couple of big numbers to start things off.
Yeah, you know, always with these, especially now, Oaklawn early on, trying to figure out which jurisdiction these horses are going to be running the best out of. Last year I tried to break it down, and a lot of horses coming out of Kentucky had the best of it early on in the meet.
Well, this race, the 2 runners with experience, Dallas Stewart's winning matters. McLean Robertson's splendid song. Look imposing here. Let's go back to Lafitte and Megan.
They do look imposing, Greg, but Megan, she's not concerned with experience or lack thereof. She's going with Sangarette at a big price, 34-1, debuting runner with former Oaklawn champion jockey Christian Torres. We'll get to her shortly, but first, Winning Matters, 3-2 favorite. Let's revisit her debut last month, Churchill Downs. Arad Ortiz aboard, Megan. Terrific effort, showed tactical speed, a great trip, and fights to the finish.
She did, and she's going to be very tough to get around. I mean, I like her here as a win contender. No qualms with her. She put forth a very impressive effort that day. She was kind of tactical, right near that pace, and then she was denied late by a horse and Slay the Day that was well meant. But she's won that. Dallas Stewart tacked outside of the compact quarters of the Oaklawn at Paddock, and she's one that was very much on her toes. She showed that early speed last time out. I anticipate her to do the same. But she's one that you always have to question. A 2-year-old filly, is she getting too revved up? She was certainly on her toes as far as her behavior was concerned. I think she's just a sharp kind that's ready for start number 2, and she's going to be formidable to get around if she can build off of that 73 Beyer speed figure.
She's 3-2. Number 2, Cognizant, is not. 14-1, trained by Steve Asmussen. Won't be here at Oaklawn Park until Sunday. Already one win today. Struck earlier with Jackman, so make it 994 career wins at Oaklawn Park. Megan, you look at those numbers right there, and they jump. It's video game numbers. I get it. He's North America's all-time leading trainer, but the damage he's done here at Oaklawn, closing in on 1,000 wins, the earnings, the stakes wins, the trading titles off the charts.
It's incredible, the domination here. But I will say this, Lafitte, he sends a lot of starters out at Oaklawn Park, and he's one that has the numbers. It's quality, obviously. It's a Hall of Fame trainer who has the horse flesh, but he also is going to be the one that sends out 10K claimers, or also, as we see here, a filly for debuting for the first time, as we mentioned, to have to disarm. And I find her, this is a starting point, the 6 furlong distance. She's going to appreciate the route of ground as the distances grow further. I did land with a little bit of a bomb, Lafitte, as you mentioned
hear the
there.
sales pitch. Let's hear it. Why? Why are we going with Sangarette?
I think that there is a huge discrepancy in price here. If this filly was in anybody else's barn, she'd be half or a quarter of the 36-1 you see there. She's a $500,000 daughter of Charlatan, purchased by Tom Durant. She galloped at the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-old sale, and I just thought she looked like a strong filly that would appreciate this 6 furlong distance. She's been working since June. There's been no real gaps in her tab, so I think she's ready to go as far as this first-time performance is concerned. And as far as her pedigree, Charlatan, not perhaps what might have been anticipated, but strong 17% overall with those dirt sprinters. There's precocity in the pedigree. The Damn Sweet Shirley May was a winner on debut, second in the Grade 1 spin-away. I gave her a shot here, Lafitte, 36-1. We see some pretty crazy results here at Oaklawn Park, and with a field with some unknowns, I thought it was worth trying.
Charlatan, winner of one of the Arkansas Derby divisions during the pandemic, 2020 here at Oaklawn Park, sire of Megan's upstart long shot, Sangarette, on this gorgeous.
I don't know if I convinced Lafitte, guys.
Opening day, we'll see. We're about to see. 33-1, about to knock her. But the favorite is Winning Matters at 3-2. Started this late pick 4. Matt Dinnerman with the call. 2-year-old fillies, race 7, opening day, Oaklawn Park, live on FS2.
Rift coming forward. Sangarette. Waiting for Sangarette. Still working with Sangarette. Post position number 6. Sangarette goes in. Two back, Winning Matters. And Stir It Up to the outside post. Here's Stir It Up. We're ready to go. And we're off. Mischievous Bev wins the start. Here's Yasmin firing forward quickly, and Yasmin has an arrow lead as they go down the backstretch. A line of runners. There's probably 6 or 7 of them right behind Yasmin. Sangarette now picks up the running and is up to challenge Yasmin down the backside. Winning colors there. Splendid Song placed well 4 wide. Eagle Dance down on the inside behind a contentious Tempo. Stir It Up is 4 lengths behind as they approach the 4-turn run. Then comes Cognizant scraping paint down on the inside. Mischievous Bev is plummeting back. Agrippina within 5 lengths of the lead, rounding the 4-turn. Riff third last. Pepina is second to last, and American Missy is trailing as they round the 4-turn. Yasmin under pressure. Sangarette's right there. Here's Splendid Song moving up 3 wide at the quarter pole, and farther out is Agrippina at the top of the lane. Agrippina, Splendid Song, both trying to catch Sangarette. Eagle Dance coming to split horses, but Agrippina's let loose on the outside by Abel Cedillo and kicks away. Agrippina with a nice kick. A 2.5 length lead with a 16th to go from Eagle Dance. Cognizant into third with Splendid Song. Agrippina, second time out for Lindsay Schultz, looking sharp. Agrippina 3 ahead at the finish. Eagle Dance second, Cognizant third. Splendid Song was fourth.
Upset in the 7th at Oaklawn Park. Agrippina, excused, never mind the debut on grass. Look at what she does on dirt and graduates going away at a big price in the 7th here at Oaklawn.
Maybe pulled the wrong big price here, but hey, we were rooting for Sangarette there in the early stages as she was forwardly placed, tiring understandably as they do in their debuts. But hey, you mentioned it. Being able to improve here was that long shot for the Lindsay Schultz barn. Abel Cedillo, very capable rider, and getting to the main track for the first time where it appears this horse wants to be.
There is an inquiry. Don't know what it involves just yet. 11-1-2-9, and that's the thing. We were focused on your long shot turning for home, mixing it up right there with the leaders turning for home. So that's where your focus is at first. Watching the race live, did anything jump out at you?
Didn't, but at the same time, I wasn't able to perhaps see exactly interference down in the stretch. It appears between, let's see here, the number 11 and the number 1, if I'm not mistaken, or perhaps they're late.
And it went up
I'm not
as
quite sure,
soon as they crossed the wire.
Right. So it must have been pretty substantial. Let's take a look. Let's see if we can get a look here.
Listening to the crowd and the
Out
trainers
as well.
and everyone, a lot of puzzled looks on their faces.
We take a look at the stretch run here. Between the 11 and the 1,
Oh,
as
you have
we
a head
see
on.
Eagle Dance, we've got the head on, we've got everything going the right direction now, folks. And as we watch, I'm not seeing anything too damning. Are you, Lafitte? Perhaps it wasn't.
I don't know. You didn't tell me you had access to a replay. I was staring.
Can we take a look
Finally
at
out
the
onto the track,
Stewart's
waiting.
view?
Okay, let's
see
see.
here.
The winner mounting her challenge
There
on the
is
outside,
white.
purple 10-stripe colors. Our viewers at home seeing what the stewards are looking at.
Let's see, it was pretty compact there around the far turn. Lots of moves being made, which can certainly get crowded as we take a look. Right, let's bring Richie in, possibly.
Yeah, by
Richie
the way, you and I are
could-
looking on the tiniest of screens. The former rider, Richie Migliore. Thank God is with us. Richie, what jumps out? What are you seeing?
I don't think it has anything to do with the winner, guys. It was more before they turned for home right up at the quarter pole. The one-horse Eagle Dance was all dressed up with no place to go. Luis Saez was looking for room, and when he angled out, he put at least one runner in tight, and I believe it may have been the 10-horse Mischievous Bev, who was stopping at that moment, but the angle out made him steady and check off of heels. So I think it's concentrating more on the runner-up and his actions up by the quarter pole. The winner kept a pretty straight line, kind of came down to make sure he saw the challenge, the 11 Agrippina, but I really do think it had more to do with the 1 Eagle Dance angling out without sufficient clearance.
In the end, much ado about nothing. Disallowed. The inquiry sign is down. 11-1-2-9. It is not official just yet, but the winner. What a performance in her second career start, but first on dirt, Agrippina strikes at Oaklawn. The win there, and maybe, just maybe, in moments you'll hear the ringing of the bell at Oaklawn Park for a good cause. We'll explain when we come back.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid at $410,000. There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Upset in the 7th. Kick off the late pick 4. Shaking things up, a $37 winner. Agrippina in race 7. Take another look, deep stretch in those 10-strike purple colors. Agrippina, who had that one start under her belt, but that was on grass. That was at Kentucky Downs, introduced to dirt racing. Takes to it beautifully and draws off, going away. Trained by Lindsay Schultz, able to deal with a victory here opening day. The filly by Tacitus graduates in her second career start. Big price kick off the late pick 4 in these 2-year-old fillies. 2-year-olds next in the Advent, Megan. And look, it's not, you're not treating her like a first-time starter per se, but a completely different set of circumstances for Agrippina on this afternoon in her second start versus her debut at Kentucky Downs.
Kentucky Downs can be a quirky place for any horse to have to adjust to. The undulating turf course, a lot of the times handicappers will kind of take a line through those races at Kentucky Downs if horses don't exactly fare, and she certainly, her pedigree suggested she might fare on the main track as well. Got the job done and did so impressively.
You said there might be some unpredictability regarding these 2-year-olds. We just saw it with the $36 winners in this cross-country pick 5. Looks like this so far. Started at Aqueduct, $14 winner. Cocktails and Kringle. Money run here at Oaklawn, $17.40. This has been tough on the handicappers. Part in the Army. All right, made sense, but this one really shaking things up. Agrippina at $37.40 in the end.
$37 winner there, as you mentioned, and she, in the grand scheme of things, could have been treated like a firster, always tough, and that is a healthy sequence. That's a tough one to figure out. Congratulations if you're still alive in that last leg.
How puzzling, how difficult, how challenging of a handicapping endeavor did you find the Advent, the opening day feature? Those are updated odds with a 2-to-1 favorite, Spun DMC, also Boca Beach Club at 2-to-1. Megan, what was the key? What stood out in terms of handicapping this Advent Stakes?
Well, in the dynamics of these 2-year-olds, a lot of them had speed, lots of speed in this race, trying to figure out who can provide a new dimension, a rateability per se of being able to do so. They've won their respective starts and been able to employ that speed, perhaps in gate-to-wire fashion. Are they going to be able to show a new side here in Stakes Company?
Advent Stakes is next. 2-year-olds taking center stage. Opening day feature here at Oaklawn Park. And of course, for opening day here, for all of us, naturally, as horse racing fans, we're excited about the start of a brand new meet at Oaklawn Park. We spend most of our time and energy focusing on the live racing, but all the while recognizing that the horses we're watching compete have so much left, have so much once retired here on the racetrack. Thoroughbred Aftercare, retired racehorses, a point of emphasis here at Oaklawn Park.
Most horses retired 4, 5, 6 years old, but they can live to be 30. Every stake that races needs an aftercare foundation. It was all started by Bill Walmsley, so we got together, got with Jennifer Hoyt, we got a website, we got a Facebook page, and we could rehabilitate and retire the thoroughbreds that have raced at Oaklawn.
We started off very slow. I think we maybe had 6 horses the first year we were in the program. Overall, we've probably retired and rehomed over 50 horses. We do ask that every owner that donates a horse into the program donate the horse with $1,000. That just helps care for the horse for the first month or so that we have the horse in our care. Every year we do get some good funding, but it's amazing how quickly that goes during the summer and fall when we're taking care of about 25 to 30 horses. At the end of the 22 race meet, we implemented the Ring the Bell program. Ron Moquette brought it to us. He provided the bell. And so that April, that last month of that race meet, we gave owners the opportunity to ring the bell every time they won a race. And we raised almost $9,000 in just that month. It's now something that they look forward to doing. It's a sense of pride. I'm gonna ring the bell today because that means they won a race. 2 years ago, the HPPA installed an equicizer at Oaklawn, and that's been a huge fundraiser. Trainers pay $10 per horse every time they put it on that equicize wheel, and all that money comes to our program. Each horse has its own adoption fee. We usually set that based on what the horse will be doing in his second career. It ranges from between $500 and $1,500.
These horses have such a great purpose. They want to do something. They want to be a little girl's horse. They want to be ridden. They want to trail ride. They want to event. They want to be a hunter jumper. They want to do something else. And it gives them an opportunity to live a long, prosperous, wonderful life outside the racetrack. But we need that resource everywhere so a person can responsibly retire their horse and have it taken care of.
You listen for it after just about every race here at Oaklawn Park. After everyone celebrates and takes pictures in the winner's circle, you expect to hear that bell. And very common, it's almost predictable, you do hear that bell. And everyone gathering to make a difference in the lives of these thoroughbreds once retired, Greg and Richie. And just another example of what a difference, how much change we've seen over the last 10, 15, 20 years throughout the industry, how much emphasis there is now versus then in terms of the importance of Thoroughbred Aftercare.
Yeah, that program, thanks, Levi, debuted back in 2021-22 season. It has, the amount of donations have increased every single year. And last year, a significant increase. They made over $100,000.
Yeah, they're just doing incredible work, and a lot of tracks should follow suit. You know, all jurisdictions have been doing so much, you know, to create income or get charitable donations for aftercare. They do it extremely well at Oaklawn. I also believe, though, we've got to build in, maybe with their registration, a certain fee that will go right into an endowment and create a mechanism that will make income in perpetuity, because you're always going to have horses retire and they never stop eating. And it just seems at times it's a little daunting to sustain the model that we have, but they're doing it extremely well there. And, you know, I believe firmly that anybody that derives their living from these animals, and even if you've just had an afternoon of sport that you enjoyed, if you're capable of it, to give back to these horses that give us everything.
Great to see those more and more programs that are helping find these equine athletes homes after their careers are over on the racetrack. Up next, stakes action on opening day, and of course, named after the program we just talked about. Ring the Bell coming up on Saturday's action, where Skelly will have his bid to win a record-tying 7th stakes victory at Oaklawn, but going to have to face some good ones, including Roll On Big Joe. Comes off a huge win at Churchill.
Yeah, big win, big speed figure. Julian Leperoux comes in for the mount. He's wintering at Turfway Park this year, but Roll On Big Joe, certainly good. Never run at Oaklawn, though. He's got a little ways to go to catch up with Skelly's record there. 10 wins from 12 starts.
And not yet, 10 wins from 12 starts. He's won 10 in a row, by the way, Skelly at Oaklawn. So trying to win an 11th straight. That's a record, by the way. And trying to join Swift Ruler and Whitmore with a record-tying 7th straight stakes victory.
When he's good, he's just fast. He has blazing speed. He gets Ricardo Santana, who has enjoyed most of that success with him at Oaklawn Park.
But those issues have kind of resurfaced with him with those getting out of the gate, which used to be a problem. They've come back a little bit.
Well, that's the big question, right? Sometimes he doesn't break as sharp. The one thing that he's got going on his side, the horse directly outside of him, Ghost of Midnight, has absolutely really no speed whatsoever. So even if he gets off a stutter step slow, hopefully he can continue to go forward, not get squeezed back. That is the key. But again, to overlook his record at Oaklawn Park would be a serious mistake.
One of the kings of Oaklawn, over $2 million in earnings, and over half of that earned, in Hot Springs. So we're looking forward to that. Ring the Bell tomorrow, 3:52 Central Time, 4:52 Eastern. Up next, opening day feature for 2-year-olds, the Advent Boca Beach Club. For Jimmy DeVito, impressive in the debut. That was at Hawthorne. Try and bring that form here to Hot Springs and start number 2. We'll be back with a feature when we return on our FS2 coverage. Back with you on our Friday coverage. Opening day at Oaklawn, and they are in the holiday spirit out in Hot Springs. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we get set for the feature on opening day, the Advent for 2-year-olds. And currently, Spun DMC. First out winner at Churchill with an 80 buyer in that first out effort. Backs it up, distant second in Stakes Company, start number 2 at Keeneland. Let's go back to the debut, though. And impressive to do this at first asking. Looked very professional.
Yeah, it was very professional. Just kind of settled just off of the leader's hips. I wouldn't say he was rating, but he was just off the pace. And with his outside draw today, that gives his rider, Luis Saez, who will be spending the entire meet at Oaklawn, options, right? He can get into the race the right way, because I'm seeing a lot of speed signed on here. And when they're this professional on debut, then tried Stakes Company, makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Deserving. One to beat off the resume early on, but things change quick, we know, with these 2-year-olds. Here's Walter the Mason. Christian Torres rides.
Been good. The last race at Zia was his best yet. Will that form translate at Oaklawn Park?
Dirty Rich, I thought the speed of the speed. Blinkers coming off for Peter Miller.
Well, you go back to his last dirt try in a maiden claiming 150,000, and that was how he won it all speed.
Big figure in the last time he was on dirt. That was at 5.5 furlongs at Del Mar. Chad Allen, Tyler Bacon rides.
Closer in a race loaded with speed. Tyler Bacon, real good meet at Oaklawn last year as an apprentice.
Boca Beach Club, another impressive first out winner. That was at Hawthorne.
Another one that came from off the pace after breaking a bit slow. Jimmy DeVito, terrific horse trainer.
Ganas comes out of a grade 3 try on the Derby Trail in the street sense.
And turns back in distance, so his 2 sprints, he's 2 for 2.
Going to hear from this trainer momentarily. Randy Morris sends out Spun DMC.
Well, we saw how professional on debut, and that outside draw gives him the opportunity maybe to settle just a touch.
And Joel Rosario, Steve Asmussen team up, strong potential. First out winner at Ellis.
First out winner at Ellis. One thing about Steve Asmussen, though, he prepares horses for what's directly in front of him. You can anticipate a definite improvement from strong potential, and he reaches out to Joel Rosario. They've always been a good combination.
First out winner, stakes place and start number 2. Let's go to Lafitte with a trainer of Spun DMC.
Yeah, Greg, here he is, Randy Morse, Spun DMC, favorite for the upcoming Advent Stakes. Randy, you had talked about how worked up he was, his behavior, his acclimation for his second career start at Keeneland. What have you noticed in preparation for this race and his behavior this afternoon?
Well, first of all, he come out of his own stall, so as over there, we shipped him that morning to Keeneland, which he had never been to, so it makes a lot of difference.
He's fast. His speed, as he develops, what are you noticing in terms of how he's learning to manage and use his speed?
Well, actually, I never really thought he was that quick. I mean, he showed somewhat speed, but I think that's what happened a little bit last time. NYRA said he broke so well, he kind of about halfway run off with him, and then he was stuck. He's like, what do you do now? So.
Are you good if he's not in front early?
Oh, yeah, he don't have to be in front, especially where he drew outside. Louis knows what to do.
Opening day, what would it mean to you to win the first stakes race of a brand new meet here at Oaklawn Park, Randy?
Same as it does any race. I like to win.
Go get him. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
You're competitive when you come to this meet. You need to be, because they ship in from all over. One of the toughest meets to handicap, to win at. 2 minutes away from this Advent, and it does look like there are several that want to be forward early. I thought the 2, though, as I said, potentially that speed of the speed, and Spun DMC might get a perfect trip in here.
Yeah, he just may. Again, being more drawn towards the outside gives him the opportunity to get into the race in a kinder fashion, right? Luis Saez isn't as much under the gun, and he can kind of assess what's going on inside of him before he has to make a decision. Listen, the 5, Ganas was, showed good speed sprinting. It couldn't quite stay out the mile and a 16th. Him turning back, I think, certainly makes him very interesting.
I don't get, we're talking about the 5. I don't get why he's such a big price at 9-2.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think he should be that big a price. I thought he and Boca Beach Club before were the ones that really were the most interesting to me.
Well, here's a look at win number 2 from Ganat. Won the debut at Horseshoe Indy, then goes to Churchill, stretches out an extra furlong to 6 furlongs, sits just off the pace early, and then puts his field away.
Yeah, I mean, he's storming home here, the son of Warfront, Claiborne Farm stallion, who is by Danzig. And you can see all that influence of Danzig, Warfront, very balanced individual, and he won with a little something left. You gotta like his 2 sprints, and now he had that 1 try, 2 turns, to getting back to what he really wants to do.
But this horse, center your screen, still your favorite at 2-1, wins first out at Churchill and then Stakes Place, but with a similar figure, really, to what Ganas did the last time he was sprinting. Big discrepancy, though, in terms of the odds. We will see how it plays out. Minute to post in the Advent. Let's go back to Hot Springs.
Exciting, Megan. The first stakes of a brand new meet. We do so with 2-year-olds here and competitive field of upstart freshmen.
This is such a competitive field, and I agree with Greg and Richie over there in New York. It's a race that the number 5, I think, as he mentioned, Ganas is a horse that I think the turnback angle could be incredibly interesting there. As I find, while he's shown speed at the route, he's interesting, but I landed on the number 7 here for the Steve Asmussen barn 1 at 5-1 there for strong potential. That is improving. He looked fit to me. I liked what I saw in the paddock from him physically coming off of that layoff from July. He's been working incredibly well here at Oaklawn Park, and while he does need to improve off that 59 buyer speed figure, 5-1 could be a gift.
Key to the race, shape of the race early on. What are you looking for as soon as they spring the latch?
Speed. Who goes? Who's going to get things hot up front? The number 1 wants to break with speed. We mentioned the number 5. Speed in both his sprint and route. Tries the number 6. Spun DMC, the favorite, will be quick early.
Speed projectors, pace projectors had him in front, but as you just heard Randy Moore telling me he's good, doesn't think he needs the lead. We'll find out how effective he is without it as they file into the gate. These freshmen, these 2-year-olds about to duel 5.5 furlongs for the winner's share of this $150,000 purse. The opening day Advent Stakes. Matt Dinnerman standing by with a load and call. The Advent live on FS2.
Strong potential outside post. We're ready to go in the Advent Stakes. And they're off. Dirty Rich wins the start, takes advantage of it, goes right to the lead. Ganas taking the second spot with Walter the Mason down on the inside of him. Spun DMC did not have the greatest beginning. He's into 4th now, but he's 2.5 lengths behind with a half-mile to go. Gap of 3 to the last 3. They line up. Strong potential, Chad Allen and Boca Beach Club, who passed both, and he's now 7 behind as they go into the turn. Dirty Rich, 3 furlongs to go. Length in front. Walter the Mason off the rail. Here's Spun DMC making a move into second. Ganas rides the rail around the far turn. Walter the Mason is plummeting in the wrong direction. Boca Beach Club trying to produce a bit on the outside of horses. He's within 3 lengths of the lead. At the top of the stretch, it's Dirty Rich, Spun DMC right up alongside. These two off the turn. Boca Beach Club still in 3rd, continuing a sustained run. Dirty Rich on top. Spun DMC can't get him. Boca Beach Club trying to run on here. It's Dirty Rich still there. Dirty Rich by 2.5. Boca Beach Club second best. Dirty Rich, Ramon Vasquez with a huge day. 4 wins on the day for Vasquez, and Dirty Rich took him all the way. Boca Beach Club second, Spun DMC next, and then Strong Potential and Ganas.
Deja vu all over again. Dirty Rich, trained by Peter Miller. Last year winning with Kel's Angel, who ran on grass. Showed up at Oaklawn, won the Advent. Dirty Rich, last 2 races on grass, shows up at Oaklawn, wins the Advent.
Ramon Vasquez is having a lights-out day. You know, we mentioned it earlier in the show. This is a very strong jockey colony, and while he's been a stalwart at Oaklawn, it's going to be even harder for those opportunities. He is riding lights out, as you mentioned, did so with Kel's Angel last year. This horse also got a chance to run on the grass. It's always interesting to see how they're going to take to this surface. Del Mar, more moisture in that ground, and had no problems here for the first time at Oaklawn Park.
Maybe we'll pay a little more attention when Peter Miller brings the same type of runner with the same type of profile for this race next season.
Same profile, and we mentioned the speed. He got to the lead. They did not catch him in a race where you could have found some dynamics. Maybe they didn't really challenge him. I mean, he got to the pace. He wasn't exactly just really pressured there, and he managed to trip out and execute.
Peter Miller, winning trainer all the success, all the damage he's done on the Breeders' Cup stage, specifically with turf sprinters, and now a regular for this opening day advent. And at 6-1, Dirty Rich. And for the rider, you touched on Ramon Vasquez. When it comes to these signature meets, these longer meets, how important it is to get that momentum going, to get off to a fast start. Check that box. Did Ramon Vasquez doing just that on opening day?
Absolutely. A huge day for him. And, you know, you got to admit, it's nice that they didn't lose Dirty Rich for that $150,000 tag. And, I mean, hey, the form lines are there before touching on it. I mean, he beat the likes of Mr. AP, who went on to finish second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile last time he ran on dirt. So certainly the class prevailed here today.
2-4-6-7, Dirty Rich. Ramon Vasquez cleaning up day one, Oaklawn Park, from turf to dirt. Once again for Vasquez and Miller in the advent, all about Dirty Rich in the opening day feature.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Opening day feature, the advent. There's trainer Peter Miller. All smiles after Dirty Rich breaks sharp from the gate, gets the lead, and goes gate to wire for the win.
He exploded out of the box. Seemed like he had a length lead right at the break, and he kept going all the way through the wire.
Fasig-Tipton winner's circle. And it's Dirty Rich with the victory. Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky winner, mixed sale scheduled for February 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Main catalog entries close December 15. Enter now at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Let's go back to Megan.
Well, joined here in the winner's circle with trainer Peter Miller, and you have no qualms with winning this race as you did so last year. Managed to get the job done with a horse with a very similar profile.
Yeah, they're both very fast horses, very nice horses, and just a great day and a great start to the meet. And congratulations to Mr. McMillan and his family, and also to Ramon winning 4.
As you mentioned, Ramon is your guy in lockstep. You had to appreciate when he broke and went forward to the lead and just how he managed to cruise on from there.
Yeah, Ramon and I have had a lot of luck over the years here and in California. And, you know, I call him, his nickname used to be the Boogeyman in Puerto Rico. So I say, hollering for the Boogeyman, and he's riding like the Boogeyman.
Well, he ran incredible today. Who do I have here?
This is my son, Seth.
Seth, how are you enjoying Oaklawn Park? Have you been here before?
Oh, this is my first time. I didn't get to go last year, so I was sick, but it's great.
Well, you managed to put it all together. He won the same race as he did last year, but hopefully you're both enjoying the day. Congratulations, Peter.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Greg.
First of likely many trips to get his picture taken at this meet for Peter Miller.
That's very cool, and then to share it with your son like that. Big smiles. You liked it, Dirty Rich. I couldn't bring myself to pick a horse named Dirty Rich. Just couldn't do it.
That wasn't your nickname, huh?
No, thank God.
Menacing Mig. Cross country, pick 5 follow along. Look at that, with a free square for many. I mean, Party of the Army, a massive standout, but it was not easy the rest of the way. $18,325.
Wow. See, not going to happen if you go to a ball game. Racing, you can actually leave with more than you came with.
Indeed, a lot more in this case. If you put that together, congratulations. Race 9, mile and a 16th, entry-level allowance. And Uncle Caesar, Super Cruise, very interesting, coming back off the bench, hasn't raced since April. Both his starts, he has been very good for Ray Ashford coming off that maiden win. We'll see how he fares off the bench, his first try against winners.
Yeah, and his first start, Super Cruise, he got left at the gate, made this humongous middle move, made the lead, and still hung in there well. And then next time, a little more patiently handled, broke a little bit better, got it done.
This one coming up in 18 minutes. Well, at Oaklawn Park, history isn't just remembered, it is etched into the backstretch. Barns here carry the names of some of the greats who have graced these grounds, like California's star, Snow Chief, Argentine powerhouse, Paciana, and the Queen, Zenyatta. Each name marks more than just a building. It marks a moment and a memory that took place in Hot Springs.
If you walk around the Oaklawn backstretch, you'll notice that the barns don't have numbers. The barns instead are named in honor of horses significant to Oaklawn's rich history.
Here come two champions, side by side. Heavenly Pride to the outside and Paciana right there. And Zenyatta flies to the lead in the middle of the track. And it's Spotty Jones, one step forward to Kentucky, and one giant step to $5 million. It's time to make some memories. American Pharaoh, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance. The Oaklawn handicap and #1 rating will go to Cigar by 2.5. The champion Azeri, here she comes down the middle, and she does it.
40 barns named after 40 important horses, all who helped to contribute to Oaklawn's rich history in their own way.
Keeneland is going to decimate this field, winning the Arkansas Derby by 9 lengths.
It's time to make some memories.
So many racing greats with compelling storylines and ties to Oaklawn.
Whitmore win time, Whitmore!
Each track kind of has their unique things they do. I love this, that they do it out in Hot Springs and keep that history of some of the great runners in the past alive. And the barn that Dwayne Lucas used to make his Oaklawn home, the Royal Glint barn, that's now going to be taken over by two of his former assistants, Mike Maker and Dallas Stewart.
Yeah, and it seems very appropriate, right? Keep that tradition going, keeping, people that Wayne mentored. And I love that they're going to have the coach, because that's how more he was known, particularly at Oaklawn and in the Midwest. But I love looking at those barns and all those horses, because I love the history of racing, and I read about it. No Double, probably the greatest Arkansas bred ever. So they have a race name for him, they have a barn name for him.
I think a lot of people don't really know the history of that we've sort of been educating in the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, he really, a horse that won the Met Mile. He won races out in California, broke track records wherever he went. Temperance Hill, who wound up to win a Belmont Stakes. Joe Canny for John Ed Anthony. Back then it was Loblolly, Eddie Maple. So I just love walking around there. And there's a feeling to the backstretch at Oaklawn that's very reminiscent of Saratoga. And they do call it the Saratoga of the South. And the same kind of town as Saratoga, the history of it, the healing waters, right? The spas, the springs, and great horses and great racing.
And you brought up John Ed Anthony. We're going to see him with 2 entries in tomorrow's card. 1 win away from 300 career victories in Hot Springs. It's remarkable. So that'll be on Saturday's card, a chance to achieve that incredible number of victories. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More coming up, race 9 when we return. 14 minutes to post in this 9th from Oaklawn. It is Uncle Caesar. Brad Cox off the claim with Luis Saez, the one to beat with the final daily double coming up.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13 hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's going to take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm going to win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter and I fell into my wife and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race. And this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Ames Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
She was an incredible filly for that man right there, center screen, Tom Ames, who's got a major player in this 9th race coming up. She'd go on in her 4-year-old campaign to win a Grade 1 in the Ballerina at Saratoga.
She got left at the gate that day, rushed up, set super fast fractions, and the difference with Serengeti Empress than other speed horses get free. When they get collared, well, it's usually the game over. She would re-engage and fight back. So not only did she have speed, she had that tenacity to match it.
That was one of the most impressive performances I still to this day have ever seen at Saratoga, what she overcame.
Absolutely. She had to get left 3-4 lengths and then rushed into a 21 and change first quarter and then have the guts to fight back.
Well, Tom in this race as crisis manager of the 8. He'll have Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. Huge performance to break through and get that maiden win. It came on a muddy sealed track at Churchill. Got a big figure and was forward throughout.
And beat a horse named Publisher that was on the Triple Crown Trail and still a maiden. A horse that ran well in the Arkansas Derby, ran in some of the Triple Crown races, but crisis manager kept finding. Now, was it the muddy track or was it just a case of this horse taking a little while to figure the game out?
I think it seems like an improving 3-year-old, right? Missed most of the year, was off from early February, doesn't come back till September, showed life in the comeback, and then takes that next step. $5 final daily double begins here. Jonathan put a ticket together. He's going to use Tom's horse. He'll include the 5 as well, Super Cruise.
Tough race to handicap. I think there's a lot of speed here. It could go a lot of directions.
So JK going with 2 3-year-olds. There's another 3-year-old who's intriguing as well. It's first division for Ken McPeak, who had competed on the road to the Triple Crown, was in the Arkansas Derby, was overmatched that day, but came back and ran very good in the Bathhouse Row against Instant Replay.
Yeah, he has kept some very good company, and, you know, he was last seen in June. He's probably changed a lot from June till December.
7 minutes to post in this very competitive 9th. So those are the 3 main kind of 3-year-olds tackling older company in this group. Our post parade starts with Myra's boy, Rafael Bejarano.
Seems like this horse kind of turned a corner and is kind of interchangeable, running well on turf and or dirt.
Here's Ken McPeak's first division, first start since June.
Talked about it, has faced tougher company at times.
This one has really started to move in the right direction for Steve Asmussen, but does that Remington form hold up?
That's always the question when we start the early Oaklawn meeting, but consistent speed.
Here's Super Cruise. Big effort, but has not been seen since April.
The layoff's problematic. I like the 3/4 work, and 113, this is my top selection.
Turf to dirt, caught off guard.
Yeah, it's going to have to find a dirt race that we haven't quite seen that would match up here.
This one with races that makes them interesting. Midnight West.
Also adds some speed to the affair, so usually you get pretty honest paces at Oaklawn.
Here's the Tom Ames runner, crisis manager.
Well, Tom does a great job. This horse has got a pedigree that says he'd keep improving with age, and that's been the case.
Surprised he's that big a number off that performance. Here's Uncle Caesar, Brad Cox off the claim.
Coming off some good races. First time in the Brad Cox barn. Going to gain attention.
La Hooligan, Greg Compton barn.
Greg Compton had a terrific meeting there last year here at Oaklawn. Another one feels like going to have to find that A-plus race.
Long shot specialist trainer. We say his name every year. Kim Poole with Capo Luca.
Yep, this
Her
horse.
name, excuse me.
This horse has won at Oaklawn Park. Another one, though, feels like got to be a bit faster.
2 also eligibles get in. Dance Simone, Tom Vanberg.
Tom Vanberg, based at Oaklawn for many years now since the passing of his late great father, Jack Vanberg.
And what's up, Doc, at 28-1 for Scott Young?
Yeah, another horse that did win at Oaklawn previously. Will that post be an even bigger stumbling block? Tough place to start.
All right, so let's take a look back at Super Cruise. Very good debut, then wins next time out. Start number 2 in this race back on April the 19th. And La Hooligan was 3rd. little ways back. Big effort, though, in the second start of his 3-year-old's career.
And you see, as Super Cruise is hit in the front there, he has that tendency. He wants to lug in a little bit. You see the rider going at him with left-handed crop. His head is cocked out towards the outside, trying to keep a straight path. On debut, he made this big, early, premature move up the inside, and he was lugging in. He actually hit the rail a couple times. So he was very green, made a very ambitious early move, and still ran a winning race, came back to win. The layoff's the question, but I love that 5 furlongs in a minute November 8th, then came back with an easy 5/8, and then 6 furlongs in 1:13. That's a stamina building work.
Tough test, though. First try against winners off the lengthy layoff. Is he up to the task? Let's go back to Lafitte and Megan.
That layoff, Greg, indeed. The maiden win, that was then. This is now. Megan, you were looking at him in the paddock. What'd you see?
I liked him in the paddock. I mean, he is a big, sturdy Uncle Mo colt for Tom Duran. He was on his toes. He was one that I do wish just looked a touch fitter. I think the race will certainly do him well. It's always a task coming back off of the layoff, and I agree with Richie. His works is certainly give you the appreciation that I think that he will be in the right spot here. I just think he'll benefit from a race today. Looking at him here, he's well muscled. He looks great. I just think that one race and then we'll see. I think that he's going to be very formidable, though. I find him to be a candidate to hit the board, but also it's tough. You know, facing winners for the first time off a layoff, he certainly has some variables to contend with up there at 3-1.
Really good race, not a stakes race. Stakes race kind of purse, $115,000 for this 9th race. You wound up with Uncle Caesar, number 10. Louis Saez at 5-2 now. What's the key to success for him today?
You know, he's one of those horses that I've had a thing for. He's very interesting as he was claimed from the Park circuit. Brad Cox ends up with him. He was one that I believe Jamie Ness was listed as the trainer at Parks. The ownership group then placed him obviously with Brad Cox. So got to the Cox barn eventually. Certainly a good place to be. Cox strong off the claim, but he's one that I find has the propensity to have that tactical type stalking trip with Louis Saez aboard. I thought he looked fantastic in the paddock. He's one that's athletic. He's sharp. He's fit, coming off a bit of a freshening there from September, and I found him to be obviously contending with an outside draw, but I find he'll fit here as far as the dynamics of this race.
That's something to watch, where he'll be situated early on, and hoping not to lose too much precious real estate, looking to gain position going into the clubhouse turn. And then number 5 in Super Cruise, who we touched on earlier, and trainer Tom Amos. We're always pulling for a friend and colleague, Crisis Manager. He came by the set earlier, said hello, discussed Crisis Manager, and did sound quietly confident.
He did. He was one that appreciated the gelding angle. He's one that this is the 3rd start off the layoff as a gelding. He could be a real candidate for improvement. Always good to hear when Tom likes one, especially coming in here facing winners in a tough group. He certainly, if he runs back to that 89 Beyer speed figure, he'll be formidable here as well.
Number 2 was First Division, trainer by Kenny McPeak, saddled the winner of the opener, the first winner of this brand new meet earlier. McPeak, who's enjoyed so many big moments over the years here at Oaklawn Park, and most recently, the name that comes to mind, there it is, Torpedo Anna, Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, champion 2024 in last year's Apple Blossom. What a run, what a filly, the darling of the sport for better than a year.
Yeah, this is horse in First Division we have here for Kenny McPeak. I mean, he has had such tremendous success here, prepping the likes of Mystic Dan, Torpedo Anna here for those classic type races. But he's a trainer that certainly likes to utilize Oaklawn Park, and hopefully he continues to see success in those big classic type races as we march towards those marquee days here in Hot Springs.
McPeak, so many near misses in that Apple Blossom over the years. Torpedo Anna, and winning that Apple Blossom, one of the marquee events here. The most celebrated race for older fillies and mares at Oaklawn Park today, opening day. The first of 4 Kentucky Derby prep races offering points January 3rd. The Smarty Jones, and all leading up to the Arkansas Derby, March 28th, Oaklawn Signature race, and in recent years, one of the more productive races leading to the Kentucky Derby and the Triple Crown.
We saw American Pharoah take this win right here on this track, en route to becoming, of course, the one there in the Triple Crown. But it certainly has been fruitful. Sandman taking the race last year. He's here on track on the grounds for trainer Mark Cassidy. We'll see how these 2-year-olds continue to progress towards that big prize coming up later in the meet.
So much to look forward to over the next several months. Oaklawn racing leading up to the first Saturday in May, and we're not done with opening day just yet here. Of course, you can get involved, bet the racing at Oaklawn at NYRAbets.com. With 2 races left on this opening day program, we'll be here all weekend. Tomorrow, the Ring the Bell, a chance to see a horse who's been next to untouchable here at Oaklawn Park for trainer Steve Asmussen, the razor sharp, come and catch me if you can, Speed Demon in Skelly.
Oh, I'm so excited to see Skelly. I'm a huge Skelly fan, and it's contentious on his break, right? Roll On Big Joe will be there to collect the pieces if Skelly does not get out of the gate tomorrow. But I'm optimistic returning to Oaklawn will hopefully give him a little pep in his step that he needs out of the gate.
More wagering opportunities. Oaklawn Park, the $5 wager, the daily double here, about to get underway for races 9 and 10. Class 6 is back, the pick 6 here. Oaklawn Park, some changes. Meet feels a little bit different. We'll run through that Smarty Jones weekend, the 4 days of racing just after New Year's Day, and then a 3 or so week break, and then racing 4 days a week, beginning then the classic meet here at Oaklawn Park.
You get to spend New Year's Eve with your with the one and only, right, here at Hot Springs. It's going to be fun, but as you mentioned, we get a little bit of a break, but the action's really going to start to heat up. We bookend January. At the beginning of the meet, we've got Derby Prep. The end of the meet, or excuse me, the end of the month, we have that Derby Prep in the Southwest, which we saw Mystic Dan capture en route to winning the Kentucky Derby. So extremely key race as horses go into the gate for race number 9. Lafitte.
Good time, exciting time to be an Arkansas and Oaklawn horse racing fan. Ready for the 9th of 10 on opening day. Matt Ditterman with the load and call. Race 9, Oaklawn, live on FS2.
Walking forward. La Hooligan coming up. Super Cruise, post 5. Here's Kapalooka. They've loaded Super Cruise. Caught off guard coming up. 2 back. Midnight West. And to the outside post. What's Up Doc? Here's What's Up Doc to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Super Cruise was off a little bit slowly. Heavenville going to the lead. Midnight West encouraged to pick up the pace early, takes the second position. And then Uncle Caesar, who's taken back to third, approaching the first turn. First Division and fourth as they corner into the turn. Caught off guard in a bumping match here early with Super Cruise. Myra's Boy inside of that pair, off of heels around the clubhouse turn. Crisis Manager is next. They are very strung out as the top 2 get away. We come back to Caught Off Guard. He's ranked now approaching the backstretch. La Hooligan joins him. Second to last, What's Up Doc? And then Kapalooka, who's the distant trailer down the backstretch. They're rolling on the lead. Heavenville half length in front. Midnight West right behind him on his tail second. There's a gap of 6 back to Uncle Caesar, already pushed upon by Luis Saez. And First Division draws level with him, gets a little bit closer. Length and a half back to Super Cruise, Myra's Boy. Then comes Dance Samo, Crisis Manager, the Gray. He's a length in front of La Hooligan, Caught Off Guard, who's second to last. And then comes Dance Samo, and one way far back is Kapalooka as they round the far turn. Heavenville, the leader, getting away from Midnight West. First Division looms large, and here's Super Cruise on the outside with a big run. Super Cruise in the 3-path comes calling for the lead with First Division. Heavenville trying to stick around. Myra's Boy right behind them at the top of the stretch. First Division has the lead. Super Cruise now asked for his best, but First Division has something for the final furlong and kicks away. Kicks away by 2. Super Cruise into the second position. Dan Samo is next into third. It's First Division with a furlong to go, and he's opened up 3. Dan Samo charging after him. First Division on top. Dan Samo's going to make one last desperate dive. Here's the line. First Division. First Division held off Dan Samo, Super Cruise, and Kapalooka.
desperate finish. And there it is, Super Cruise just able to hold on in this ninth at Oaklawn Park. 9-5, the favorite delivers in the ninth.
Yeah, here for Kenny McPeak with Emmanuel Esquivel aboard, and he's one that certainly comes off the layoff here off of that state-bred stake going 6 furlongs, and he's surely one that appreciated the distance as evidenced in his earlier races.
Called the wrong one. Called the wrong one, Megan. First Division in front, digging. Manny Esquivel trained by Kenny McPeak towards the outside. 13 diving at him late, but just able to hold on. First Division. Manny Esquivel, McPeak struck in the opener. 2 wins on the afternoon. 2, 13, 5, 12 in the ninth race.
Kudos to the number 5 there. I know Richie liked him. I liked him as well. Certainly one to look forward to as he is able to get some races under his belt. Certainly a talented type that handled himself well against winners for the first time.
By Omaha Beach, former Arkansas Derby winner. Didn't have a chance to race in the Kentucky Derby. Injured a couple of days prior to the Derby. The sire of First Division here at 5-1. And for Esquivel, for trainer Kenny McPeak, they strike in race number 9 here at Oaklawn Park. Results when we come back. 1 left on the opening day program. First Division holds on. 2, 13, 5, 12 in the ninth. Opening day coverage continuing at Oaklawn.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one. This time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
This holiday season, give the gift of racing with NYRA Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your own account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NYRABets.com.
Say hello to Move. It's a 1-horse race. Very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch at Hot Springs to win it.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Opening day continuing from Oaklawn Park in race 9. Ken McPeak has had so much success here in the last few years. Keeps things going here with a win on opening day. First Division off the bench, 3-year-old. First start back since he competed in a couple of stakes out at Oaklawn, including the Arkansas Derby. Gets the second win of his career.
Yeah, terrific job by Kenny McPeak, too, to have this horse ready off the bench, not seen since June.
Let's go to Megan.
You're in the winner's circle with Manny Esquivel. And Manny, you have a pretty close relationship with Kenny McPeak. Opportunities here at Oaklawn, getting the win here. How did this horse feel coming off the layoff?
I never worked with him before the layoff, but in the post-period, he felt himself. You know, Ken has been really good to me. He helped me the whole summer, Colonial, Churchill, Keeneland, and we've been lucky. You know, we've been doing good together. And my agent, Jose, he's been doing a great job. He's putting on some winners and looking for the horses. You know, just been behind a lot of good help, Cipriano and everybody. You know, all over the place. And Ken has been a big part of it. You know.
You've ridden this horse in his priors, including a stake here at Oaklawn Park earlier this year. How have you seen him being able to continue to develop since then?
He matured. He really matured. I mean, before he was like, sometimes he breaks slow out of the gate. you had to kind of put him in the race. He want to get. Today he was dragging me. You know, they were going quick, and he was dragging me around there. So he really matured mentally and everything.
Congratulations on the win here, Manny. Hope to see you in the winner's circle here at Oaklawn as the meet progresses.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Greg.
And there we go, a little ring of the bell with some money going to Aftercare for horses after their careers are over on the racetrack. Good for Manny Esquivel. Gets a big win here on opening day in a first division, 3-year-old on the improve here on the comeback.
Yeah, horse they thought a lot of, went right into stakes, the Arkansas Derby after breaking his maiden and finishing second in an allowance race. It's so important for a rider, a trainer, to get off to a good start at a meet. You want to set the tone early that you're going to be a force to be reckoned with there, particularly with riders. You know, trainers have the horses they're going to train, and they'd like to add to that. But riders, if they start winning early, then that makes them the hot item, and everybody wants the hot rider. So important to get off to a good start. And Manny Esquivel, he's a professional race rider. He shows up, does his job. No drama, no histrionics. That's the way I like my riders. Just show up and do your job.
Good barn to be in with, too, especially in Hot Springs for Ken McPeak.
Absolutely.
Going to close things out on opening day with this Arkansas-bred maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win. 6 furlong sprints, and in these Arkansas-bred maiden races, chaos can happen.
Chaos can happen, you know, and a lot of people kind of wait with their Arkansas breds because the breeding program, the purses for the Arkansas breds are so good. And to give you an example, Secret Slew ran at Remington Park, was beaten 3/4 of a length. That was a $38,000 purse. This is a $100,000 purse. So as much as you want to win races, you're almost happy not to win outside of Oaklawn because your purse is going to be minuscule compared to it.
Yeah, incredible, the money they put on the line for these state-bred runners. This is going to close it out. We'll be back with it. 18 minutes to post in this finale. Mentioned Louis Sella and all the improvements he has done to this racetrack has earned him initiation into the Arkansas Hall of Fame later in 2026, and this is one of the newest additions to Oaklawn, the new receiving barn to enhance the quality of their racing program. We'll tell you all about it next.
We're standing in Oaklawn's new receiving barn, which is pretty cool since they've literally never had a receiving barn. So I had some ideas, and I talked to a lot of other folks with receiving barns. So we kind of took everyone's idea, and I tried to implement it to the construction. So basically, I'm sort of an advisor between a horseman and the construction people. They're building they believe, a state-of-the-art receiving barn that is focused primarily on keeping down the risk of contamination and making things safer for the horses.
The feed will be delivered through the outside. They won't have any reason to step inside where people were trying to run their racehorses. They deliver it right here, and then it's under a lock and key.
We've designed it to where there shouldn't be a reason for a lot of people in the barn. We have it to where there's a clean line side of everything. Also, the stalls were designed to try to be to where you could wipe them off and keep them clean, and where a horse couldn't reach things out of the stall to lick on, which we know horses love to lick and chew. We made a little bit higher yoke on the stalls, and we made it to where there wouldn't be somebody bringing in outside contaminants and hopefully not exposing somebody unnecessarily. Oaklawn, you know, they're one of the only people that I know that run races, and especially at Racino, that are building barns. They've built, in the last 12 years, I think they've built somewhere around 16 new barns. They've sort of just said, hey, we are investing in horse racing, and from a horseman's standpoint, I'm glad to see that, so I'm very willing to help at anything regarding horses.
This new receiving barn, you hear from Ron Moquette. Megan, you've had a chance to see it yourself and speak to some other trainers, some other horsemen. What has the overall response been?
Well, the changes, it's all positive, especially when you reach out to a horseman like Ron Moquette, who's been able to really help them do things that are practical for the horse. A lot of the times when you're building new arrangements, it often comes from folks that don't utilize it or use it every day. So it's certainly going to be a huge addition here at Oaklawn Park, as mentioned in that feature, the contamination, the health of the horse, the feed stall. I mean, just the detail that's gone into it to make sure that we're really taking care of horses coming in and out of Hot Springs.
Greg and Richie are with us. Richie, from your view there in New York, and the significance, this new receiving barn, and why so important, why so significant?
Well, right away, for people at home that don't know, a receiving barn is a barn when you're shipping in for a stakes race. If a trainer doesn't have horses on the grounds, he needs a place to ship into. So they go into the receiving barn, so it receives the outside horses, right? And the fact that it's such a state-of-the-art kind of barn, I love Ron Moquette talking about less access, because you want to make sure that you're ensuring the integrity of the game and the horses. So we talk about, no cross-contamination. That's not just for if a horse was, treated with a therapeutic medication, or if maybe a horse had a little bit of a cough. Those barns will be cleaned. It looks like a beautiful barn. The craftsmanship's spot on. And you can see why they need more and more stall space there. You put up purses like they do, on an average $900,000 a day in purses they're giving away. People are going to want to run in that jurisdiction.
24 stalls, and yeah, part of it was they have such a high demand for stall applications. This was a necessity for them. But again, credit Louis Sella, who's done so much for this track, put over $100 million into making this a destination, and he's not done.
And I think to that point, too, a lot of jurisdictions that have casinos on site, a lot of the money goes into that side of the racetrack, less the backstretch side of it. They're investing in both. The quality of their racing product bears that out. And the casino and the hotel itself are beautiful as well. So you can go there, have a great time, great meal, gamble on the horses in the day, maybe hit the casino up a little bit at night. It's just a great place, a great destination place to go.
And we still have the nightcap to come on opening day. We're going to look ahead to tomorrow's action here in New York. Go for one turn mile, fillies and mares, 3 and up in this spot, and weigh the risks. We'll try and make it 3 in a row for trainer Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables.
Yeah, in very good form, coming off a nice win as I'm pulling this up as we talk, in the pumpkin pie. And she's just really a filly that's kind of put it together over her last 4 or 5 starts. She's just gotten very, very good.
Obviously, 2 back, race before this, that figure that just jumps off the page when she ran that lights out performance Saratoga. This not quite as impressive, but it was still very good. It was a stakes win. She beat Scalable, who's going to show up again against her, but she's just on a roll right now, and she loves Aqueduct.
You know, she creates her own trip, right? She doesn't need the lead, but she has natural speed. She puts herself in the right spot. And Manny Franco's just been riding tremendous. Another big meet heading into winter with Manny.
Meanwhile, Stonewall Star, over $500,000 in earnings. And she's coming off a runner-up finish off a long time away in her return in the Iroquois.
An extended layup. She had won the Bay Ridge in impressive fashion. December of 24, not seen till October of 25. And that was a beautiful effort against Sterling Silver. And you got to think that she can take a move forward. She's a homebred for Barry Schwartz. You know, we know Barry, he likes to, you know, she's a 5-year-old mare. Maybe this will be her last hurrah. He likes to breed his own horses. And I think she's got to improve off. That was a nice effort off the bench.
Yeah, hadn't raced since December 27, comes back in October to run that effort. If there is improvement, it's going to be awfully tough. 5-2 from that outside post. Going to be a good showdown with her and Weigh the Wrist. That's race 7 on Saturday, 3:10 Eastern in the Go for Wand. So we're 8 minutes to post in the finale. And there's a look at the 8 there in the background. This race, obviously, first glance, 2 horses sort of stand out, right, in this spot. Rock in the Lane, Brunia, the 2 and the 5. Mm-hmm. And they're obviously taking money. But just that one start under the belt for Rock in the Lane, muddy track at Churchill Downs. We'll see what we get on the fast-going thing. As we say with these 2-year-olds, things can change awfully quick, start to start.
Well, and also now they're all getting in with Arkansas breds, right? So we talk about it with the New York breds. Obviously, you get good Arkansas breds, you get good New York breds, but it basically shrinks the gene pool in which they have to compete against, as far as against open companies. Secret Slew fits that kind of bill as well for Donnie Von Hemmel.
And you talk about this being a state-bred race for Arkansas breds, both the 2 and the 5, they competed against open company in those races that they enter off of.
Yeah, well, exactly, and the 7 as well. And I just think it's interesting them getting back to it. One thing we do know about the 5, Brunia, John Ed Anthony, he breeds a lot of horses in Kentucky. He breeds a lot of horses in the state of Arkansas, too, and he's been super successful over the years with it.
And as we said, sitting on 299 career wins here in Hot Springs. So this would be a big one. This is last time out, start number 2 at Churchill against open company for maiden 50, and nearly pulled it off.
You know, it's a funny thing. Again, you want to win. You're in a position to win. You want to get it done. It doesn't matter the purse. But in some ways, maybe it's a blessing in disguise that this horse was caught, because now it gets to run for considerably more money against Arkansas breds. $100,000 purse for a maiden race.
Incredible. Riders up, as you see. And Brunia, who we just showed you, 3-1 favorite right now. You mentioned the 7 Secret Slew. Faced open company, softer circuit, but still ran very credible in the debut for Don Von Hemmel.
Ran extremely well and showed a level of professionalism, right? Had to take some kickback, was able to rally. This is a case, if I'm a trainer, I probably want to get a race under a horse's belt before I ship to Oaklawn to run against Arkansas breds. So you want them to run well, but you're hoping that they get a little tired, and again, don't win that condition for far less money.
Third beat less than a length in the debut, and that was going 6.5 furlongs, shortening up to 6 today for start number 2. There is the 7, Secret Slew, in that debut we just showed you.
And he trained by Donnie Von Hemmel, who's been winning races for as long as I can remember. Just one of those, very respected horsemen.
Tallahassee, we showed you Ron Moquette, who was instrumental in bringing that receiving barn to Hot Springs. He sends out Tallahassee, who it was a huge number. Another one who faced open company Keeneland first time out, now in against Arkansas bred runners.
Yeah, facing easier and showed good speed on debut. Ron Marquette is the unofficial mayor of Hot Springs. I walked in there last year. I needed a haircut because I had to get down there like in a hurry. In 15 minutes, I was in a chair getting my haircut. He gets things done there.
basically you need anything done, he's the man to see.
100%.
And not to mention, he's got the best property in all of Hot Springs, doesn't he?
His backyard is adjacent to the backstretch. He walks out in his backyard. He can watch his horses train from his own backyard.
Not a bad spot. 4 minutes to post here in this finale. Here's the one. Redriver Storm, who debuted at Evangeline.
Good speed there at Evangeline, too, going 5 furlongs. From the inside, you got to think Christian Torres goes.
Rockin' the Lane debuted in a $100,000 maiden claimer at Churchill.
Yeah, nice effort there in a race that should move this horse forward.
Appealing Mischief, Randy Morse barn.
Horse that comes out of that same race was about 6 lengths behind Rockin' the Lane.
Miss Chocolate debuting by my standards, first crop.
Now, her mother, her dam, did win on debut. I like to see that in a family.
And with stakes placed later as well in the Rainbow Miss. Brunia, 7-2 favorite.
Short Leaf Stable, John Ed Anthony. Lindsey Schultz, been on a really good run lately.
Ricardo Santana Jr. on one who's been in fairly soft spots, but we'll see. Could surprise at a big number.
Does have the most experience in this field.
Secret Slew, 4-1. That Remington debut we showed you.
This is who I like. I thought this horse ran well down inside, getting kicked back, finished with some interest.
There's the Ron Moquette filly Tallahassee.
Good speed on debut against much, much tougher.
Yeah, at Keeneland in that first out effort. Shady Valley, John Ortiz barn.
Yeah, didn't show a lot after a little bit of an awkward beginning. Needs to improve.
Myrna, Greg Compton barn.
Showed a bit of speed on the turf. Now gets to the dirt.
Yeah, I believe North Lake Kate the 11 had gone by for Ike Green. And see if we go back to that one or not. Yeah, there is the 11.
Yeah, big price off of not so impressive debut at Zia.
And stand-up triple sloppy track debut at Colonial. Did not do a lot of running.
Didn't do a lot of running, didn't take any money, went off at 30-1. We usually look at that to help guide us a little bit. If a horse has been a bit impressive in the mornings, they'll usually take some money, and this horse did not and was well beaten after breaking slowly.
2 minutes to post in this finale on opening day in Hot Springs, and this is happening. 12 Days of Giving holiday auction presented by My Racehorse. First ever 12 Days of Giving. Runs December 8th through the 19th. Items closing daily at 6 Eastern. 100% of proceeds support the My Racehorse Transition Fund dedicated to equine welfare.
Just a great thing. You know, I believe that we have to give back from being a part of this industry. Horses providing for us, and always nice to see these efforts being made. And, you know, Greg, I'm not the smartest guy, but I'm smart enough to know that everything good in my life is because of horses.
Race-worn memorabilia from Preakness Champ sees the gray, straight no chaser, 2024 Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, among many other great items. If you're a horse racing fan, absolutely want to check this out as we send it back to Hot Springs.
Yeah, guys, just another example of how much more attention there is paid, how much more of an emphasis there is now on equine welfare, on Thoroughbred Aftercare, and everyone in the industry giving back to the horses, those who have, as Richie was just mentioning, given so much to all of us.
Exactly. It's nice to see my racehorse being able to, they have a lot of horses. They have a lot of horses in training, and for that kind of owner to really take steps in promoting a welfare aftercare is huge. As you see on that graphic, 100% of proceeds supports this transition fund, and a crucial step in making sure we're taking care of our athletes once their time is done on the track.
Great cause, terrific cause, right time of year, 12 days of giving holiday auction. We have one left. In a giving mood, Megan, give our viewers a winner before we say goodbye. This 10th and final, as we have reached post time, but have a few moments.
Number 3 really grabbed my attention here, particularly just looking at the mounts that Luis Saez is taking as he is aboard the number 3 Appealing Mischief for the Randy Morris barn. Comes out of the same race as the filly to her inside and Rockin' the Lane, who's taking a bit more money for Chris Hartman, but debuted at Churchill Downs on that muddy sealed surface, now being able to get to the fast track sprinting. I liked the looks of her physically by Maximus Mischief out of a successful Appeal Dam, but as far as her debut, she didn't show speed that day. The race was dominated up front. She was hesitant at the break, and I find she's a candidate to improve off that experience. It was half the price of the Hartman filly last time out. They're obviously a lot closer together there on the board.
Look at the board. That deep, that competitive, and yeah, this is essentially what you can expect from these Arkansas-bred maiden races, where you get the bigger fields and what feels like a challenging handicapping endeavor.
And right, we've kind of, I find this interesting because while these Arkansas-bred maidens can be kind of a puzzle, I find sometimes maybe we can overcomplicate things, and that's kind of what I'm seeing a little bit on the tote board. I find the fillies with experience coming out of those Kentucky class situations are going to be pretty tough in this field.
About Rock the Lane, number 2, Tyler Bacon, 4-1 for Chris Hartman.
Hartman Barn and Tyler Bacon have that success together, and solid with maiden second timers. This filly doing so. Hartman, past 3 years, last out maidens in the money with 2-year-old. He's 4 for 17, 24%. I find her to be appealing as well, though comes out of that same key race as we mentioned earlier, laid closer to things, split between horses, and certainly outran her odds that day at 29-1, getting much shorter now up there at 7-2.
That was in the mud. Rock in the Lane, 7-2, second choice. The favorite, a very tepid 3-1, number 5, Brunia. Marching their way behind the starting gate. We'll be right back at it tomorrow afternoon, day 2 of this Oaklawn holiday meet. Ring the bell, a chance to see Skelly, who's just one of those horses. Catch me if you can. Fans kind of gravitate to these horses. He's going to take it to you right from the start. You let him go, you'll never see him again. Run with him, he runs you into the ground, and he has done his very best work over the years here at Oaklawn.
He has to get out of that gate, right, Lafitte? That's been his Achilles heel. He's got some freakish natural speed, some that you just don't see very often, horses just being that fast. I believe he has a 1:39 early time form U.S. pace figure, which is absolutely otherworldly. We'll see if he can bounce out of the gate at his home track here at Oaklawn.
That's tomorrow. Ring the bell. You'll have it right here on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. Live coverage continuing from Oaklawn Park. First things first, the 10th and final on opening day. Wide open Arkansas-bred sprint. Matt Dudeman with a load and call.
Miss Chocolate. Brunia has gone in. Then Karooms, Croupier. North Lake Kate, post 11, and stand-up triple to the outside post. We're ready to go. And Laroff in the finale, Appealing Mischief, steadied at the break. Shady Valley is prominent and is now going to take back. Brunia on the lead with Karooms Croupier, and also Redriver's Storm firing forward. These three across the track down the backstretch. They put 4 lengths on Rock in the Lane, who runs in 4th, passed by Secret Slew, who's into the 5th spot. Miss Chocolate's there in Shady Valley. Then comes Tallahassee, getting to the rail as they approach the 4-turn run. She's 8 or 9 from the top. Gap of 3 to Myrna. Then Appealing Mischief, who broke slowly, is 3rd last ahead of Stand Up Triple, and North Lake Kate is the trailer as they round the 4-turn. Redriver's Storm, the leader of neck. Brunia shaken up. Karooms Croupier 3 wide, under a ride to keep pace with the top pair coming to the top of the stretch. They're 2 clear of Rock in the Lane. Tallahassee's into 5th now, but she has some work to do as they swing off the corner in the nightcap. Redriver's Storm, Brunia alongside. Brunia goes by with a furlong to go. Rock in the Lane into 2nd. Brunia, 1 furlong to go, is shaken away to a 2.5 length lead. Rock in the Lane is 2nd. Then Redriver's Storm, Secret Slew's coming on, but Brunia's too far ahead. Brunia, Abel Cedillo, Lindsey Schultz with a pair today. Secret Slew rallies on for 2nd, Rock in the Lane 3rd, and Tallahassee was 4th.
John Ed Anthony's Brunia. Winds going away, lots of room to improve, sort of side winding and weaving through the stretch, but a clear winner, Brunia, graduates in their third career start.
Lindsay Schultz with 2 today. That's huge here at Oaklawn, being able to not just win a race on opening day, but win 2, getting off to that incredible start for Shortleaf Stable, Arkansas breeders and owners who are just a stalwart of Hot Springs. They have really provided so much to this program here in Arkansas, including this 2-year-old filly by Tecton.
Shortleaf, John Ed Anthony, those colors synonymous with Oaklawn racing over the decades, going back to Lob Lolly and so many significant wins here over the years. Add this one to it. Brunia, John Ed Anthony's 300th career victory here at Oaklawn Park.
And one that also came out of Kentucky there in that race at Churchill, flattering that form as there were no winners, or excuse me, there were 2 next out winners of that race that she ran on debut at Churchill. So certainly flattering there. Another winner to come out of that race, and keep an eye on those Kentucky guys coming in here to Oaklawn Park throughout the meet.
Milestone watch continues. Steve Asmussen closing in on 1,000 wins here at Oaklawn Park. John Ed Anthony, the only owner to have won every Derby prep here at Oaklawn Park, has now owned 300 winners at Oaklawn Park, his home track, as Brunia rolls in the opening day nightcap.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Opening day coverage, Oaklawn Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, and very fitting on this first day of a brand new Oaklawn season. Oaklawn racing dating back to the early 1900s. Those colors, the Lob Lolly colors, the short leaf colors, John Ed Anthony, one of the most celebrated and recognizable owners in the history of Oaklawn. You're looking at his 300th career win here, with Brunia breaking through in her third career start.
Lindsay Schultz with 2 on the day. Quite a special win up there at 3-1, and she looked fantastic. I mean, she really ran well, improving here off of that performance at Churchill Downs.
One day in the books. We're right back at it tomorrow afternoon. But first, your biggest takeaway, lasting impression of this first day of this new meet at Oaklawn.
I love it here. It's been an incredible experience. Obviously, we got to see Dirty Rich take to Oaklawn, and it's going to be a really fun meet, Lafitte.
You remind me to bet Peter Miller's filly next year, his colt next year, who runs on grass and shows up for the Advent. He's pretty good.
I'll text you.
He's pretty good at this. He's done it 2 years in a row now, has Peter Miller. These fans here at Oaklawn Park, they're geeked up. They're hyped for Arkansas racing and a start of a new meet here. They'll be right back tomorrow. Our coverage will continue day number 2 as you look at Dirty Rich in the feature, the Advent. That's right, Miller. He does it again with a horse from the West who last raced on grass and wins this Advent. Big afternoon Ramon Vasquez off and running for wins this afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow.